Blackstone Audio presents Job, A Comedy of Justice by Robert A. Heinlein. To Clifford D. Simic. Behold, happy is the man whom God correcteth. Therefore despise not thou the chastening of the Almighty. Job, chapter 5, verse 17. One. When thou walkest through the fire, thou shalt not be burned. Isaiah chapter 43, verse 2. The fire pit was about 25 feet long by 10 feet wide, and perhaps 2 feet deep. The fire had been burning for hours. The bed of coals gave off a blast of heat almost unbearable even back where I was seated, 15 feet from the side of the pit, in the second row of tourists. I had given up my front row seat to one of the ladies from the ship, delighted to accept the shielding offered by her well-fed carcass. I was tempted to move still farther back, but I did want to see the firewalkers close up. How often does one get to view a miracle? "It's a hoax," the well-traveled man said. "You'll see." "Not really a hoax, Gerald," the authority on everything denied. "Just somewhat less than what we were led to expect. It won't be the whole village, probably none of the hula dancers, and certainly not those children. One or two of the young men with calluses on their feet as thick as cowhide and hopped up on opium or some native drug will go down the pit at a dead run. The villagers will cheer, and our Kanaka friend there, who is translating for us, will strongly suggest that we should tip each of the firewalkers over and above what we've paid for the luau and the dancing and this show. Not a complete hoax," he went on. The shore excursion brochure listed a demonstration of firewalking. That's what we'll get. Never mind the talk about a whole village of firewalkers. Not in the contract. The authority looked smug. "Mass hypnosis," the professional bore announced. I was tempted to ask for an explanation of mass hypnosis, but nobody wanted to hear from me. I was junior, not necessarily in years, but in the cruise ship cognate. That's how it is in cruise ships. Anyone who has been in the vessel since port of departure is senior to anyone who joins the ship later. The Medes and the Persians laid down this law, and nothing can change it. I had flown down in the Count von Zeppelin. At Papeete, I would fly home in the Admiral Moffat, so I was forever junior and should keep quiet while my betters pontificated. Cruise ships have the best food and, all too often, the worst conversation in the world. Despite this, I was enjoying the islands. Even the mystic and the amateur astrologer and the parlor Freudian and the numerologist did not trouble me, as I did not listen. "They do it through the fourth dimension," the mystic announced. "Isn't that true, Gwendolen?" "Quite true, dear," the numerologist agreed. "Oh, here they come now. It will be an odd number. You'll see." "You're so learned, dear." Said the skeptic. The native who was assisting our ship's excursion host raised his arms and spread his palms for silence. "Please, will you all listen? Maurururoa. Thank you very much. The high priest and priestess will now pray the gods to make the fire safe for the villagers. I ask you to remember that this is a religious ceremony, very ancient. Please behave as you would in your own church, because—" An extremely old Kanaka interrupted. He and the translator exchanged words in a language not known to me, Polynesian, I assumed. It had the right liquid flow to it. The younger Kanaka turned back to us. "The high priest tells me that some of the children are making their first walk through fire today, including that baby over there in her mother's arms. He asks all of you to keep perfectly silent during the prayers to ensure the safety of the children. Let me add that I am a Catholic. At this point I always ask our Holy Mother Mary to watch over our children, and I ask all of you to pray for them in your own way, or at least keep silent and think good thoughts for them. If the high priest is not satisfied that there is a reverent attitude, he won't let the children enter the fire. I've even known him to cancel the entire ceremony." "There you have it, Gerald," said the authority on everything in a third balcony whisper. "The build-up. Now the switch, and they'll blame it on us." He snorted. The authority, his name was Cheevers, had been annoying me ever since I had joined the ship. I leaned forward and said quietly into his ear, "If those children walk through the fire, do you have the guts to do likewise? Let this be a lesson to you. Learn by my bad example. Never let an oath cause you to lose your judgment." Some seconds later, I found that my challenge had been turned against me, and somehow all three, the authority, the skeptic, and the well-traveled man, had each bet me 100 that I would not dare walk the fire pit, stipulating that the children walked first. Then the translator was shushing us again, and the priest and priestess stepped down into the fire pit, and everybody kept very quiet, and I suppose some of us prayed. I know I did. I found myself reciting what popped into my mind. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. Somehow it seemed appropriate. The priest and the priestess did not walk through the fire. They did something quietly more spectacular and, it seemed to me, far more dangerous. They simply stood in the fire pit, barefooted, and prayed for several minutes. I could see their lips move. Every so often, the old priest sprinkled something into the pit. Whatever it was, as it struck the coals, it burst into sparkles. I tried to see what they were standing on, coals or rocks, but I could not tell, and could not guess which would be worse. Yet this old woman, skinny as gnawed bones, stood there quietly, face placid, and with no precautions other than having tucked up her lava so that it was almost a diaper. Apparently, she fretted about burning her clothes, but not about burning her legs. 3 men with poles had been straightening out the burning logs, making sure that the bed of the pit was a firm and fairly even footing for the firewalkers. I took a deep interest in this, as I expected to be walking in that pit in a few minutes, if I didn't cave in and forfeit the bet. It seemed to me that they were making it possible to walk the length of the fire pit on rocks rather than burning coals. I hoped so. Then I wondered what difference it would make, recalling sun-scorched sidewalks that had blistered my bare feet when I was a boy in Kansas. That fire had to be at least 700 degrees. Those rocks had been soaking in that fire for several hours. At such temperatures, was there any real choice between frying pan and fire? Meanwhile, the voice of reason was whispering in my ear that forfeiting 300 was not much of a price to pay to get out of this bind. Or would I rather walk the rest of my life on 2 barbecued stumps? Would it help if I took an aspirin? The 3 men finished fiddling with the burning logs and went to the end of the pit at our left. The rest of the villagers gathered behind them, including those darned kids. What were their parents thinking about, letting them risk something like this? Why weren't they in school where they belonged? The 3 fire tenders led off, walking single file down the center of the fire, not hurrying, not dallying. The rest of the men of the village followed them, a slow, steady procession. Then came the women, including the young mother with a baby on her hip. When the blast of heat struck the infant, it started to cry. Without varying her steady pace, its mother swung it up and gave it suck. The baby shut up. The children followed, from pubescent girls and adolescent boys down to the kindergarten level. Last was a little girl, 9, 8, who was leading her round-eyed little brother by the hand. He seemed to be about 4 and was dressed only in his skin. I looked at this kid and knew with mournful certainty that I was about to be served up rare. I could no longer back out. Once the baby boy stumbled. His sister kept him from falling. He went on then, short, sturdy steps. At the far end, someone reached down and lifted him out. And it was my turn. The translator said to me, "You understand that the Polynesia Tourist Bureau takes no responsibility for your safety. That fire can burn you, it can kill you. These people can walk it safely because they have faith." I assured him that I had faith, while wondering how I could be such a barefaced liar. I signed a release he presented. All too soon I was standing at one end of the pit, with my trousers rolled up to my knees. My shoes and socks and hat and wallet were at the far end, waiting on a stool. That was my goal, my prize. If I didn't make it, would they cast lots for them, or would they ship them to my next of kin? He was saying, "Go right down the middle. Don't hurry, but don't stand still." The high priest spoke up. My mentor listened, then said, "He says not to run, even if your feet burn, because you might stumble and fall down. Then you might never get up. He means you might die. I must add that you probably would not die unless you breathed flame. But you would certainly be terribly burned, so don't hurry and don't fall down. Now, see that flat rock under you? That's your first step. Que le bon Dieu vous garde. Good luck." Thanks. I glanced over at the authority on everything, who was smiling ghoulishly, if ghouls smile. I gave him a mendaciously jaunty wave and stepped down. I had taken 3 steps before I realized that I didn't feel anything at all. Then I did feel something. Scared. Scared silly and wishing I were in Peoria, or even Philadelphia, instead of alone in this vast, smoldering waste. The far end of the pit was a city block away, maybe farther, but I kept plodding toward it while hoping that this numb paralysis would not cause me to collapse before reaching it. I felt smothered and discovered that I had been holding my breath, so I gasped and regretted it. Over a fire pit that vast there is blistering gas and smoke, and carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide and something that may be Satan's halitosis, but not enough oxygen to matter. I chopped off that gasp with my eyes watering and my throat raw and tried to estimate whether or not I could reach the end without breathing. Heaven help me, I could not see the far end. The smoke had billowed up and my eyes would barely open and would not focus, so I pushed on while trying to remember the formula by which one made a deathbed confession and then slid into heaven on a technicality. Maybe there wasn't any such formula. My feet felt odd and my knees were coming unglued. "Feeling better, Mr. Graham?" I was lying on grass and looking up into a friendly brown face. "I guess so," I answered. "What happened? Did I walk it?" "Certainly you walked it. Beautifully. But you fainted right at the end. We were standing by and grabbed you, hauled you out. But you tell me what happened. Did you get your lungs full of smoke?" Maybe. Am I burned? No. Oh, you may form one blister on your right foot. But you held the thought perfectly. All but that faint, which must have been caused by smoke. I guess so. I sat up with his help. Can you hand me my shoes and socks? Where is everybody? The bus left. The high priest took your pulse and checked your breathing, but he wouldn't let anyone disturb you. If you force a man to wake up when his spirit is still walking about, the spirit may not come back in. So he believes, and no one dares argue with him. I won't argue with him. I feel fine. Rested. But how do I get back to the ship? 5 miles of tropical paradise would get tedious after the first mile. On foot. Especially as my feet seemed to have swelled a bit, for which they had ample excuse. The bus will come back to take the villagers to the boat that takes them back to the island they live on. It then could take you to your ship. But we can do better. My cousin has an automobile. He will take you. Good. How much will he charge me? Taxis in Polynesia are always outrageous, especially when the drivers have you at their mercy, of which they have none. But it occurred to me that I could afford to be robbed, as I was bound to show a profit on this jape. 300 minus 1 taxi fare. I picked up my hat. Where's my wallet? Your wallet? My billfold. I left it in my hat. Where is it? This isn't funny. My money was in it. And my cards. Your money? Oh, votre portefeuille. I am sorry. My English is not perfect. The officer from your ship, your excursion guide, took care of it. That was kind of him, but how am I to pay your cousin? I don't have a franc on me. We got that straightened out. The ship's excursion escort, realizing that he would be leaving me strapped in rescuing my billfold, had prepaid my ride back to the ship. My Kanaka friend took me to his cousin's car and introduced me to his cousin. Not too effectively, as the cousin's English was limited to, "Okay, Chief," and I never did get his name straight. His automobile was a triumph of baling wire and faith. We went roaring back to the dock at full throttle, frightening chickens and easily outrunning baby goats. I did not pay much attention, as I was bemused by something that had happened just before we left. The villagers were waiting for their bus to return. We walked right through them. Or started to. I got kissed. I got kissed by all of them. I had already seen the Polynesian habit of kissing, where we would just shake hands, but this was the first time it had happened to me. My friend explained it to me. You walked through their fire, so you are an honorary member of their village. They want to kill a pig for you, hold a feast in your honor. I tried to answer in kind, while explaining that I had to return home, across the great water, but I would return some day, God willing. Eventually we got away. But that was not what had me most bemused. Any unbiased judge would have to admit that I am reasonably sophisticated. I am aware that some places do not have America's high moral standards and are careless about indecent exposure. I know that Polynesian women used to run around naked from the waist up until civilization came along. Shucks, I read the National Geographic. But I never expected to see it. Before I made my firewalk, the villagers were dressed just as you would expect, grass skirts but with the women's bosoms covered. But when they kissed me hello goodbye, they were not. Not covered, I mean. Just like the National Geographic. Now, I appreciate feminine beauty. Those delightful differences seen under proper circumstances, with the shades decently drawn, can be dazzling. But 40-odd, no, even, of them are intimidating. I saw more human, feminine busts than I had ever seen before, total and cumulative in my entire life. The Methodist Episcopal Society for Temperance and Morals would have been shocked right out of their wits. With adequate warning, I am sure that I could have enjoyed the experience. As it was too new, too much, too fast. I could appreciate it only in retrospect. Our tropical Rolls-Royce crunched to a stop with the aid of handbrake, foot brake, and first-gear compression. I looked up from bemused euphoria. My driver announced, "Okay, Chief." I said, "That's not my ship." "Okay, Chief?" "You've taken me to the wrong dock." It looks like the right dock, but it's the wrong ship." Of that I was certain. MV Kongnut has white sides and superstructure, and a rakish false funnel. This ship was mostly red with 4 tall black stacks. Steam it had to be, not a motor vessel, as well as years out of date. No.
Okay, Chief. Votre vapeur. Voilà.
Non. Okay, Chief. He got out, came around and opened the door on the passenger side, grabbed my arm and pulled. I'm in fairly good shape, but his arm had been toughened by swimming, climbing for coconuts, hauling in fish nets, and pulling tourists who don't want to go out of cars. I got out. He jumped back in, called out, "Okay, Chief. Merci bien. Au revoir," and was gone. I went, Hobson's choice, up the gangway of the strange vessel to learn, if possible, what had become of the Kongnut. As I stepped aboard, the petty officer on gangway watch saluted and said, "Afternoon, sir. Mr. Graham, Mr. Nielsen left a package for you. One moment." He lifted the lid of his watch desk, took out a large manila envelope. "Here you are, sir." The package had written on it, A. L. Graham, Cabin C-109. I opened it, found a well-worn wallet. "Is everything in order, Mr. Graham?" "Yes, thank you." "Will you tell Mr. Nielsen that I received it, and give him my thanks?" "Certainly, sir." I noted that this was D-deck, went up one flight to find cabin C-109. All was not quite in order. My name is not Graham. Two. The thing that hath been, it is that which shall be, and that which is done is that which shall be done. And there is no new thing under the sun. Ecclesiastes chapter 1, verse 9. Thank heaven ships use a consistent numbering system. Stateroom C-109 was where it should be, on C deck, starboard side forward, between C-107 and C-111. I reached it without having to speak to anyone. I tried the door. It was locked. Mr. Graham apparently believed the warnings pursers give about locking doors, especially in port. The key, I thought glumly, is in Mr. Graham's pants pocket. But where is Mr. Graham? About to catch me snooping at his door? Or is he trying my door while I am trying his door? There is a small but not zero chance that a given key will fit a strange lock. I had in my own pocket my room key from the Kongnut. I tried it. Well, it was worth trying. I stood there wondering whether to sneeze or drop dead, when I heard a sweet voice behind me. "Oh, Mr. Graham." A young and pretty woman in a maid's costume. Correction, stewardess uniform. She came bustling toward me, took a pass key that was chained to her belt, opened C-109 while saying, "Margreta asked me to watch for you. She told me that you had left your cabin key on your desk. She let it stay, but told me to watch for you and let you in." "That's most kind of you, Miss... I'm Astrid. I have the matching rooms on the port side, so Marga and I cover for each other. She's gone ashore this afternoon." She held the door for me. "Will that be all, sir?" I thanked her. She left. I latched and bolted the door, collapsed in a chair, and gave way to the shakes. 10 minutes later I stood up, went into the bathroom, put cold water on my face and eyes. I had not solved anything, and had not wholly calmed down, but my nerves were no longer snapping like a flag in a high wind. I had been holding myself in ever since I had begun to suspect that something was seriously wrong, which was... when? When nothing seemed quite right at the fire pit? Later? Well, with utter certainty, when I saw one 20,000-ton ship substituted for another. My father used to tell me, "Alex, there is nothing wrong with being scared, as long as you don't let it affect you until the danger is over. Being hysterical is okay too, afterwards and in private. Tears are not unmanly, in the bathroom with the door locked. The difference between a coward and a brave man is mostly a matter of timing." I'm not the man my father was, but I try to follow his advice. If you can learn not to jump when the firecracker goes off, or whatever the surprise is, you stand a good chance of being able to hang tight until the emergency is over. This emergency was not over, but I had benefited by the catharsis of a good case of shakes. Now I could take stock. Hypothesis. A. Something preposterous has happened to the world around me. Or B. Something preposterous has happened to Alex Hergensheimer's mind. He should be locked up and sedated. I could not think of a third hypothesis. Those two seemed to cover all bases. The second hypothesis I need not waste time on. If I were raising snakes in my hat, eventually other people would notice and come around with a straitjacket and put me in a nice padded room. So let's assume that I am sane. Or nearly so. Being a little bit crazy is helpful. If I am okay, then the world is out of joint. Let's take stock. That wallet? Not mine. Most wallets are generally similar, each to other, and this one was much like mine. But carry a wallet for a few years, and it fits you. It is distinctly yours. I had known at once that this one was not mine. But I did not want to say so to a ship's petty officer who insisted on recognizing me as Mr. Graham. I took out Graham's wallet and opened it. Several hundred francs. Counted later. $85 in paper, legal tender of the United States of North America. A driver's license issued to A.L. Graham. There were more items, but I came across a window occupied by a typed notice, one that stopped me cold. Anyone finding this wallet may keep any money in it as a reward if he will be so kind as to return the wallet to A.L. Graham, cabin C-109, SS Kong Newt, Danish-American line, or to any purser or agent of the line. Thank you, A.L.G. So now I knew what had happened to the Kong Newt. She had undergone a sea change. Or had I? Was there truly a changed world and therefore a changed ship?
Or were there two worlds, and had I somehow walked through fire into the second one?
Were there indeed two men, and had they swapped destinies? Or had Alex Hergensheimer metamorphized into Alec Graham, while M.V. Kong Newt changed into S.S. Kong Newt, while the North American Union melted into the United States of North America? Good questions. I'm glad you brought them up. Now, class, are there any more questions? When I was in middle school, there was a spate of magazines publishing fantastic stories. Not alone ghost stories, but weird yarns of every sort. Magic ships plying the ether to other stars. Strange inventions. Trips to the center of the earth. Other dimensions. Flying machines. Power from burning atoms. monsters created in secret laboratories. I used to buy them and hide them inside copies of Youth's Companion and of Young Crusaders, knowing instinctively that my parents would disapprove and confiscate. I loved them, and so did my outlaw chum Bert. It couldn't last. First, there was an editorial in Youth's Companion. Poison to the soul, stamp it out. Then our pastor, Brother Draper, preached a sermon against such mind-corrupting trash, with comparisons to the evil effects of cigarettes and booze. Then our state outlawed such publications under the Standards of the Community doctrine, even before passage of the national law and the parallel executive order. And a cache I had hidden perfectly in our attic disappeared. Worse, the works of Mr. H.G. Wells and M. Jules Verne and some others were taken out of our public library. You have to admire the motives of our spiritual leaders and elected officials in seeking to protect the minds of the young. As Brother Draper pointed out, there are enough exciting and adventurous stories in the good book to satisfy the needs of every boy and girl in the world. There was simply no need for profane literature. He was not urging censorship of books for adults, just for the impressionable young. If persons of mature years wanted to read such fantastic trash, suffer them to do so, although he, for one, could not see why any grown man would want to. I guess I was one of the impressionable young. I still miss them. I remember particularly one by Mr. Wells, Men Like Gods. These people were driving along in an automobile when an explosion happens, and they find themselves in another world, much like their own but better. They meet the people who live there, and there is explanation about parallel universes and the fourth dimension and such. That was the first installment. The Protect Our Youth state law was passed right after that, so I never saw the later installments. One of my English professors, who was bluntly opposed to censorship, once said that Mr. Wells had invented every one of the basic fantastic themes, and he cited this story as the origin of the multiple universes concept. I was intending to ask this prof if he knew where I could find a copy, but I put it off to the end of the term when I would be legally of mature years, and waited too long. The Academic Senate Committee on Faith and Morals voted against tenure for that professor, and he left abruptly without finishing the term. Did something happen to me like that which Mr. Wells described in Men Like Gods? Did Mr. Wells have the holy gift of prophecy? For example, would men someday actually fly to the moon? Preposterous! But was it more preposterous than what had happened to me? As may be, here I was incognite, even though she was not my cognate, and the sailing board at the gangway showed her getting under way at 6 p.m. It was already late afternoon, and high time for me to decide what to do. I seemed to have mislaid my own ship, the motor vessel Cognute. But the crew, some of the crew, of the steamship Cognute seemed ready to accept me as Mr. Graham, passenger. Stay aboard and try to brazen it out? What if Graham comes aboard any minute now and demands to know what I'm doing in his room? Or go ashore, as I should, and go to the authorities with my problem? Alex, the French colonial authorities will love you. No baggage, only the clothes on your back. No money, not a sou, no passport. Oh, they will love you so much they'll give you room and board for the rest of your life, in an oubliette with a grill over the top. There's money in that wallet. So? Ever heard of the 8th commandment? That's his money. But it stands to reason that he walked through the fire at the same time you did, but on this side, this world or whatever, or his wallet would not have been waiting for you. Now he has your wallet. That's logical. Listen, my retarded friend, do you think logic has anything to do with the predicament we are in? Well, speak up. No, not really. Then how about this? Sit tight in this room. If Graham shows up before the ship sails, you get kicked off the ship, that's sure. But you would be no worse off than you will be if you leave now. If he does not show up, then you take his place at least as far as Papeete. That's a big city. Your chances of coping with the situation are far better there. Consoles and such. You talked me into it. Passenger ships usually publish a daily newspaper for the passengers, just a single or double sheet filled with thrilling items such as, "There will be a boat drill at 10 o'clock this morning. All passengers are requested." And yesterday's mileage pool was won by Mrs. Ephraim Glutz of Bethany, Iowa. And usually a few news items picked up by the wireless operator. I looked around for the ship's paper and for the welcome aboard. This latter is a booklet, perhaps with another name, intended to make the passenger newly aboard sophisticated in the little world of the ship. Names of the officers, times of meals, location of barber shop, laundry, dining room, gift shop, notions, magazines, toothpaste, and how to place a morning call. Plan of the ship by decks, location of life preservers, how to find your lifeboat station, where to get your table assignment. Table assignment! Ouch! A passenger who has been aboard even one day does not have to ask how to find his table in the dining room. It's the little things that trip you. Well, I'd have to bullet through. The welcome aboard booklet was tucked into Graham's desk. I thumbed through it with a mental note to memorize all key facts before I left this room, if I was still aboard when the ship sailed, then put it aside, as I had found the ship's newspaper. The King's Scald, it was headed, and Graham, bless him, had saved all of them from the day he had boarded the ship. At Portland, Oregon, as I deduced from the place and date line of the earliest issue. That suggested that Graham was ticketed for the entire cruise, which could be important to me. I had expected to go back as I had arrived, by airship. But even if the dirigible liner Admiral Moffat existed in this world, or dimension, or whatever, I no longer had a ticket for it, and no money with which to buy one. What do these French colonials do to a tourist who has no money? Burn him at the stake? Or merely draw and quarter him? I did not want to find out. Graham's round-trip ticket, if he had one, might keep me from having to find out, if he didn't show up in the next hour and have me kicked off the ship. I did not consider remaining in Polynesia. Being a penniless beachcomber on Bora Bora or Moorea may have been practical 100 years ago, but today the only thing free in these islands is contagious disease. It seemed likely that I would be just as broke and just as much a stranger in America, but nevertheless I felt that I would be better off in my native land. Well, Graham's native land. I read some of the wireless news items but could not make sense of them, so I put them aside for later study. What little I had learned from them was not comforting. I had cherished deep down an illogical hope that this would turn out to be just a silly mix-up that would soon be straightened out, don't ask me how. But those news items ended all hoping. I mean to say, what sort of world is it in which the President of Germany visits London? In my world, Kaiser Wilhelm IV rules the German Empire. A president for Germany sounds as silly as a king for America. This might be a pleasant world, but it was not the world I was born into. Not by those weird news items. As I put away Graham's file of the King's Scald, I noted on the top sheet today's prescribed dress for dinner. Formal. I was not surprised. The Kong Newt, in her other incarnation, as a motor vessel, was quite formal. If the ship was underway, black tie was expected. If you didn't wear it, you were made to feel that you really ought to eat in your stateroom. I don't own a tuxedo. Our church does not encourage vanities. I had compromised by wearing a blue serge suit at dinners underway, with a white shirt and a snap-on black bow tie. Nobody said anything. It did not matter, as I was below the salt anyhow, having come aboard at Papiati. I decided to see if Mr. Graham owned a dark suit and a black tie. Mr. Graham owned lots of clothes, far more than I did. I tried on a sports jacket. It fit me well enough. Trousers? Length seemed okay. I was not sure about the waistband, and too shy to try on a pair and thereby risk being caught by Graham with one leg in his trousers.
What does one say? Hi there. I was just waiting for you and thought I would pass the time by trying on your pants. Not convincing.
He had not one but two tuxedos, one in conventional black and the other in dark red. I had never heard of such frippery. But I did not find a snap-on bow tie. He had black bow ties, several, but I have never learned how to tie a bow tie. I took a deep breath and thought about it. There came a knock at the door. I didn't jump out of my skin, just almost. "Who's there?" "Honest, Mr. Graham, I was just waiting for you." "Stewardess, sir." "Oh, come in, come in." I heard her try her key, then I jumped to turn back the bolt.
"Sorry, I had forgotten that I had used the deadbolt. Do come in."
Margaretta turned out to be about the age of Astrid, youngish and even prettier, with flaxen hair and freckles across her nose. She spoke textbook correct English, with a charming lilt to it. She was carrying a short white jacket on a coat hanger. "Your mess jacket, sir. Carl says the other one will be ready tomorrow." "Why, thank you, Margaretta. I had forgotten all about it." "I thought you might. So I came back aboard a little early. The laundry was just closing. I'm glad I did. It's much too hot for you to wear black." "You shouldn't have come back early. You're spoiling me." "I like to take good care of my guests, as you know." She hung the jacket in the wardrobe, turned to leave. "I'll be back to tie your tie." 6:30 as usual, sir?" 6:30 is fine. What time is it now?" Tarnation, my watch was gone wherever motor vessel Kong Newt had vanished. I had not worn it ashore. "Almost 6 o'clock. She hesitated. "I'll lay out your clothes before I go. You don't have much time." "My dear girl, that's no part of your duties." "No, it's my pleasure." She opened a drawer, took out a dress shirt, placed it on Graham's bunk. "And you know why?" With the quick efficiency of a person who knows exactly where everything is, she opened a small desk drawer that I had not touched, took out a leather case, from it laid out by the shirt a watch, a ring, and shirt studs. Then inserted studs into the shirt, placed fresh underwear and black silk socks on the pillow, placed evening pumps by the chair with the shoehorn tucked inside. Took from the wardrobe that mess jacket, hung it, and black dress trousers, braces attached, and dark red cummerbund on the front of the wardrobe.
She glanced over the layout, added a wing collar, a black tie, and a fresh handkerchief to the stack on the pillow.
Cast her eye over it again, placed the room key and the wallet by the ring and the watch. Glanced again, nodded. "I must run or I'll miss dinner. I'll be back for the tie." And she was gone, not running, but moving very fast. Margaretta was so right. If she had not laid out everything, I would still be struggling to put myself together. That shirt alone would have stopped me. It was one of the dive-in and button-up-the-back sort. I had never worn one. Thank heaven Graham used an ordinary brand of safety razor. By 6:15 I had touched up my morning shave, showered, necessary, and washed the smoke out of my hair. His shoes fit me as if I had broken them in myself. His trousers were a bit tight in the waist. A Danish ship is no place to lose weight, and I had been in the motor vessel Kongnut for a fortnight. I was still struggling with that consarned backwards shirt when Margreta let herself in with her pass key. She came straight to me, said, "Hold still," and quickly buttoned the buttons I could not reach. Then she fitted that fiendish collar over its collar buttons, laid the tie around my neck. "Turn around, please." Tying a bow tie properly involves magic. She knew the spell. She helped me with the cummerbund, held my jacket for me, looked me over and announced, "You'll do. And I'm proud of you. At dinner the girls were talking about you. I wish I had seen it. You are very brave." Not brave. Foolish. I talked when I should have kept still. Brave. I must go. I left Christina guarding a cherry tart for me, but if I stay away too long, someone will steal it. You run along, and thank you loads. Hurry and save that tart. Aren't you going to pay me? Oh. What payment would you like? Don't tease me. She moved a few inches closer, turned her face up. I don't know much about girls. Who does? But some signals are large print. I took her by her shoulders, kissed both her cheeks, hesitated just long enough to be certain that she was neither displeased nor surprised, then placed one right in the middle. Her lips were full and warm. Was that the payment you had in mind? Yes, of course. But you can kiss better than that. You know you can. She powdered her lower lip, then dropped her eyes. Brace yourself. Yes, I can kiss lots better than that. Or could by the time we had used up that kiss. By letting Margreta lead it and heartily cooperating in whatever way she seemed to think a better kiss should go, I learned more about kissing in the next 2 minutes than I had learned in my entire life up to then. My ears roared. For a moment after we broke, she held still in my arms and looked up at me most soberly. "Alec," she said softly, "that's the best you've ever kissed me. Goodness. Now I'm going to run before I make you late for dinner." She slipped out of my arms and left as she did everything, quickly. I inspected myself in the mirror. No marks. A kiss that emphatic ought to leave marks. What sort of person was this Graham? I could wear his clothes. But could I cope with his woman? Or was she his? Who knows? I did not. Was he a lecher, a womanizer, or was I butting in on a perfectly nice, if somewhat indiscreet, romance? How do you walk back through a fire pit? And did I want to? Go aft to the main companionway, then down 2 decks and go aft again. That's what the ship's plans in the booklet showed. No problem. A man at the door of the dining saloon, dressed much as I was, but with a menu under his arm, had to be the head waiter, the chief dining room steward. He confirmed it with a big professional smile. "Good evening, Mr. Graham." I paused. "Good evening." "What's this about a change in seating arrangements? Where am I to sit tonight? If you grab the bull by the horns, you at least confuse him." "It's not a permanent change, sir. Tomorrow you will be back at table 14. But tonight the captain has asked that you sit at his table. If you will follow me, sir." He led me to an oversized table amidships, started to seat me on the captain's right, and the captain stood up and started to clap. The others at his table followed suit, and shortly everyone in the dining room, it seemed, was standing and clapping, and some were cheering. I learned 2 things at that dinner. First, it was clear that Graham had pulled the same silly stunt I had, but It still was not clear whether there was one of us or two of us. I tabled that question. Second, but of major importance, do not drink ice-cold Aalborg aquavit on an empty stomach, especially if you were brought up white ribbon as I was. Three. Wine is a mocker. Strong drink is raging. Proverbs, chapter 20, verse 1. I am not blaming Captain Hansen. I have heard that Scandinavians put ethanol into their blood as antifreeze against their long, hard winters, and consequently cannot understand people who cannot take strong drink. Besides that, nobody held my arms, nobody held my nose, nobody forced spirits down my throat. I did it myself. Our church doesn't hold with the doctrine that the flesh is weak and therefore sin is humanly understandable and readily forgiven. Sin can be forgiven, but just barely. And you are surely going to catch it first. Sin should suffer. I found out about some of that suffering. I'm told it is called a hangover. That is what my drinking uncle called it. Uncle Ed maintained that no man can cope with temperance who has not had a full course of intemperance. Otherwise, when temptation came his way, he would not know how to handle it. Maybe I proved Uncle Ed's point. He was considered a bad influence around our house, and if he had not been Mother's brother, Dad would not have allowed him in the house. As it was, he was never pressed to stay longer and was not urged to hurry back. Before I even sat down at the table, the captain offered me a glass of aquavit. The glasses used for this are not large. They are quite small, and that is the deceptive part of the danger. The captain had a glass like it in his hand. He looked me in the eye and said, "To our hero, Skull!" threw his head back and tossed it down. There were echoes of "Skull" all around the table, and everyone seemed to gulp it down just like the captain. So I did. I could say that being guest of honor laid certain obligations on me, when in Rome and all that. But the truth is, I did not have the requisite strength of character to refuse. I told myself, one tiny glass can't hurt, and gulped it down. No trouble. It went down smoothly. One pleasant ice-cold swallow, then a spicy aftertaste with a hint of licorice. I did not know what I was drinking, but I was not sure that it was alcoholic. It seemed not to be. We sat down, and somebody put food in front of me, and the captain's steward poured another glass of schnapps for me. I was about to start nibbling the food, Danish hors d'oeuvres and delicious smorgasbord tidbits, when someone put a hand on my shoulder. I looked up. The well-traveled man. With him were the authority and the skeptic. Not the same names. Whatever, was playing games with my life had not gone that far. Gerald Fortescue was now Jeremy Forsyth, for example. But despite slight differences, I had no trouble recognizing each of them, and their new names were close enough to show that someone or something was continuing the joke. Then why wasn't my new name something like Hergensheimer? Hergensheimer has dignity about it, a rolling grandeur. Graham is a so-so name. "Alec," Mr. Forsyth said, "we misjudged you. Duncan and I and Pete are happy to admit it. Here's the 3,000 we owe you, and—" He hauled his right hand out from behind his back, held up a large bottle. "The best champagne in the ship as a mark of our esteem." "Steward!" said the captain. Shortly, the wine steward was going around, filling glasses at our table. But before that, I found myself again standing up, making Skull and aquavit 3 times, once to each of the losers, while clutching $3,000, United States of North America dollars. I did not have time then to wonder why 300 had changed to 3,000. Besides, It was not as odd as what had happened to the Kong Newt. Both of her. And my wonder circuits were overloaded anyhow. Captain Hansen told his waitress to place chairs at the table for Forsyth and company, but all three insisted that their wives and table-mates expected them to return. Nor was there room. Not that it would have mattered to Captain Hansen. He is a Viking, half again as big as a house. Hand him a hammer and he would be mistaken for Thor. He has muscles where other men don't even have places. It is very hard to argue with him. But he jovially agreed to compromise.
They could go back to their tables and finish their dinners, but first they must join him and me in pledging Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, guardian angels of our shipmate Alec.
In fact, the whole table must join in.
"Steward!"
So we said, "Skål" 3 more times while bouncing Danish antifreeze off our tonsils. Have you kept count? That's 7, I think. You can stop counting, as that is where I lost track. I was beginning to feel a return of the numbness I had felt halfway through the fire pit. The wine steward had completed pouring champagne, having renewed his supply at a gesture from the captain. Then it was time to toast me again, and I returned the compliment to the 3 losers. Then we all toasted Captain Hansen, and then we toasted the good ship Kong Newt. The captain toasted the United States, and the whole room stood and drank with him. So I felt incumbent to answer by toasting the Danish Queen, and that got me toasted again, and the captain demanded a speech from me.
"Tell us how it feels to be in the fiery furnace."
I tried to refuse, and there were shouts of "Speech! Speech!" from all around me. I stood up with some difficulty, tried to remember the speech I had made at the last Foreign Missions fundraising dinner. It evaded me. Finally I said, "Aw, shucks, it wasn't anything. Just put your ear to the ground and your shoulder to the wheel and your eyes on the stars, and you can do it too. Thank you all, and next time, you must come to my house." They cheered, and we skåled again. I forget why, and the lady on the captain's left got up and came around and kissed me, whereupon all the ladies at the captain's table clustered around and kissed me. That seemed to inspire the other ladies in the room, for there was a steady procession coming up to claim a bus from me, and usually kissing the captain while they were about it, or perhaps the other way around. During this parade, someone removed a stake from in front of me, one I had had plans for. I didn't miss it too much because that endless orgy of oscillation had me bewildered, plus bemusement much like that caused by the female villagers of the fire walk. Much of this bemusement started when I first walked into the dining room. Let me put it this way. My fellow passengers, female, really should have been in the National Geographic. Yes, like that. Well, maybe not quite, but what they did wear made them look nakeder than those friendly villagers. I'm not going to describe those formal evening dresses because I'm not sure I could, and I am sure I shouldn't. But none of them covered more than 20% of what ladies usually keep covered at fancy evening affairs in the world I grew up in. Above the waist, I mean. Their skirts, long, some clear to the floor, were nevertheless cut or slit in most startling ways. Some of the ladies had tops to their dresses that covered everything, but the material was transparent as glass, or almost. And some of the youngest ladies, girls really, actually did belong in the National Geographic, just like my villagers. Somehow these younger ladies did not seem quite as immodest as their elders. I had noticed this display almost the instant I walked in, but I tried not to stare, and the captain and others kept me so busy at first that I really did not have time to sneak glances at the incredible exposure. But look, when a lady comes up and puts her arms around you and insists on kissing you, it is difficult not to notice that she isn't wearing enough to ward off pneumonia or other chest complaints. But I kept a tight rein on myself despite increasing dizziness and numbness. Even bare skin did not startle me as much as bare words, language I had never heard in public in my life, and extremely seldom even in private, among men only. Men, I said, as gentlemen don't talk that way, even with no ladies present, in the world I knew. The most shocking thing that ever happened to me in my boyhood was one day crossing the town square, noticing a crowd on the pennant side of the courthouse, joining it to see who was catching it and why, and finding my scoutmaster in the stocks. I almost fainted. His offense was profane language, so the sign on his chest told us. The accuser was his own wife. He did not dispute it and had thrown himself on the mercy of the court. The judge was Deacon Brumby, who didn't know the word. Mr. Kirk, my scoutmaster, left town 2 weeks later, and nobody ever saw him again. Being exposed in the stocks was likely to have that effect on a man. I don't know what the bad language was that Mr. Kirk had used, but it couldn't have been too bad, as all Deacon Brumby could give him was one dawn to dusk. That night at the captain's table in the Kong Newt, I heard a sweet lady of the favorite grandmother sort address her husband in a pattern of forbidden words involving blasphemy and certain criminal sensual acts. Had she spoken that way in public in my hometown, she would have received maximum exposure in stocks, followed by being ridden out of town. Our town did not use tar and feathers. That was regarded as brutal. Yet this dear lady in the ship was not even chided. Her husband simply smiled and told her that she worried too much. Between shocking speech, incredible immodest exposure, and effects of 2 sorts of strange and deceptive potions lavishly administered, I was utterly confused. A stranger in a strange land, I was overcome by customs new and shocking, but through it all I clung to the conviction that I must appear to be sophisticated, at home, unsurprised. I must not let anyone suspect that I was not Alec Graham, shipmate, but instead Alexander Hergensheimer, total stranger. Or something terrible might happen. Of course I was wrong. Something terrible had already happened. I was indeed a total stranger in an utterly strange and confusing land. But I do not think, in retrospect, that I would have made my condition worse had I simply blurted out my predicament. I would not have been believed. How else? I had trouble believing it myself. Captain Hansen, a hearty, no-nonsense man, would have bellowed with laughter at my joke and insisted on another toast. Had I persisted in my delusion, he would have had the ship's doctor talk to me. Still, I got through that amazing evening easier by holding tight to the notion that I must concentrate on acting the part of Alec Graham, while never letting anyone suspect that I was a changeling, a cuckoo's egg. There had just been placed in front of me a slice of princess cake, a beautiful multi-layered confection I recalled from the other Kong Newt, and a small cup of coffee when the captain stood up.
"Come, Alec. We go to the lounge now. The show is ready to start, but they can't start till I get there. So come on. You don't want all that sweet stuff. It's not good for you. You can have coffee in the lounge, but before that we have some man's drinks, eh? Not these joke drinks. You like Russian vodka?"
He linked his arm in mine. I discovered that I was going to the lounge. Volition did not enter into it. That lounge show was much the mixture I had found earlier in M.V. Kong Newt. A magician who did improbable things, but not as improbable as what I had done, or been done to. A stand-up comedian who should have sat down, a pretty girl who sang, and dancers. The major differences were 2 I had already been exposed to, bare skin and bare words. And by then I was so numb from earlier shock and aquavit that these additional proofs of a different world had minimal effect.
The girl who sang just barely had clothes on, and the lyrics of her songs would have caused her trouble even in the underworld of Newark, New Jersey. Or so I think. I have no direct experience with that notorious sink of iniquity. I paid more attention to her appearance, since here I need not avert my eyes. One is expected to stare at performers. If one admits, for the sake of argument, that customs and dress can be wildly different without destroying the fabric of society, a possibility I do not concede but will stipulate, then it helps, I think, if the person exhibiting this difference is young and healthy and comely. The singer was young and healthy and comely. I felt a twinge of regret when she left the spotlight. The major event was a troupe of Tahitian dancers, and I was truly not surprised that they were costumed bare to the waist save for flowers or shell beads. By then I would have been surprised had they been otherwise. What was still surprising, although I suppose it should not have been, was the subsequent behavior of my fellow passengers. First, the troupe, 8 girls, 2 men, danced for us, much the same dancing that had preceded the firewalk today, much the same as I had seen when a troupe had come aboard MV Congnute in Papeete. Perhaps you know that the hula of Tahiti differs from the slow and graceful hula of the Kingdom of Hawaii by being at a much faster beat and is much more energetic. I'm no expert on the arts of the dance, but at least I have seen both styles of hula in the lands where each was native. I prefer the Hawaiian hula, which I had seen when the Count von Zeppelin had stopped at Hilo for a day on her way to Papeete. The Tahitian hula strikes me as an athletic accomplishment rather than an art form, but its very energy and speed make it still more startling in the dress or undress these native girls wore. There was more to come. After a long dance sequence, which included paired dancing between girls and each of the 2 young men, in which they did things that would have been astonishing even among barnyard fowl, I kept expecting Captain Hansen to put a stop to it. The ship's master of ceremonies or cruise director stepped forward. "Ladies and gentlemen," he announced, "and the rest of you intoxicated persons of irregular birth," I am forced to amend his language. "Most of you setters and even a few pointers have made good use of the 4 days our dancers have been with us to add the Tahitian hula to your repertoire. Shortly you'll be given a chance to demonstrate what you've learned and to receive diplomas as authentic Papeete papayas. But what you don't know is that others in the good old Nutty Newt have been practicing too. Maestro, strike up the band!" Out from behind the lounge stage danced a dozen more hula dancers. But these girls were not Polynesian. These girls were Caucasian. They were dressed authentically, grass skirts and necklaces, a flower in the hair, nothing else. But instead of warm brown, their skins were white. Most of them were blondes. 2 were redheads. It makes a difference. By then, I was ready to concede that Polynesian women were correctly and even modestly dressed in their native costume, other places, other customs. Was not Mother Eve modest in her simplicity before the fall? But white women are grossly out of place in South Seas garb. However, this did not keep me from watching the dancing. I was amazed to see that these girls danced that fast and complex dance as well, to my untutored eye, as did the island girls. I remarked on it to the captain. "They learned to dance that precisely in only 4 days?" He snorted. "They practice every cruise, those who ship with us before. All have practiced at least since San Diego." At that point I recognized one of the dancers, Astrid, the sweet young woman who had let me into my stateroom, and I then understood why they had had time and incentive to practice together. These girls were ship's crew, I looked at her, stared, in fact, with more interest. She caught my eye and smiled. Like a dolt, a bumpkin, instead of smiling back, I looked away and blushed, and tried to cover my embarrassment by taking a big sip of the drink I found in my hand. One of the Kanaka dancers whirled out in front of the white girls and called one of them out for a pair dance. Heaven save me, it was Margreta. I choked up and could not breathe. She was the most blindingly beautiful sight I had ever seen in all my life. Behold, thou art fair, my love. Behold, thou art fair. Thou hast dove's eyes within thy locks. Thy hair is as a flock of goats that appear from Mount Gilead. Thy navel is like a round goblet which wanteth not liquor. Thy belly is like a heap of wheat set about with lilies. Thy two breasts are like two young roes that are twins. Thou art all fair, my love. There is no spot in thee. IV. Although affliction cometh not forth of the dust, neither doth trouble spring out of the ground, yet man is born unto trouble, as the sparks fly upward. Job chapter 5, verse 6 and 7. I slowly became aware of myself, and wished I had not. A most terrible nightmare was chasing me. I jammed my eyes shut against the light and tried to go back to sleep. Native drums were beating in my head. I tried to shut them out by covering my ears. They got louder. I gave up, opened my eyes, and lifted my head. A mistake. My stomach flip-flopped and my ears shook. My eyes would not track, and those infernal drums were tearing my skull apart. I finally got my eyes to track, although the focus was fuzzy. I looked around, found that I was in a strange room, lying on top of a bed and only half-dressed. That began to bring it back to me. A party aboard ship. Spirits. Lots of spirits. Noise. Nakedness. The captain in a grass skirt, dancing heartily, and the orchestra keeping step with him. Some of the lady passengers wearing grass skirts, and some wearing even less. Rattle of bamboo, boom of drums. Drums? Those weren't drums in my head. That was the booming of the worst headache of my life. Why in Ned did I let them... Never mind them. You did it to yourself, chum. Yes, but, always yes, but. All your life it's been yes, but. When are you going to straighten up and take full responsibility for your life and all that happens to you? Yes, but this isn't my fault. I'm not A.L. Graham. That isn't my name. This isn't my ship. It isn't? You're not? Of course not. I sat up to shake off this bad dream. Sitting up was a mistake. My head did not fall off, but a stabbing pain at the base of my neck added itself to the throbbing inside my skull. I was wearing black dress trousers, and apparently nothing else, and I was in a strange room that was rolling slowly. Graham's trousers. Graham's room, and that long, slow roll was that of a ship with no stabilizers. Not a dream. Or if it is, I can't shake myself out of it. My teeth itched. My feet didn't fit. Dried sweat all over me except where I was clammy. My armpits, don't even think about armpits. My mouth needed to have lye dumped into it. I remembered everything now, or almost. The fire pit, villagers, chickens scurrying out of the way, the ship that wasn't my ship, but was. Margreta? Margreta! Thy two breasts are like two roes, thou art all fair, my love. Margreta among the dancers, her bosom as bare as her feet. Margreta dancing with that villainous Kanaka and shaking her. No wonder I got drunk. Stow it, chum. You were drunk before that. All you've got against that native lad is that it was he instead of you. You wanted to dance with her yourself, only you can't dance. Dancing is a snare of Satan, and don't you wish you knew how? Like 2 rows. Yes, I do. I heard a light tap at the door, then a rattle of keys. Margreta stuck her head in. Awake? Good. She came in, carrying a tray, closed the door, came to me. Drink this. What is it? Tomato juice, mostly. Don't argue, drink it. I don't think I can. Yes, you can. You must. Do it. I sniffed it, then I took a small sip. To my amazement, it did not nauseate me. So I drank some more. After one minor quiver, it went down smoothly and lay quietly inside me. Margreta produced 2 pills. Take these. Wash them down with the rest of the tomato juice. I never take medicine. She sighed and said something I did not understand. Not English. Not quite. What did you say? Just something my grandmother used to say when grandfather argued with her. Mr. Graham, take those pills. They are just aspirin and you need them. If you won't cooperate, I'll stop trying to help you. I'll swap you to Astrid. That's what I'll do. Don't do that. I will if you keep objecting. Astrid would swap. I know she would. She likes you. She told me you were watching her dance last night. I accepted the pills, washed them down with the rest of the tomato juice, ice cold and very comforting. I did until I spotted you. Then I watched you. She smiled for the first time. Yes? Did you like it? You were beautiful. And your dance was obscene, your immodest dress and your behavior shocked me out of a year's growth. I hated it, and I wish I could see it all over again this very instant. You are very graceful. The smile grew dimples. I had hoped that you would like it, sir. I did. Now stop threatening me with Astrid. All right, as long as you behave. Now get up and into the shower. First very hot, then very cold, like a sauna. She waited. Up, I said. I'm not leaving until that shower is running and steam is pouring out. I'll shower after you leave. And you'll run it lukewarm, I know. Get up, get those trousers off, get into that shower. While you're showering, I'll fetch your breakfast tray. There is just enough time before they shut down the galley to set up for lunch. So quit wasting time. Please. Oh, I can't eat breakfast. Not today, no. Food. What a disgusting thought. You must eat. You drank too much last night. You know you did. If you don't eat, you will feel bad all day. Mr. Graham, I finished making up for all my other guests, so I'm off watch now. I'm fetching your tray, then I'm going to stay and see that you eat it. She looked at me. I should have taken your trousers off when I put you to bed, but you were too heavy. You put me to bed? Ori helped me. The boy I danced with? My face must have given me away, for she added hastily, Oh, I didn't let him come into your room, sir. I undressed you myself, but I did have to have help to get you up the stairs. I wasn't criticizing. Did you go back to the party then? Was he there? Did you dance with him again? Jealousy is cruel as the grave. The coals thereof are coals of fire. I have no right. I thank you both. I must have been a beastly nuisance. Well, brave men often drink too much after danger is over. But it's not good for you. No, it's not. I got up off the bed, went into the bathroom, said, I'll turn it up hot. Promise. I closed the door and bolted it, finished undressing. So, I got so stinking, rubber-limp drunk that a native boy had to help get me to bed. Alex, you're a disgusting mess. And you haven't any right to be jealous over a nice girl. You don't own her. Her behavior is not wrong by the standards of this place, wherever this place is, and all she's done is mother you and take care of you. That does not give you a claim on her. I did turn it up hot, though it darn near killed poor old Alex. But I left it hot until the nerve ends seemed cauterized. Then suddenly switched it to cold and screamed. I let it stay cold until it no longer felt cold, then shut it off and dried down, having opened the door to let out the moisture-charged air. I stepped out into the room and suddenly realized that I felt wonderful. No headache, no feeling that the world is ending at noon, no stomach queasies, just hunger. Alex, you must never get drunk again. But if you do, you must do exactly what Margreta tells you to. You've got a smart head on her shoulders, boy. Appreciate it. I started to whistle and opened Graham's wardrobe. I heard a key in the door, hastily grabbed his bathrobe, managed to cover up before she got the door open. She was slow about it, being hampered by a heavy tray. When I realized this, I held the door for her. She put down the tray, then arranged dishes and food on my desk. You were right about the sauna-type shower, I told her. It was just what the doctor ordered. Or the nurse, I should say. I know. It's what my grandmother used to do for my grandfather. A smart woman. My, this smells good. Scrambled eggs, bacon, lavish amounts of Danish pastry, milk, coffee, a side dish of cheeses, fladbrod, and thin curls of ham, some tropic fruit I can't name. What was that your grandmother used to say when your grandfather argued? Oh, she was sometimes impatient. And you never are. Tell me. Well, she used to say that God created men to test the souls of women. She may have a point. Do you agree with her? Her smile produced dimples. I think they have other uses as well. Margreta tidied my room and cleaned my bath. Okay, Graham's room, Graham's bath. Satisfied? While I ate. She laid out a pair of slacks, a sports shirt in an island print, and sandals for me, then removed the tray and dishes while leaving coffee and the remaining fruit. I thanked her as she left. Wondered if I should offer payment, and wondered, too, if she performed such valet services for other passengers. It seemed unlikely. I found I could not ask. I bolted the door after her and proceeded to search Graham's room. I was wearing his clothes, sleeping in his bed, answering to his name, and now I must decide whether or not I would go whole hog and be A.L. Graham. Or should I go to some authority, American consul? If not, whom? Admit the impersonation and ask for help? Events were crowding me. Today's King's Scald showed that SS Congnute was scheduled to dock at Papeete at 3 p.m., and sail for Mazatlan, Mexico at 6 p.m. The purser notified all passengers wishing to change francs into dollars that a representative of the Bank of Papeete would be in the ship's square, facing the purser's office from docking until 15 minutes before sailing. The purser again wished to notify passengers that shipboard indebtedness, such as bar and shop bills, could be settled only in dollars, Danish crowns, or by means of validated letters of credit. All very reasonable and troubling. I had expected the ship to stop at Papeete for 24 hours at the very least. Docking for only 3 hours seemed preposterous. Why, they would hardly finish tying up before it would be time to start singling up for sailing. Didn't they have to pay rent for 24 hours if they docked at all? Then I reminded myself that managing the ship was not my business. Perhaps the captain was taking advantage of a few hours between departure of one ship and arrival of another. Or there might be 6 other reasons. The only thing I should worry about was what I could accomplish between 3 and 6, and what I must accomplish between now and 3. 40 minutes of intense searching turned up the following: clothes, all sorts, no problem other than about 5 pounds at my waistline. Money, the francs in his billfold, must change them, and the $85 there. $3,000 loose in the desk drawer that held the little case for Graham's watch, ring, shirt studs, etc. Since the watch and jewelry had been returned to this case, I assumed conclusively that Margaretta had conserved for me the proceeds of that bet that I, or Graham, had won from Forsyth and Jeeves and Henshaw. It is said that the Lord looks out for fools and drunkards. If so, in my case, he operated through Margaretta. Various impedimenta of no significance to my immediate problem: books, souvenirs, toothpaste, etc. No passport. When a first search failed to turn up Graham's passport, I went back and searched again, this time checking the pockets of all clothes hanging in his wardrobe, as well as rechecking with care all the usual places and some unusual places that might hide a booklet the size of a passport. No passport. Some tourists are meticulous about keeping their passports on their persons whenever leaving a ship. I prefer not to carry my passport when I can avoid it, because losing a passport is a sticky mess. I had not carried mine the day before. So now mine was gone where the woodbine twinneth, gone to Fiddler's Green, gone where motor vessel Congnute had gone. And where was that? I had not had time to think about that yet. I was too busy coping with a strange new world. If Graham had carried his passport yesterday, then it too was gone to Fiddler's Green through a crack in the 4th dimension. It was beginning to look that way. While I fumed, someone slipped an envelope under the stateroom door. I picked it up and opened it. Inside was the purser's billing for Graham's, bills aboard ship. Was Graham scheduled to leave the ship at Papeete? Oh no! If he was, I might be marooned in the islands indefinitely. No, maybe not. This appeared to be a routine end-of-a-month billing. The size of Graham's bar bill shocked me, until I noticed some individual items. Then I was still more shocked, but for another reason. When a Coca-Cola costs $2, it does not mean that a Coke is bigger. It means that the dollar is smaller. I now knew why a $300 bet on the other side turned out to be $3,000 on this side. If I was going to have to live in this world, I was going to have to readjust my thinking about all prices. Treat dollars as I would a foreign currency, and convert all prices in my head until I got used to them. For example, if these shipboard prices were representative, then a first-class dinner, steak or prime rib, in a first-class restaurant, let's say the main dining room of a hotel such as the Brown Palace or the Mark Hopkins, such a dinner could easily cost $10. Whew! With cocktails before dinner and wine with it, the tab might reach $15. A week's wages. Thank heaven I don't drink. You don't what? Look, last night was a very special occasion. So? So it was. Because you lose your virginity only once. Once gone, it's gone forever. What was that you were drinking just before the lights went out? A Danish zombie? Wouldn't you like one of those about now, just to readjust your stability? I'll never touch one again. See you later, chum. Just one more chance, but a good one, I hoped. The small case that Graham used for jewelry, and such had in it a key, plain save for the number 82 stamped on its side. If fate was smiling, that was a key to a lockbox in the purser's office. And if fate was sneering at me today, It was a key to a lockbox in a bank somewhere in the 46 states, a bank I would never see. But let's not borrow trouble. I have all I need. I went down one deck and aft. "Good morning, purser."
"Ah, Mr. Graham, a fine party, was it not?"
"It certainly was. One more like that, and I'm a corpse."
"Oh, come now, that from a man who walks through fire? You seemed to enjoy it, and I know I did. What can we do for you, sir?"
I brought out the key I had found. "Do I have the right key, or does this one belong to my bank? I can never remember." The purser took it. "That's one of ours. Paul, take this and get Mr. Graham's box. Mr. Graham, do you want to come around behind and sit at a table?" "Yes, thank you. Do you have a sack or something that would hold the contents of a box that size? I would take it back to my desk for paperwork."
"A sack? I could get one from the gift shop, but how long do you think this desk work will take you? Can you finish it by noon?"
"Oh, certainly." "Then take the box itself back to your stateroom. There is a rule against it, but I made the rule so we can risk breaking it. But try to be back by noon. We close from noon to 13, union rules, and if I have to sit here by myself with all my clerks gone to lunch, you'll have to buy me a drink." "I'll buy you one anyhow." "We'll roll for it. Here you are. Don't take it through any fires." Right on top was Graham's passport. A tight lump in my chest eased. I know of no more lost feeling than being outside the Union without a passport, even though it's not truly the Union. I opened it, looked at the picture embossed inside. Do I look like that? I went into the bathroom, compared the face in the mirror with the face in the passport. Near enough, I guess. No one expects much of a passport picture. I tried holding the photograph up to the mirror. Suddenly, it was a good resemblance. "Chum, your face is lopsided." "And so's yours, Mr. Graham." "Brother, if I'm going to have to assume your identity permanently, and it looks more and more as if I had no choice, it's a relief to know that we look so much alike." "Fingerprints." "We'll cope with that when we have to. Seems the U.S. of N.A. doesn't use fingerprints on passports. That's some help." "Occupation. Executive." "Executive of what? A funeral parlor? Or a worldwide chain of hotels? Maybe this is not going to be difficult, but merely impossible." "Address. Care of O'Hara, Rigsby, Crumpacker, and Rigsby, attorneys at law. Suite 7000, Smith Building, Dallas." "Oh, just dandy. Merely a mail drop. No business address, no home address, no business. Why, you phony, I'd love to poke you in the snoot." "He can't be too repulsive. Margaretta thinks well of him." "Well, yes, but he should keep his hands off Margaretta. He's taking advantage of her. Unfair." "Who is taking advantage of her? Watch it, boy, you'll get a split personality." An envelope under the passport contained the passenger's file copy of his ticket, and it was indeed round trip, Portland to Portland. "Twin, unless you show up before 6 p.m., I've got a trip home. Maybe you can use my ticket in the Admiral Moffat. I wish you luck." There were some minor items, but the bulk of the metal box was occupied by 10 sealed fat envelopes, business size. I opened one. It contained $1,000 bills, 100 of them. I made a fast check with the other 9, all alike. $1 million in cash.
"5. The wicked flee when no man pursueth, but the righteous are bold as a lion." Proverbs chapter 28, verse 1.
Barely breathing,
I used gum tape I found in Graham's desk to seal the envelopes.
I put everything back but the passport, placed it with that 3,000 that I thought of as mine in the little drawer of the desk.
Then took the box back to the purser's office, carrying it carefully. Someone else was at the front desk, but the purser was in sight in his inner office. I caught his eye. "Hi," he called out. "Back so soon?" He came out. "Yes," I agreed. For once, everything tallied. I passed the box to him. "I'd like to hire you for this office. Here, nothing ever tallies, at least not earlier than midnight. Let's go find that drink. I need one." "So do I. Let's." The purser led me aft to an outdoor bar I had not noticed on the ship's plan. The deck above us ended, and the deck we were on, D-deck, continued on out as a weather deck. Bright teak planks, pleasant to walk on. The break on C-deck formed an overhang. Under it was this outdoor spread canvas. At right angles to the bar were long tables offering a lavish buffet lunch. Passengers were queued up for it. Farther aft was the ship's swimming pool. I could hear splashing, squeals, and yells. He led me on aft to a small table occupied by 2 junior officers. We stopped there. "You two, jump overboard." "Right away, purser." They stood up, picked up their beer glasses, and moved farther aft. One of them grinned at me and nodded, as if we knew each other, so I nodded and said, "Hi." This table was partly shaded by awning. The purser said to me, "Do you want to sit in the sun and watch the girls, or sit in the shade and relax?" "Either way. Sit where you wish. I'll take the other chair." Let's move this table a little and both sit in the shade." "There. That does it." He sat down facing forward. Perforce I sat facing the swimming pool and confirmed something I thought I had seen at first glance. The swimming pool did not require anything as redundant as swimsuits. I should have inferred it by logic had I thought about it, but I had not. The last time I had seen it, swimming without suits, I had been about 12, and it had been strictly a male privilege for boys that age or younger. I said, "What will you drink, Mr. Graham?" "Oh, sorry, I wasn't listening." "I know. You were looking. What will it be?" A Danish zombie." He blinked at me. "You don't want that at this time of day. That's a skull splitter." He waggled his fingers at someone behind me. "Sweetheart, come here." I looked up as the summoned waitress approached. I looked and then looked twice. I had seen her last through an alcoholic haze the night before, one of 2 redheads in the hula chorus line. "Tell Hans I want 2 silver fizzes." "What's your name, dear?" "Mr. Henderson, you pretend just one more time that you don't know my name, and I'll pour your drink right on your bald spot." "Yes, dear, now hurry up. Get those fat legs moving." She snorted and glided away on limbs that were slender and graceful. The purser added, "A fine girl, that. Her parents live just across from me in Odense. I've known her since she was a baby. A smart girl, too. Bodell is studying to be a veterinary surgeon. 1 more year to go." "Really? How does she do this and go to school, too?" "Most of our girls are at university. Some take a summer off, some take a term off. Go to sea, have some fun, save up money for next term. In hiring, I give preference to girls who are working their way through university. They are more dependable, and they know more languages. Take your room stewardess. Astrid? No, Margreta. Oh, yes, you are in 109. Astrid has port side forward on your deck. Margreta is on your side. Margreta Sven's daughter, Gunderson. Schoolteacher, English language and history. But knows 4 more languages, not counting Scandinavian languages, and has certificates for 2 of them. On 1-year leave from H.C. Anderson Middle School. I'm betting she won't go back."
Eh? Why? She'll marry a rich American. Are you rich? Me? Do I look rich? Could he possibly know what is in that lockbox? Dear God, what does one do with $1 million that isn't yours? I can't just throw it overboard. Why would Graham be traveling with that much in cash? I could think of several reasons. All bad. Any one of them could get me in more trouble than I had ever seen. Rich Americans never look it. They practice not looking rich. North Americans, I mean. South Americans are another fish entirely. Gertrude, thank you. You are a good girl. You want this drink on your bald spot? You want me to throw you into the pool with your clothes on? Behave yourself, dear, or I'll tell your mother. Put them down and give me the chit. No chit. Hans wanted to buy a drink for Mr. Graham, so he decided to include you this once. You tell him that's the way the bar loses money. Tell him I take it out of his wages. That's how I happened to drink 2 silver fizzes instead of 1, and was well on my way toward a disaster such as the night before when Mr. Henderson decided that we must eat. I wanted a 3rd fizz. The first 2 had enabled me to quit worrying over that crazy box full of money while enhancing my appreciation of the poolside floor show. I was discovering that a lifetime of conditioning could wash away in only 24 hours. There was nothing sinful about looking at feminine loveliness unadorned. It was as sweetly innocent as looking at flowers or kittens, but far more fun. In the meantime, I wanted another drink. Mr. Henderson vetoed it, called Bodell over, spoke to her rapidly in Danish. She left, returned a few minutes later, carrying a loaded tray. Smorgasbord, hot meatballs, sweet pastry shells stuffed with ice cream, strong coffee, all in large quantities. 25 minutes later, I still appreciated the teenagers at the pool, but I was no longer on my way to another alcoholic catastrophe. I had sobered up so much that I now realized that I not only could not solve my problems through spirits, but must shun alcohol until I did solve them, as I did not know how to handle strong drink. Uncle Ed was right. Vice required training and long practice. Otherwise, for pragmatic reasons, virtue should rule even when moral instruction has ceased to bind. My morals certainly had ceased to bind, or I could not have sat there with a glass of devil's brew in my hand while I stared at naked female flesh. I found that I had not even a twinge of conscience over anything. My only regret involved the sad knowledge that I could not handle the amount of alcohol I would have enjoyed. Easy is the descent into hell. Mr. Henderson stood up. We tie up in less than 2 hours, and I have some figures to fudge before the agent comes aboard. Thanks for a nice time. Thank you, sir. Tusen tak? Is that how you say it? He smiled and left. I sat there for a bit and thought. 2 hours till we docked, 3 hours in port. What could I do with the opportunities? Go to the American consul? Tell him what? Dear Mr. Consul, I am not he whom I presume to be, and I just happened to find this $1 million. Ridiculous! Say nothing to anyone, grab that million, go ashore, and catch the next airship for Patagonia? Impossible. My morals had slipped. Apparently, they were never very strong. But I still had this prejudice against stealing. It's not only wrong, it's undignified. Bad enough that I'm wearing his clothes. Take the 3,000. That is rightfully yours. Go ashore, wait for the ship to sail, then get back to America as best you can? Stupid idea. You would wind up in a tropical jail, and your silly gesture would not do Graham any good. It's Hobson's choice again, you knothead. You must stay aboard and wait for Graham to show up. He won't, but there might be a wireless message or something. Bite your nails until the ship sails. When it does, thank God for a trip home to God's country, while Graham does the same for his ticket home in the Admiral Moffat. I wonder how he likes being named Hergensheimer. Better than I like Graham, I'll bet. A proud name, Hergensheimer. I got up, ducked around to the far side, and went up 2 decks to the library, found it unoccupied, save for a woman working on a crossword puzzle. Neither of us wanted to be disturbed, which made us good company. Most of the bookcases were locked, the librarian not being present, but there was a battered encyclopedia, just what I needed as a start. 2 hours later, I was startled by a blast indicating that we had a line to the dock. We had arrived. I was loaded with strange history and stranger ideas, and none of it digested. To start with, in this world, William Jennings Bryan was never president. In 1896, McKinley had been elected in his place, had served 2 terms, and had been followed by someone named Roosevelt. I recognized none of the 20th century presidents. Instead of more than a century of peace under our traditional neutrality, the United States had repeatedly been involved in foreign wars. 1899, 1912 to 17, 1932 with Japan, 1950 to 52, 1980 to 84, and so on right up to the current year, or current when this encyclopedia was published. King Skald did not report a war now going on. Behind the glass of one of the locked cases, I spotted several history books. If I was still in the ship 3 hours from now, I must plan on reading every history book in the ship's library during the long passage to America. But names of presidents and dates of wars were not my most urgent need. These are not daily concerns. What I urgently needed to know, lest ignorance cause me anything from needless embarrassment to catastrophe, was the differences between my world and this world in how people lived, talked, behaved, ate, drank, played, prayed, and loved. While I was learning, I must be careful to talk as little as possible and to listen as much as possible. I once had a neighbor whose knowledge of history seemed limited to 2 dates, 1492 and 1776, and even with those 2 he was mixed up as to what events each marked. His ignorance in other fields was just as profound. Nevertheless, he earned an excellent living as a paving contractor. It does not require a broad education to function as a social and economic animal, as long as you know when to rub blue mud into your belly button, but a mistake in local customs can get you lynched. I wondered how Graham was doing. It occurred to me that his situation was far more dangerous than mine. If I assumed, as apparently I must, that he and I had simply swapped places, it seemed that my background could make me appear eccentric here, but his background could get Graham into serious trouble in my world. A casual remark, an innocent act, could land him in the stocks, or worse. But he might find his worst trouble through attempting to fit himself fully into my role, if indeed he tried. Let me put it this way. On her birthday, after we had been married a year, I gave Abigail a fancy edition of The Taming of the Shrew. She never suspected that I had been making a statement. Her conviction of her own righteousness did not embrace the possibility that, in my heart, I equated her to Kate. If Graham assumed my role as her husband, the relationship was bound to be interesting for each of them. I would not knowingly wish Abigail on anyone. Since I had not been consulted, I did not cry crocodile tears. What would it be to bed with a woman who did not always refer to marital relations as family duties? Here I have in front of me a 20-volume encyclopedia, millions of words packed with all the major facts of this world. Facts I urgently need. What can I squeeze out of it quickly? Where to start? I don't want Greek art or Egyptian history or geology, but what do I want? Well, what did you first notice about this world, this ship itself? Its old-fashioned appearance compared with the sleek lines of the M.V. Kongnute. Then, once you were aboard, the lack of a telephone in your Graham's stateroom. The lack of passenger elevators. Little things that gave it an air of the luxury of grandfather's day. So let's see the article on ships, volume 18. Yes, sir! 3 pages of pictures. And they all have that mauve decade look. SS Britannia, biggest and fastest North Atlantic liner, 2,000 passengers, only 16 knots? And looks it. Let's try the general article on transportation. Well, well, we aren't too surprised, are we? No mention of airships. But let's check the index volume. Airship, nothing. Dirigible, 0. Aeronautics, sea balloon. Ah, yes, a good article on free ballooning, with Montgolfiers and the other daring pioneers. Even Solomon Andreas' brave and tragic attack on the North Pole. But either Count von Zeppelin never lived, or he never turned his attention to aeronautics. Possibly, after his service in the Civil War, he returned to Germany, and there never found the atmosphere receptive to the idea of air travel that he enjoyed in Ohio in my world. As may be, this world does not have air travel. Alex, if you have to live here, how would you like to invent the airship? Be a pioneer and tycoon and get rich and famous? What makes you think you could? Why, I made my first airship flight when I was only 12 years old. I know all about them. I could draw plans for one right now. You could? Draw me production drawings for a lightweight diesel. Not over 1 pound per horsepower. Specify the alloys used. Give the heat treatments. Show work diagrams for the actual operating cycles. Specify fuels. State procurement sources. Specify lubricants. All those things can be worked out. Yes, but can you do it? Even knowing that it can be done. Remember why you dropped out of engineering school and decided you had a call for the ministry? Comparative religion, homiletics, higher criticism, apologetics, Hebrew, Latin, Greek, all require scholarship. But the slipstick subjects require brains. So I'm stupid, am I? Would you have walked through that fire pit if you had brains enough to come in out of the rain? Why didn't you stop me? Stop you? When did you ever listen to me? Quit evading. What was your final mark in thermodynamics? All right. Assume that I can't do it myself. Big of you. Lay off, will you? Knowing that something can be done is 2/3 of the battle. I could be director of research and guide the efforts of some really sharp young engineers. They supply the brains. I supply the unique memory of what a dirigible balloon looks like and how it works. Okay? That's the proper division of labor. You supply memory, they supply brains. Yes, that could work, but not quickly, not cheaply. How are you going to finance it? Sell shares? Remember the summer you sold vacuum cleaners? Well, there's that $1 million. Naughty, naughty. Mr. Graham? I looked up from my great plans to find a yeoman from the purser's office looking at me. Yes? She handed me an envelope. From Mr. Henderson, sir. He said you would probably have an answer. Thank you. The note read, Dear Mr. Graham, there are 3 men down here in the square who claim to have an appointment with you. I don't like their looks or the way they talk. And this port has some very strange customers. If you are not expecting them or don't wish to see them, tell my messenger that she could not find you. Then I'll tell them that you've gone ashore. A.P.H. I remained balanced between curiosity and caution for some long, uncomfortable moments. They did not want to see me. They wanted to see Graham. And whatever it was they wanted of Graham, I could not satisfy their want. You know what they want. So I suspect. But even if they have a chit signed by St. Peter, I can't turn over to them or to anyone that silly $1,000,000. You know that.
Certainly I know that.
I wanted to be sure that you knew it. All right. Since there are no circumstances under which you will turn over to a trio of strangers the contents of Graham's lockbox, then why see them? Because I've got to know. Now shut up. I said to the yeoman, "Please tell Mr. Henderson that I will be right down, and thank you for your trouble." "My pleasure, sir. Mr. Graham? I saw you walk the fire. You were wonderful." I was out of my silly mind. Thanks anyhow. I stopped at the top of the companionway and sized up the 3 men waiting for me. They looked as if they had been typecast for menace. One oversized job about 6'8", with the hands, feet, jaw, and ears of glandular giantism. One sissy type, about 1/4 the size of the big man. One nothing type with dead eyes. Muscles, brain, and gun. Or was it my jumpy imagination? A smart person would go quietly back up and hide. I'm not smart. Six. Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we shall die. Isaiah chapter 22, verse 13. I walked down the stairs, not looking at the 3, and went directly to the desk of the purser's office. Mr. Henderson was there, spoke quietly as I reached the counter. "Those 3 over there, do you know them?" "No, I don't know them. I'll see what they want, but keep an eye on us, will you please?" "Right." I turned and started to walk past that lovable trio. The smart boy said sharply, "Graham, stop there. Where are you going?" I kept moving and snapped, "Shut up, you idiot. Are you trying to blow it?" Muscles stepped into my path and hung over me like a tall building. The gun stepped in behind me. In a fake prison yard style, from the side of my mouth, I said, "Quit making a scene and get these apes off the ship. You and I must talk." "Certainly we talk. Ici? Now? Here?" "You utter fool," I answered softly, and glanced nervously up, to left and right. "Not here. Cows, bugs. Come with me. But have Mutt and Jeff wait on the dog." "No." "God save us, listen carefully," I whispered. "You are going to tell these animals to leave the ship and wait at the foot of the gangway. Then you and I are going to walk out on the weather deck, where we can talk without being overheard. Otherwise we do nothing. And I report to number 1 that you blew the deal, understand? Right now. Or go back and tell them the deal is off." He hesitated, then spoke rapidly in French that I could not follow, my French being mostly of the la plume de ma tante sort. The gorilla seemed to hesitate, but the gun type shrugged and started toward the gangway door. I said to the little wart, "Come on, don't waste time, the ship is about to sail." I headed aft without looking to see whether or not he was following. I set a brisk pace that forced him to follow or lose me. I was as much taller than he as that ape was taller than I. He had to trot to stay at my heels. I kept right on going aft and outside, onto the weather deck, past the open bar and the tables, clear to the swimming pool. It was, as I expected, unoccupied, the ship being in port. There was the usual sign-up, "Closed while ship is in port," and a nominal barrier around it of a single strand of rope. But the pool was still filled. I stepped over the rope and stood with my back to the pool. He followed me. I held up a hand. "Stop right there." He stopped. "Now we can talk," I said. "Explain yourself, and you'd better make it good. What do you mean, calling attention to yourself by bringing that muscle aboard, and a Danish ship at that? Mr. B is going to be very, very angry with you." What's your name?
Never mind my name. Where's the package?
What package? He started to sputter. I interrupted. Cut the nonsense. I'm not impressed. This ship is getting ready to sail. You have only minutes to tell me exactly what you want and to convince me that you should get it. Keep throwing your weight around and you'll find yourself going back to your boss and telling him you failed. So speak up. What do you want?
The package?
I sighed. My, old and stupid, you are stuck in a rut. We've been over that. What sort of package? What's in it? He hesitated.
Money.
Interesting. How much money? This time he hesitated twice as long, so again I interrupted. If you don't know how much money, I'll give you a couple of francs for beer and send you on your way. Is that what you want? 2 francs? A man that skinny shouldn't have such high blood pressure. He managed to say,
American dollars. 1 million.
I laughed in his face. What makes you think I've got that much? And if I had, why should I give it to you? How do I know you are supposed to get it?
You crazy man? You know who am I?
Prove it. Your eyes are funny and your voice sounds different. I think you're a ringer.
Ringer? A fake, a phony, an imposter.
He answered angrily. French, I suppose. I am sure it was not complimentary. I dug into my memory, repeated carefully and with feeling the remark that a lady had made last night, which had caused her husband to say that she worried too much. It was not appropriate, but I intended simply to anger him. Apparently I succeeded. He raised a hand. I grabbed his wrist, tripped myself, fell backward into the pool, pulling him with me. As we fell, I shouted, "Help!" We splashed. I got a firm grip on him, pulled myself up as I shoved him under again. "Help! He's drowning me!" Down we went again, struggling with each other. I yelled for help each time my head was above water. Just as help came, I went limp and let go. I stayed limp until they started to give me mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. At that point, I snorted and opened my eyes. Where am I? Someone said, "He's coming around, he's okay." I looked around. I was flat on my back alongside the pool. Someone had done a professional job of pulling me out with a dip and jerk. My left arm felt almost dislocated. Aside from that, I was okay. Where is he? The man who pushed me in. He got away. I recognized the voice, turned my head. My friend, Mr. Henderson, the purser. He did? That ended it. My rat-faced caller had scrambled out as I was being fished out and had streaked off the ship. By the time they had finished reviving me, Nasty and his bodyguards were long gone. Mr. Henderson had me lie still until the ship's doctor arrived. He put a stethoscope on me and announced that I was okay. I told a couple of small fibs, some near truths, and an evasion. By then the gangway had been removed, and shortly a loud blast announced that we had left the dock. I did not find it necessary to tell anyone that I had played water polo in school. The next many days were very sweet, in the fashion that grapes grow sweetest on the slopes of a live volcano. I managed to get reacquainted, with my table mates without apparently anyone noticing that I was a stranger. I picked up names just by waiting until someone else spoke to someone by name, remembered the name, and used it later. Everyone was pleasant to me. I not only was not below the salt, since the records showed that I had been aboard the full trip, but also I was at least a celebrity, if not a hero, for having walked through the fire. I did not use the swimming pool. I was not sure what swimming Graham had done, if any, and having been rescued, I did not want to exhibit a degree of skill inconsistent with that rescue. Besides, while I grew accustomed to, and even appreciative of, a degree of nudity shocking in my former life, I did not feel that I could manage with aplomb being naked in company. since there was nothing I could do about it, I put the mystery of Nasty Face and his bodyguard out of my mind. The same was true of the all-embracing mystery of who I am and how I got here. Nothing I could do about it, so don't worry about it. On reflection, I realized that I was in exactly the same predicament as every other human being alive. We don't know who we are, or where we came from, or why we are here. My dilemma was merely fresher, not different. One thing, possibly the only thing, I learned in seminary was to face calmly the ancient mystery of life, untroubled by my inability to solve it. Honest priests and preachers are denied the comforts of religion. Instead, they must live with the austere rewards of philosophy. I never became much of a metaphysician, but I did learn not to worry about that which I could not solve. I spent much time in the library or reading in deck chairs, and each day I learned more about and felt more at home in this world. Happy golden days slipped past like a dream of childhood, and every day there was Margreta. I felt like a boy undergoing his first attack of puppy love. It was a strange romance. We could not speak of love, or I could not, and she did not. Every day she was my servant, shared with her other passenger guests. And my mother. Shared with others? I did not think so, but I did not know. The relationship was close, but not intimate. Then each day, for a few moments while I paid her for tying my bow tie, she was my wonderfully sweet and utterly passionate darling. But only then. At other times I was Mr. Graham to her, and she called me Sir, warmly, friendly, but not intimate. She was willing to chat, standing up and with the door open. She often had ship's gossip to share with me, but her manner was always that of the perfect servant. Correction, the perfect crew member assigned to personal service. Each day I learned a little more about her. I found no fault in her. For me, the day started with my first sight of her, usually on my way to breakfast when I would meet her in the passageway or spot her through an open door of a room she was making up. Just, "Good morning, Margreta," and "Good morning, Mr. Graham." But the sun did not rise until that moment. I would see her from time to time during the day, peeking each day with that golden ritual after she tied my tie. Then I would see her briefly after dinner. Immediately after dinner each evening I would return to my room for a few minutes to refresh myself before the evening's activities, lounge show, concert, games, or perhaps just a return to the library. At that hour Margreta would be somewhere in the starboard forward passageway of C deck, opening beds, tidying baths, and so forth, making her guests' staterooms inviting for the night. Again I would say hello, then wait in my room, whether she had yet reached it or not, because she would come in shortly, either to open my bed or simply to inquire, "Will you need anything more this evening, sir?" And I would always smile and answer, "I don't need a thing, Margreta. Thank you." Whereupon she would bid me good night and wish me sound sleep. That ended my day no matter what else I did before retiring. Of course I was tempted daily to answer, "You know what I need." I could not. Imprimus, I was a married man. True, my wife was lost somewhere in another world, or I was, but from holy matrimony there is no release this side of the grave. Item. Her love affair, if such it was with Graham, whom I was impersonating. I could not refuse that evening kiss. I'm not that angelically perfect, but in fairness to my beloved I could not go beyond it. Item. An honorable man must not offer less than matrimony to the object of his love. And that
I was both legally and morally unable to offer. So those golden days were bittersweet. Each day brought one day nearer the inescapable time when I must leave Margareta, almost certainly never to see her again. I was not free even to tell her what that loss would mean to me. Nor was my love for her so selfless that I hoped the separation would not grieve her. Meanly, self-centered as an adolescent, I hoped that she would miss me as dreadfully as I was going to miss her. Childish puppy love? Certainly. I offer in extenuation the fact that I had known only the love of a woman who loved Jesus so much that she had no real affection for any flesh-and-blood creature. Never marry a woman who prays too much. We were 10 days out from Papeete, with Mexico almost over the skyline, when this precarious idyll ended. For several days Margareta had seemed more withdrawn each day. I could not tax her with it, as there was nothing I could put my finger on, and certainly nothing of which I could complain. But it reached crisis that evening when she tied my tie. As usual, I smiled and thanked her and kissed her. Then I stopped with her still in my arms and said, "What's wrong? I know you can kiss better than that. Is my breath bad?" She answered levelly, "Mr. Graham, I think we had better stop this." "So it's Mr. Graham, is it? Margareta, what have I done?" "You've done nothing." "Then, my dear, you're crying." "I'm sorry. I didn't intend to." I took my handkerchief, blotted her tears, and said gently, "I have never intended to hurt you. You must tell me what's wrong so that I can change it." "If you don't know, sir, I don't see how I can explain it." "Won't you try? Please?" Could it be one of those cyclic emotional disturbances women are heir to? Mr. Graham, I knew it could not last beyond the end of the voyage, and believe me, I did not count on any more. I suppose it means more to me than it did to you, but I never thought that you would simply end it with no explanation sooner than we must." "Margareta, I do not understand." "But you do know." "But I don't know." "You must know. It's been 11 days. Each night I've asked you, and each night you've turned me down. Mr. Graham, aren't you ever again going to ask me to come back later?" "Oh, so that's what you meant." "Margareta." "Yes, sir?" "I'm not Mr. Graham." "Sir?" "My name is Hergensheimer. It has been exactly 11 days since I saw you for the first time in my life. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. But that is the truth." 7. Now therefore be content, look upon me, for it is evident unto you if I lie. Job, chapter 6, verse 28. Margareta is both a warm comfort and a civilized adult. Never once did she gasp, or expostulate, or say, "Oh no," or "I can't believe it." At my first statement she held very still, waited, then said quietly, "I do not understand." "I don't understand it either," I told her. "Something happened when I walked through that fire pit. The world changed. This ship," I pounded the bulkhead beside us, "is not the ship I was in before. And people call me Graham, when I know that my name is Alexander Hergensheimer. But it's not just me and this ship. It's the whole world. Different history, different countries, No airships here. Alec, what is an airship? Up in the air, like a balloon. It is a balloon, in a way, but it goes very fast, over 100 knots. She considered it soberly. I think that I would find that frightening. Not at all. It's the best way to travel. I flew down here in one, the Count von Zeppelin of North American Airlines. But this world doesn't have airships. That was the point that finally convinced me that this really is a different world, and not just some complicated hoax that someone had played on me. Air travel is so major a part of the economy of the world I knew that it changes everything else not to have it. Look, do you believe me? She answered slowly and carefully. I believe that you are telling the truth as you see it. But the truth I see is very different. I know, and that's what makes it so hard. See here, if you don't hurry, you're going to miss dinner, right? It does not matter. Yes, it does. You must not miss meals just because I made a stupid mistake and hurt your feelings. And if I don't show up, Inga will send somebody up to find out whether I'm ill or asleep or whatever. I've seen her do it with others at my table. Margreta, my very dear, I've wanted to tell you. I've waited to tell you. I've needed to tell you. And now I can and I must, but I can't do it in 5 minutes standing up. After you turn down beds tonight, can you take time to listen to me? Alec, I will always take all the time for you that you need. All right. You go down and eat, and I'll go down and touch base at least. Get Inga off my neck, and I'll meet you here after you turn down beds. All right? She looked thoughtful. All right. Alec, will you kiss me again? That's how I knew she believed me, or wanted to believe me. I quit worrying. I even ate a good dinner, although I hurried. She was waiting for me when I returned, and stood up as I came in. I took her in my arms, pecked her on the nose, picked her up by her elbows, and sat her on my bunk. Then I sat down in the only chair. Dear one, do you think I'm crazy? Alec, I don't know what to think. Yes, she said tink. Once in a long while, under stress of emotion, Margreta would lose the use of the theta sound. Otherwise her English accent was far better than my tall corn accent, harsh as a rusty saw. I know, I agreed. I had the same problem. Only 2 ways to look at it. Either something incredible did happen when I walked through the fire, something that changed my whole world, or I'm as crazy as a pet coon. I've spent days checking the facts. And the world has changed. Not just airships. Kaiser Wilhelm IV is missing, and some silly president named Schmidt is in his place. Things like that. I would not call Herr Schmidt silly. He is quite a good president as German presidents go. That's my point, dear. To me, any German president looks silly, as Germany is, in my world, one of the last Western monarchies effectively unlimited. Even the Tsar is not as powerful. And that has to be my point too, Alec. There is no Kaiser and there is no Tsar. The Grand Duke of Muscovy is a constitutional monarch and no longer claims to be suzerain over other Slavic states. Margreta, we're both saying the same thing. The world I grew up in is gone. I'm having to learn about a different world, not a totally different world. Geography does not seem to have changed, and not all of history. The two worlds seem to be the same almost up to the beginning of the 20th century. Call it 1890. About 100 years back, something strange happened, and the two worlds split apart. And about 12 days ago, something equally strange happened to me, and I got bounced into this world. I smiled at her. But I'm not sorry. Do you know why? Because you are in this world. Thank you. It is important to me that you are in it, too. Then you do believe me, just as I have been forced to believe it. So much so that I've quit worrying about it. Just one thing really bothers me. What became of Alec Graham? Is he filling my place in my world, or what? She did not answer at once, and when she did, her answer did not seem responsive. Alec, will you please take down your trousers? What did you say, Margareta? Please. I am not making a joke, and I am not trying to entice you. I must see something. Please, lower your trousers. I don't see. All right. I shut up and did as she asked. Not easy in evening dress. I had to take off my mess jacket, then my cummerbund, before I was peeled enough to let me slide the braces off my shoulders. Then, reluctantly, I started unbuttoning my fly. Another shortcoming of this retarded world, no zippers. I did not appreciate zippers until I no longer had them. I took a deep breath, then I lowered my trousers a few inches. Is that enough? A little more, please. And will you please turn your back to me? I did as she asked. Then I felt her hands, gentle and not invasive, at my right rear. She lifted a shirt tail and pulled down the top of my underwear pants on the right. A moment later, she restored both garments. That's enough. Thank you. I tucked in my shirt tails and buttoned up my fly, re-shouldered the braces, and reached for the cummerbund. She said, Just a moment, Alec. Eh? I thought you were through. I am, but there is no need to get back into those formal clothes. Let me get out casual trousers for you, and shirt, unless you are going back to the lounge? No. Not if you will stay. I will stay. We must talk. Quickly, she took out casual trousers and a sports shirt for me, laid them on the bed. Excuse me, please. She went into the bath. I don't know whether she needed to use it or not, but she knew that I could change more comfortably in the stateroom than in that cramped shipboard bathroom. I changed and felt better. A cummerbund and a boiled shirt are better than a straitjacket, but not much. She came out, at once hung up the clothes I had taken off, all but the shirt and collar. She removed studs and collar buttons from these, put them away, and put shirt and collar into my laundry bag. I wondered what Abigail would think if she could see these wifely attentions. Abigail did not believe in spoiling me, and did not. What was that all about, Margareta? I had to see something. Alec, you were wondering what had become of Alec Graham? I now know the answer. Yes? He's right here. You are he. At last I said, That? Just from looking at a few square inches on my behind? What did you find, Margareta? The strawberry mark that identifies the missing heir? No, Alec. Your Southern Cross. My what? Please, Alec. I had hoped that it would restore your memory. I saw it the first night we—" She hesitated, then looked me square in the eye. "Made love. You turned on the light, then turned over on your belly to see what time it was. That was when I noticed the moles on your right buttock cheek. I commented on the pattern they made, and we joked about it. You said that it was your Southern Cross, and it let you know which end was up." Margreta turned slightly pink, but continued to look me firmly in the eye. "And I showed you some moles on my body. Alec, I am sorry that you do not remember it, but please believe me. By then we were well enough acquainted that we could be playful about such things without my being forward or rude." "Margreta, I don't think you could ever be forward or rude. But you're putting too much importance on a chance arrangement of moles. I've got moles all over me. It doesn't surprise me that some of them, back where I can't see easily, are arranged in a cross shape. Or that Graham had some that were somewhat similar. Not similar. Exactly the same. Well, there is a much better way to check. In the desk, there in my wallet. Graham's wallet, actually. Driver's license. His thumbprint on it. I haven't checked it because I have never had the slightest doubt that he was Graham and that I am Hergensheimer and that we are not the same man. But we can check. Get it out, dear. Check it yourself. I'll put a thumbprint on the mirror in the bath. Compare them. Then you will know. Alec, I do know. You are the one who doesn't believe it. You check it." Well, Margreta's counter-proposal was reasonable. I agreed to it. I got out Graham's driver's license, then placed a print on the bath mirror by first rubbing my thumb over my nose for the nose's natural oil, so much greater than that of the pad of the thumb. I found that I could not see the pattern on the glass too well, so I shook a little talcum onto my palm, blew it toward the mirror. Worse. The powder that detectives use must be much finer than shaving talcum, or perhaps I don't know how to use it. I placed another print without powder, looked at both prints, at my right thumb, at the print on the driver's license, then checked to see that the license did indeed designate print of right thumb. It did. "Margreta, will you come look, please?" She joined me in the bath. "Look at this," I said. "Look at all four, my thumb and 3 prints. The pattern in all 4 is basically an arch, but that simply trims it down to half the thumbprints in the world. I'll bet you even money that your own thumbprints have an arch pattern. Honest, can you tell whether or not the thumbprint on that card was made by this thumb, or by my left thumb? They might have made a mistake." "I cannot tell, Alec. I have no skill in this." "Well, I don't think even an expert could tell in this light. We'll have to put it off till morning. We need bright sunlight out on deck. We also need glossy white paper, stamp pad ink, and a magnifying glass. And I'll bet Mr. Henderson will have all 3. Will tomorrow do?" "Certainly. This test is not for me, Alec. I already know in my heart, and by seeing your Southern Cross, something has happened to your memory, but you are still you. And someday we will find your memory again. It's not that easy, dear. I know that I am not Graham." "Margreta, do you have any idea what business he was in, or why he was on this trip?" "Must I say him? I did not ask your business, Alec, and you never offered to tell me." "Yes, I think you must say him, at least until we check that thumbprint." "Was he married?" Again he did not say, and I did not ask. But you implied— No, you flatly stated that you had made love with this man whom you believed to be me, and that you have been in bed with him. Alec, are you reproaching me? Oh, no, no, no! But I was, and she knew it. Whom you go to bed with is your business, but I must tell you that I am married. She shut her face against me. Alec, I did not try to seduce you into marriage. Graham, you mean. I was not there. Very well. Graham. I did not entrap Alec Graham. For our mutual happiness we made love. Matrimony was not mentioned by either of us. Look, I'm sorry I mentioned the matter. It seemed to have some bearing on the mystery. That's all. Margreta, will you believe that I would rather strike off my arm or pluck out my eye and cast it from me than hurt you ever in any way? Thank you, Alec. I believe you. All that Jesus ever said was, "Go and sin no more." Surely you do not think I would ever set myself up as more severely judgmental than was Jesus? But I was not judging you. I was seeking information about Graham, his business in particular. Did you ever suspect that he might be engaged in something illegal? She gave a ghost of a smile. Had I ever suspected anything of the sort, my loyalty to him is such that I would never express such suspicion. Since you insist that you are not he, then there it must stand. Touché! I grinned sheepishly. Could I tell her about the lockbox? Yes, I must. I had to be frank with her, and had to persuade her that she was not being disloyal to Graham, me, were she to be equally frank. Margreta, I was not asking idly, and I was not prying where I had no business to pry. I have still more trouble, and I need your advice. Her turn to be startled. Alec, I do not often give advice. I do not like to. May I tell you my trouble? You need not advise me, but perhaps you may be able to analyze it for me. I told her quickly about that truly damning $1 million. Margreta, can you think of any legitimate reason why an honest man would be carrying $1 million in cash? Traveler's checks, letters of credit, drafts for transferring monies, even bearer bonds. But cash? In that amount? I say that it is psychologically as unbelievable as what happened to me in the fire pit is physically unbelievable. Can you see any other way to look at it? For what honest reason would a man carry that much cash on a trip like this? I will not pass judgment. I do not ask you to judge. I ask you to stretch your imagination and tell me why a man would carry with him $1 million in cash. Can you think of a reason? One as far-fetched as you like. But a reason? There could be many reasons. Can you think of one? I waited. She remained silent. I sighed and said, I can't think of one either. Plenty of criminal reasons, of course, as so-called hot money almost always moves as cash. This is so common that most governments, all governments I believe, assume that any large amount of cash being moved other than by a bank or by a government is indeed crime money until proved otherwise. Or counterfeit money, a still more depressing idea. The advice I need is this. Margreta, what should I do with it? It's not mine. I can't take it off the ship. For the same reason, I can't abandon it. I can't even throw it overboard. What can I do with it? My question was not rhetorical. I had to find an answer that would not cause me to wind up in jail for something Graham had done. So far, the only answer I could think of was to go to the only authority in the ship, the captain, tell him all my troubles, and ask him to take custody of that awkward $1 million. Ridiculous. That would just give me a fresh set of bad answers, depending on whether or not the captain believed me and on whether or not the captain himself was honest, and possibly on other variables. But I could not see any outcome from telling the captain that would not end in my being locked up, either in jail or in a mental hospital. The simplest way to resolve the situation would be to throw the pesky stuff overboard. I had moral objections to that. I've broken some of the commandments and bent some others, but being financially honest has never been a problem to me. Granted, lately my moral fiber did not seem to be as strong as I had thought, but nevertheless I was not tempted to steal that $1 million, even to jettison it. But there was a stronger objection. Do you know anyone who, having $1 million in his hands, could bring himself to destroy it? Maybe you do. I don't. In a pinch, I might turn it over to the captain, but I would not destroy it. Smuggle it ashore? Alex, if you ever take it out of that lockbox, you have stolen it. Will you destroy your self-respect for $1 million? For $10 million? For $5? Well, Margreta? Alec, it seems to me that the solution is evident. Eh? But you have been trying to solve your problems in the wrong order. First, you must regain your memory. Then you will know why you are carrying that money. It will turn out to be for some innocent and logical purpose. She smiled. I know you better than you know yourself. You are a good man, Alec. You are not a criminal. I felt a mixture of exasperation at her and of pride in what she thought of me, but more exasperation than pride. Confound it, dear, I have not lost my memory. I am not Alec Graham. I am Alexander Hergensheimer, and that's been my name all my life, and my memory is sharp. You want to know the name of my second-grade teacher? Miss Andrews. Or how I happened to have my first airship ride when I was 12? For I do indeed come from a world in which airships ply every ocean, and even over the North Pole. And Germany is a monarchy, and the North American Union has enjoyed a century of peace and prosperity, and this ship we are in tonight would be considered so out of date, and so miserably equipped, and slow that no one would sail in it. I asked for help. I did not ask for a psychiatric opinion. If you think I'm crazy, say so, and we'll drop the subject. I did not mean to anger you. My dear, you did not anger me. I simply unloaded on you some of my worry and frustration, and I should not have done so. I'm sorry. But I do have real problems, and they are not solved by telling me that my memory is at fault. If it were my memory, saying so would solve nothing. My problems would still be there. But I should not have snapped at you. Margreta, you are all I have. In a strange and sometimes frightening world. I'm sorry. She slid down off my bunk. Nothing to be sorry about, dear Alec. But there is no point in further discussion tonight. Tomorrow we will test that thumbprint carefully, in bright sunlight. Then you will see, and it could have an immediate effect on your memory. Or it could have an immediate effect on your stubbornness. Best of girls. She smiled. We will see. Tomorrow. Now I think I must go to bed. We have reached the point where we are each repeating the same arguments and upsetting each other. I don't want that, Alec. That is not good. She turned and headed for the door, not even offering herself for a good-night kiss. Margreta. Yes, Alec? Come back and kiss me. Should I, Alec? You, a married man. Well, for heaven's sake, a kiss isn't the same as adultery. She shook her head sadly. There are kisses and kisses, Alec. I would not kiss the way we have kissed unless I was happily willing to go on from there and make love. To me, that would be a happy and innocent thing. But to you, it would be adultery. You pointed out what the Christ said to the woman taken in adultery. I have not sinned, and I will not cause you to sin. Again she turned to leave. Margreta. Yes, Alec. You asked me if I intended ever again to ask you to come back later. I ask you now. Tonight. Will you come back later? Sin, Alec. For you it would be sin. And that would make it sin for me, knowing how you feel about it. Sin? I'm not sure what sin is. I do know I need you. And I think you need me. Good night, Alec. She left quickly. After a long while I brushed my teeth and washed my face, then decided that another shower might help. I took it lukewarm, and it seemed to calm me a little. But when I went to bed, I lay awake, doing something I call thinking, but probably is not. I reviewed in my mind all the many major mistakes I have made in my life, one after another, dusting them off and bringing them up sharp in my head, right to the silly, awkward, inept, self-righteous, asinine fool I had made of myself tonight, and, in so doing, how I had wounded and humiliated the best and sweetest woman I had ever known. I can keep myself uselessly occupied with self-flagellation for an entire night when my latest attack of foot-and-mouth disease is severe. This current one bid fair to keep me staring at the ceiling for days. Some long time later, after midnight and more, I was awakened by the sound of a key in the door. I fumbled for the bunk light switch, found it just as she dropped her robe, and got into bed with me. I switched off the light. She was warm and smooth and trembling and crying. I held her gently and tried to soothe her. She did not speak, and neither did I. There had been too many words earlier, and most of them had been mine. Now was a time simply to cuddle and hold and speak without words. At last her trembling slowed and stopped. Her breathing became even. Then she sighed and said very softly, I could not stay away. Margreta, I love you. Oh, I love you so much it hurts in my heart. I think we were both asleep when the collision happened. I had not intended to sleep, but for the first time since the firewalk I was relaxed and untroubled. I dropped off. First came this incredible jar that almost knocked us out of my bunk, then a grinding, crunching noise at ear-splitting level. I got the bunk light on, and the skin of the ship at the foot of the bunk was bending inward. The general alarm sounded, adding to the already deafening noise. The steel side of the ship buckled, then ruptured as something dirty, white, and cold pushed into the hole as the light went out. I got out of that bunk any which way, dragging Margreta with me. The ship rolled heavily to port, causing us to slide down into the angle of the deck and the inboard bulkhead. I slammed against the door handle, grabbed at it, and hung on with my right hand while I held Margreta to me with my left arm. The ship rolled back to starboard, and wind and water poured in through the hole. We heard it and felt it, could not see it. The ship recovered, then rolled again to starboard, and I lost my grip on the door handle. I have to reconstruct what happened next. Pitch dark, mind you, and a bedlam of sound. We were falling. I never let go of her. And then we were in water. Apparently, when the ship rolled back to starboard, we were tossed out through the hole. But that is just reconstruction. All I actually know is that we fell, together, into water, went down rather deep. We came up and I had Margreta under my left arm, almost in a proper lifesaver carry. I grabbed a look as I gulped air, then we went under again. The ship was right alongside us and moving. There was cold wind and rumbling noise. Something high and dark was on the side, away from the ship. But it was the ship that scared me. Or rather, its propeller, its screw. Stateroom C-109 was far forward, but if I didn't get us well away from the ship almost at once, Margreta and I were going to be chewed into hamburger by the screw. I hung on to her and stroked hard away from the ship, kicking strongly, and exulted as I felt us getting away from the hazard of the ship, and banged my head, something brutal, against blackness. Eight. So they took up Jonah, and cast him forth into the sea, and the sea ceased from her raging. Jonah, chapter 1, verse 15. I was comfortable and did not want to wake up, but a slight throb in my head was annoying me, and willy-nilly I did wake. I shook my head to get rid of that throb and got a snootful of water. I snorted it out. "Alec?" Her voice was nearby. I was on my back in blood-warm water, salt water by the taste, with blackness all around me, about as near to a return to the womb as can be accomplished this side of death. Or was this death? Margreta? Oh, Alec, I am so relieved. You have been asleep a long time. How do you feel?" I checked around, counted this and that, twitched that and this, found that I was floating on my back between Margreta's limbs, she being also on her back with my head in her hands, in one of the standard Red Cross life-saving positions. She was using slow frog kicks, not so much moving as keeping us afloat. "I'm all right, I think. How about you?" "I'm just fine, dearest, now that you're awake." "What happened?" "You bumped your head against the berg." "Berg?" "The ice mountain. Iceberg." "Iceberg?" I tried to remember what had happened. "What iceberg?" "The one that wrecked the ship." Some of it came tumbling back, but it still did not make an understandable picture. A giant crash, as if the ship had hit a reef, then we were dumped into water. A struggle to get clear. I did bump my head. "Margreta, we're in the tropics, as far south as Hawaii. How can there be icebergs?" "I don't know, Alec." "But—" I started to say impossible, then decided that, from me, that word was silly. "This water is too warm for icebergs. Look, you can quit working so hard. In salt water I float as easily as ivory soap." "All right, but do let me hold you. I almost lost you once in this darkness. I'm frightened that it might happen again."
When we fell in, the water was cold. Now it's warm, so we must not be near the berg. Hang on to me, sure. I don't want to lose you either.
Yes, the water had been cold when we fell into it. I remembered. A cold compared with a nice warm cuddle in bed, and a cold wind. What happened to the iceberg?
Alec, I don't know. We fell into the water together. You grabbed me and got us away from the ship. I'm sure that saved us, but it was dark as December night and blowing hard, and in the blackness you ran your head into the ice. That is when I almost lost you. It knocked you out, dear, and you let go of me. I went under and gulped water and came up and spat it out and couldn't find you. Alec, I have never been so frightened in all my life. You weren't anywhere. I couldn't see you. I reached out all sides and could not touch you. I called out, you did not answer.
I'm sorry.
I should not have panicked, but I thought you had drowned, or were drowning and I was not stopping it. But in paddling around, my hand struck you, and then I grabbed you, and everything was all right, until you didn't answer. But I checked and found that your heart was steady and strong, so everything was all right after all, and I took you in the back carry so that I could hold your face out of water. After a long time, you woke up, and now everything is truly all right.
You didn't panic. I'd be dead if you had. Not many people could do what you did.
Oh, it's not so uncommon. I was a guard at a beach north of Copenhagen 2 summers. On Fridays I gave lessons. Lots of boys and girls learned.
Keeping your head in a crunch and doing it in pitch darkness isn't learned from lessons. Don't be so modest. What about the ship and the iceberg?
Alec, again, I don't know. By the time I found you and made sure that you were all right and then got you into towing position, by the time I had time to look around, it was like this. Nothing, just blackness.
I wonder if she sank. That was one big wallop she took. No explosion? You didn't hear anything?
I didn't hear an explosion, just wind and the collision sounds you must have heard. Then some shouts after we were in the water. If she sank, I did not see it, but, Alec, for the past half hour about, I've been swimming with my head pushed against a pillow or a pad or a mattress. Does that mean the ship sank? Flotsam in the water?
Not necessarily, but it's not encouraging. Why have you been keeping your head against it?
Because we may need it. If it is one of the deck cushions or sunbathing mats from the pool, then it's stuffed with kapok and is an emergency lifesaver.
That's what I meant. If it's a flotation cushion, why are you just keeping your head against it? Why aren't you on it? Up out of the water?
Because I could not do that without letting go of you.
Oh. Margreta, when we get out of this, will you kindly give me a swift kick? Well, I'm awake now. Let's find out what you've found. By Braille.
All right, but I don't want to let go of you when I can't see you.
Honey, I'm at least as anxious not to lose track of you. Okay, like this. You hang on to me with one hand, reach behind you with the other. Get a good grip on this cushion or whatever it is. I turn over and hang on to you and track you up to the hand you are using to grip the pillow thing. Then we'll see. We'll both feel what we have and decide how we can use it. It was not just a pillow or even a bench cushion. It was, by the feel of it, a large sunbathing pad, at least 6 feet wide and somewhat longer than that, big enough for 2 people, or 3 if they were well acquainted. Almost as good as finding a lifeboat. Better. This flotation pad included Margreta. I was minded of a profane poem passed around privately at seminary. A jug of wine, a loaf of bread, and thou. Getting up onto a mat that is limp as an angleworm on a night as black as the inside of a pile of coal is not merely difficult, it is impossible. We accomplished the impossible by my hanging on to it with both hands while Margareta slowly slithered up over me. Then she gave me a hand while I inched up and onto it. Then I leaned on one elbow and fell off and got lost. I followed Margareta's voice and bumped into the pad, and again got slowly and cautiously aboard. We found that the most practical way to make best use of the space and buoyancy offered by the mat was to lie on our backs, side by side. Starfished, like that Leonardo da Vinci drawing, in order to spread ourselves as widely as possible over the support. I said, "You all right, hon?"
Just fine.
Need anything?
Not anything we have here. I'm comfortable and relaxed. And you are here.
Me too. But what would you have if you could have anything you want?
Well, a hot fudge sundae.
I considered it. No, a chocolate sundae with marshmallow syrup and a cherry on top, and a cup of coffee.
A cup of chocolate, but make mine hot fudge. It's a taste I acquired in America. We Danes do lots of good things with ice cream, but putting a hot sauce on an ice-cold dish never occurred to us. A hot fudge sundae. Better make that a double.
All right. I'll pay for a double if that's what you want. I'm a dead game sport, I am, and you saved my life. Her inboard hand patted mine.
Alec, you're fun, and I'm happy. Do you think we're going to get out of this alive?
I don't know, hon. The supreme irony of life is that hardly anyone gets out of it alive. But I promise you this, I'm going to do my best to get you that hot fudge sundae. We both woke up when it got light. Yes, I slept, and I know Margareta did, too, as I woke a little before she did, listened to her soft snores, and kept quiet until I saw her eyes open. I had not expected to be able to sleep, but I am not surprised now that we did. Perfect bed, perfect silence, perfect temperature, both of us very tired. And absolutely nothing to worry about that was worth worrying about, because there was nothing whatever to do about our problems earlier than daylight. I think I fell asleep thinking, yes, Margareta was right. A hot fudge sundae was a better choice than a chocolate marshmallow sundae. I know I dreamt about such a sundae, a quasi-nightmare in which I would dip into it, a big bite, lift the spoon to my mouth, and find it empty. I think that woke me. She turned her head toward me, smiled, and looked about 16 and utterly heavenly. Like two young roes that are twins. Thou art all fair, my love. There is no spot in thee. Good morning, beautiful. She giggled.
Good morning, Prince Charming. Did you sleep well?
Matter of fact, Margareta, I haven't slept so well in a month. Odd. All I want now is breakfast and bed.
Right away, sir. I'll hurry.
Go along with you. I should not have mentioned food. I'll settle for a kiss. Think we can manage a kiss without falling into the water?
Yes, but let's be careful. Just turn your face this way. Don't roll over.
It was a kiss mostly symbolic rather than one of Margareta's all-out specials. We were both quite careful not to disturb the precarious stability of our make-do life raft. We were worried about something more important than being dumped into the ocean. At least I was. I decided to broach it, take it out where we could worry about it together. Margareta, by the map just outside the dining room, we should have the coast of Mexico near Mazatlan just east of us.
What time did the ship sink? If it sank. I mean, what time was the collision? I don't know. Nor do I. After midnight, I'm sure of that. The Kongnut was scheduled to arrive at 8 a.m., so that coastline could be over 100 miles east of us.
Or it could be almost on top of us.
Mountains over there. We may be able to see them when this overcast clears away, as it did yesterday, so it probably will today. Sweetheart, how are you on long-distance swimming? If we can see mountains, do you want to try for it?
She was slow in answering.
Alec, if you wish, we will try it.
That wasn't quite what I asked.
That is true. In warm seawater, I think I can swim as long as necessary. I did once swim the Great Belt, in water colder than this, but Alec, in the belt are no sharks. Here there are sharks. I have seen.
I let out a sigh. I'm glad you said it. I didn't want to have to say it. Hon, I think we must stay right here and hold still. Not call attention to ourselves. I can skip breakfast, especially a shark's breakfast.
One does not starve quickly.
We won't starve. If you had your druthers, which would you pick? Starvation or death by sunburn? Sharks or dying of thirst?
In all the lifeboat and Robinson Crusoe stories I've ever read, our hero had something to work with. I don't have even a toothpick.
Correction. I have you. That changes the odds. Margreta, what do you think we ought to do?
I think we will be picked up.
I thought so too, but for a reason I did not want to discuss with Margreta. I'm glad to hear you say that. But why do you think so?
Alec, have you been to Mazatlan before?
No.
It is an important fishing port, both commercial fishing and sport fishing. Since dawn, hundreds of boats have put out to sea. The largest and fastest go many kilometers out. If we wait, they will find us.
May find us, you mean? There is a lot of ocean out here. But you're right, swimming for it is suicide. Our best bet is to stay here and hold tight.
They will be looking for us, Alec.
They will? Why?
If Kongnut did not sink, then the captain knows when and where we were lost overboard. When he reaches port about now, he will ask for a daylight search. But if she did sink, then they will be scouring the whole area for survivors.
Sounds logical. I had another idea, not at all logical.
Our problem is to stay alive till they find us, avoiding sharks and thirst and sunburn as best we can. And all of that means holding still. Quite still and all the time. Except that I think we should turn over now and then, after the sun is out, to spread the burn.
And pray for cloudy weather. Yes, all of that. And maybe we should not talk. Not get quite so thirsty, eh?
She kept silent so long that I thought she had started the discipline I had suggested. Then she said, Beloved, we may not live.
I know.
If we are to die, I would choose to hear your voice, and I would not wish to be deprived of telling you that I love you. Now that I may, in a futile attempt to live a few minutes longer. Yes, my sweetheart. Yes.
Despite that decision, we talked very little. For me, it was enough to touch her hand. It appeared to be enough for her, too. A long time later, 3 hours at a guess, I heard Margreta gasp. Trouble?
Alec, look there.
She pointed. I looked. It should have been my turn to gasp, but I was somewhat braced for it. High up, a cruciform shape, somewhat like a bird gliding, but much larger and clearly artificial. A flying machine. I knew that flying machines were impossible. In engineering school, I had studied Professor Simon Newcomb's well-known mathematical proof that the efforts of Professor Langley and others to build an aerodyne capable of carrying a man were doomed. Useless, because scale theory proved that no such contraption large enough to carry a man could carry a heat-energy plant large enough to lift it off the ground, much less a passenger. That was science's final word on a folly, and it put a stop to wasting public monies on a will-o'-the-wisp. Research and development money went into airships, where it belonged, with enormous success. However, in the past few days I had gained a new angle on the idea of impossible. When a veritable flying machine showed up in our sky, I was not greatly surprised. I think Margareta held her breath until it passed over us and was far toward the horizon. I started to, then forced myself to breathe calmly. It was such a beautiful thing, silvery and sleek and fast. I could not judge its size, but if those dark spots in its side were windows, then it was enormous. I could not see what pushed it along.
Alec, is that an airship?
No, at least it's not what I meant when I told you about airships. This I would call a flying machine. That's all I can say. I've never seen one before, but I can tell you one thing. Now. Something very important.
Yes?
We are not going to die. And I now know why the ship was sunk.
Why, Alec?
To keep me from checking a thumbprint. "9. For I was an hungered, and ye gave me meat. I was thirsty, and ye gave me drink. I was a stranger, and ye took me in." Matthew chapter 25, verse 35. Or to put it more nearly exactly, the iceberg was there, and the collision took place to keep me from checking my thumbprint against the thumbprint on Graham's driver's license. The ship may not have sunk. That may not have been necessary to the scheme. Margareta did not say anything, so I added gently, "Go ahead, dear. Say it. Get it off your chest. I won't mind. I'm crazy, paranoid."
Alec, I did not say that. I did not think it. I would not.
No, you did not say it, but this time my aberration cannot be explained away as loss of memory. That is, if we saw the same thing. What did you see?
I saw something strange in the sky. I heard it too. You told me that it was a flying machine.
Well, I think that is what it should be called, but you can call it a gumpersagel for all of me. Something new and strange. What is this gumpersagel? Describe it.
It was something moving in the sky. It came from back that way, then passed almost over us and disappeared there.
She pointed, a direction I had decided was north.
It was shaped something like a cross, a crucifix. The cross piece had bumps on it. 4, I think. The front end had eyes like a whale, and the back end had flukes like a whale. A whale with wings. That's what it looked like, Alec. A whale flying through the sky.
You thought it was alive?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know what to think.
I don't think it was alive. I think it was a machine. A flying machine. A boat with wings on it. But either way, a machine or a flying whale. Have you ever in your life seen anything like it?
Alec, it was so strange that I have trouble believing that I saw it.
I know. But you saw it first and pointed it out to me, so I didn't trick you into thinking that you saw it.
You wouldn't do that.
No, I would not.
But I'm glad you saw it first, dearest girl. That means it's real, not something dreamed up in my fevered brain. That thing did not come from the world you are used to, and I can promise you that it is not one of the airships I talked about. It is not from the world I grew up in. So we're now in still a third world. I sighed. The first time it took a 20,000-ton ocean liner to prove to me that I had changed worlds. This time just one side of something that simply could not exist in my world is all I need to know that they are at it again. They shifted worlds when I was knocked out. I think that's when they did it. As may be, I think they did it to keep me from checking that thumbprint. Paranoia. The delusion that the whole world is a conspiracy, only it's not a delusion. I watched her eyes. Well, Alec, could it possibly be that both of us imagined it? Delirious, perhaps. We've both had a rough experience. You hit your head. I may have hit mine when the iceberg struck. Margreta, we would not each have the same delirium dream. If you wake up and find that I'm gone, that could be your answer. But I'm not gone. I'm right here. Besides, you would still have to account for an iceberg as far south as we are. Paranoia is a simpler explanation, but the conspiracy is aimed at me. You just had the misfortune to be caught in it. I'm sorry. I wasn't really sorry. A raft in the middle of the ocean is no place to be alone, but with Margreta it was paradise enow. I still think that sharing the same dream is— Alec, there it comes again, she pointed. I didn't see anything at first, then I did. A dot that grew into a cruciform shape, a shape that I now identified as flying machine. I watched it grow. Margreta, it must have turned around. Maybe it saw us, or they saw us, or he saw us, whatever. Perhaps. As it came closer, I saw that it was going to pass to our right rather than overhead. Margreta said suddenly, "It's not the same one. And it's not a flying whale, unless flying whales hereabouts have wide red stripes down their sides. It's not a whale. I mean, it's not alive. You are right, Alec. It is a machine. Dear, do you really think it has people inside it? That scares me." I think I would be more scared if it did not have people inside it. I remembered a fantastic story translated from the German about a world peopled by nothing but automatic machines. Not a pleasant story. Actually, it's good news. We both know now that our seeing the first one was not a dream, not an illusion. That nails down the fact that we are in another world. Therefore, we are going to be rescued. She said hesitantly, "I don't quite follow that." "That's because you are still trying to avoid calling me paranoid, and thank you, dear, but my being paranoid is the simplest hypothesis. If the Joker pulling the strings had intended to kill me, the easy time to do it would have been with the iceberg, or earlier, with the fire pit, but he's not out to kill me. At least not now. He's playing with me, cat and mouse. So I'll be rescued. So will you, because we're together. You were with me when the iceberg hit. You're bad luck. You're still with me now, so you'll be rescued. You're good luck. Don't fight it, dear. I've had some days to get used to it, and I find that it is all right once you relax. Paranoia is the only rational approach to a conspiracy world." "But, Alec, the world ought not to be that way." "There is no ought to it, my love. The essence of philosophy is to accept the universe as it is, rather than try to force it into some preconceived shape." I added, "Whoops, don't roll off. You don't want to be a snack for a shark just after we've had proof that we are going to be picked up." For the next hour or so, nothing happened.
unless you count sighting 2 regal sailfish. The overcast burned away, and I began to be anxious for an early rescue. I figured they owed me that much. Not let me get a 3rd-degree sunburn. Margreta might be able to take a bit more sun than I. She was blonde, but she was tanned a warm toast color all over. Lovely. But I was raw, frog-belly white, except for my face and hands. A full day of tropic sun could put me into hospital. Or worse. The eastern horizon now seemed to show a gray unevenness that could be mountains, or so I kept telling myself, although there isn't much you can see when your viewpoint is about 7 inches above waterline. If those were indeed mountains or hills, then land was not many miles away. Boats from Mazatlan should be in sight any time now. If Mazatlan was still there in this world. Then another flying machine showed up. It was only vaguely like the other 2. They had been flying parallel to the coast. The first from the south, the second from the north. This machine came out from the direction of the coast, flying mostly west, although it zigzagged. It passed north of us, then turned back and circled around us. It came low enough that I could see that it did indeed have men in it. 2, I thought. Its shape is hard to explain. Imagine first a giant box kite, about 40 feet long, 4 feet wide, and about 3 feet between 2 kite surfaces. Imagine this box kite placed at right angles to a boat shape, somewhat like an Eskimo's kayak, but larger, much larger, about as large as the box kite. Underneath all this are 2 more kayak shapes, smaller, parallel to the main shape. At one end of this shape is an engine, as I saw later, and at the front end of that is an air propeller, like a ship's water propeller, and this I saw later also. When I first saw this unbelievable structure, the air screw was turning so extremely fast that one simply could not see it, but one could hear it. The noise made by this contraption was deafening and never stopped. The machine turned toward us and tilted down so that it headed straight toward us, like nothing so much as a pelican gliding down to scoop up fish. With us, the fish, it was frightening. To me, at least. Margreta never let out a peep, but she did squeeze my fingers very hard. The mere fact that we were not fish and that a machine could not eat us and would not want to did not make this dive at us less terrifying. Despite my fright, or because of it, I now saw that this construction was at least twice as big as I had estimated when I saw it high in the sky. It had 2 teamsters operating it, seated side by side behind a window in the front end. The driving engine turned out to be 2, mounted between the box kite wings, one on the right of the teamster's position, one on the left. At the very last instant, the machine lifted like a horse taking a hurdle and barely missed us. The blast of wind it created almost knocked us off our raft, and the blast of sound caused my ears to ring. It went a little higher, curved back toward us, glided again, but not quite toward us. The lower twin kayak shapes touched the water, creating a brave comet's tail of spume, and the thing slowed and stopped and stayed there, on the water, and did not sink. Now the air screws moved very slowly, and I saw them for the first time, and admired the engineering ingenuity that had gone into them. Not as efficient, I suspected, as the ducted air screws used in our dirigible airships, but an elegant solution to a problem in a place where ducting would be difficult or perhaps impossible. But those infernally noisy driving engines, how any engineer could accept that, I could not see. As one of my professors said, back before thermodynamics convinced me that I had a call for the ministry, noise is always a byproduct of inefficiency. A correctly designed engine is as silent as the grave. The machine turned and came at us again, moving very slowly.
Its teamsters handled it so that it missed us by a few feet and almost stopped. One of the two inside it crawled out of the carriage space behind the window and was clinging by his left hand to one of the stanchions that held the two box kite wings apart. His other hand held a coiled line. As the flying machine passed us, he cast the line toward us. I snatched at it, got a hand on it, and did not myself go into the water because Margreta snatched at me. I handed the line to Margreta. "Let him pull you in. I'll slide into the water and be right behind you." "No." "What do you mean, no? This is no time to argue. Do it." "Alec, be quiet. He's trying to tell us something." I shut up, more than a little offended. Margreta listened. No point in my listening. My Spanish is limited to gracias and por favor. Instead, I read the lettering on the side of the machine. El Guarda Costa Real de Mexico. "Alec, he is warning us to be very careful. Sharks." "Ouch." "Yes, we are to stay where we are. He will pull gently on this rope. I think he means to get us into his machine without us going into the water." A man after my own heart. We tried it. It did not work. A breeze had sprung up. It had much more effect on the flying machine than it had on us. That water-soaked sun-bathing pad was practically nailed down. No sail area at all. Instead of being able to pull us to the flying machine, the man on the other end of the line was forced to let out more line to keep from pulling us off into the water. He called out something. Margreta answered. They shouted back and forth. She turned to me. "He says to let loose the rope. They will go out and come back, this time directly at us, but slowly. As they come closest, we are to try to scramble up into the aeroplano, the machine." All right. The machine left us, went out on the water, and curved back. While waiting, we were not bored. We had the dorsal fin of a huge shark to entertain us. It did not attack. Apparently it had not made up its mind. What mind? That we were good to eat. I suppose it saw only the underside of the kapok pad. The flying machine headed directly toward us on the water, looking like some monstrous dragonfly skimming the surface. I said, "Darling, as it gets closest, you dive for the stanchion closest to you, and I'll push you up. Then I'll come up behind you." "No, Alec." "What do you mean, no?" I was vexed. Margreta was such a good comrade, then suddenly so stubborn. At the wrong time. "You can't push me. You have no foundation to push from. And you can't stand up. You can't even sit up. You scramble to the right. I'll scramble to the left. If either of us misses, then back onto the pad, fast. The aeroplano will come around again. But that's how he said to do it." There was no time left. The machine was almost on top of us. The legs, or stanchions, joining the lower twin shapes to the body of the machine, bridged the pad. One just missing me, and the other just missing Margreta. "Now!" she cried. I lunged toward my side, got a hand on a stanchion, and almost jerked my right arm out by the roots, but I kept on moving, monkey fashion. Got both hands on that undercarriage, got a foot up on a horizontal kayak shape, turned my head. Saw a hand reaching down to Margreta. She climbed and was lifted onto the kite wing above and disappeared. I turned to climb up my side and suddenly levitated up and onto the wing. I do not ordinarily levitate, but this time I had incentive. A dirty white fin, too big for any decent fish, cutting the water right toward my foot. I found myself alongside the little carriage house from which the teamsters directed their strange craft. The second man, not the one who had climbed out to help, stuck his head out a window, grinned at me, reached back, and opened a little door. I crawled inside head first. Margreta was already there. The space had 4 seats, 2 in front where the teamsters sat, and 2 behind where we were. The teamster on my side looked around and said something, and continued, I noticed, to look at Margreta. Certainly she was naked, but that was not her fault, and a gentleman would not stare. "He says," Margareta explained, "that we must fasten our belts. I think he means this." She held up a buckle on the end of a belt, the other end being secured to the frame of the carriage. I discovered that I was sitting on a similar buckle, which was digging a hole into my sunburned backside. I hadn't noticed it up to then, too many other things demanding attention. Why didn't he keep his eyes to himself? I felt myself ready to shout at him. That he had, at great peril to himself, just saved her life and mine did not that moment occur to me. I was simply growing furious that he would take such advantage of a helpless lady. I turned my attention to that pesky belt and tried to ignore it. He spoke to the other man beside him, who responded enthusiastically. Margareta interrupted the discussion. "What are they saying?" I demanded.
"The poor man is about to give me the shirt off his back. I am protesting, but I'm not protesting so hard as to put a stop to it. It's very gallant of them, dear, and while I'm not foolish about it, I do feel more at ease among strangers with some sort of clothing."
She listened and added,
"They're arguing as to which one has the privilege."
I shut up. In my mind, I apologized to them. I'll bet even the Pope in Rome has sneaked a quick look a time or two in his life. The one on the right apparently won the argument. He squirmed around in his seat, he could not stand up, and got his shirt off, turned and passed it back to Margareta. "Señorita, por favor." He added other remarks, but they were beyond my knowledge. Margareta replied with dignity and grace, and chatted with them as she wiggled into his shirt. It covered her mostly. She turned to me.
"Dear, the commander is Teniente Anibal Sanz Garcia, and his assistant is Sargento Roberto Dominguez Jones, both of the Royal Mexican Coast Guard. Both the lieutenant and the sergeant wanted to give me a shirt, but the sergeant won a finger-guessing game, so I have his shirt."
"It's mighty generous of him. Ask them if there is anything at all in the machine that I can wear."
"I'll try."
She spoke several phrases. I heard my name. Then she shifted back to English.
"Gentlemen, I have the honor to present my husband, Senor Alexandro Graham Hergensheimer."
She shifted back to Spanish. Shortly she was answered.
"The lieutenant is devastated to admit that they have nothing to offer you, but he promises on his mother's honor that something will be found for you just as quickly as we reach Mazatlan and the Coast Guard headquarters there. Now he urges both of us to fasten our belts tightly as we are about to fly. Alec, I'm scared."
"Don't be. I'll hold your hand." Sergeant Dominguez turned around again, held up a canteen. "Agua?"
"Goodness, yes,"
agreed Margareta.
Si.
Water has never tasted so good. The lieutenant looked around when we returned to the canteen, gave a big smile and a thumbs-up sign, old as the Colosseum, and did something that speeded up his driving engines. They had been turning over very slowly, now they speeded up to a horrible racket. The machine turned as he headed it straight into the wind. The wind had been freshening all morning. Now it showed little curls of white on the tops of the wavelets. He speeded his engine still more, to an unbelievable violence, and we went bouncing over the water, shaking everything. Then we started hitting about every 10th wave with incredible force. I don't know why we weren't wrecked. Suddenly we were 20 feet off the water. The bumping stopped. The vibration and the noise continued. We climbed at a sharp angle and turned and started down again, and I almost, not quite, threw up that welcome drink of water. The ocean was right in front of us, a solid wall. The lieutenant turned his head and shouted something. I wanted to tell him to keep his eyes on the road, but I did not. "What does he say?"
"He says to look where he points. He'll point us right at it. El tiburón blanco grande." The great white shark that almost got us."
I could have done without it. Sure enough, right in the middle of this wall of water was a gray ghost with a fin cutting the water. Just when I knew that we were going to splash right down on top of it, the wall tilted away from us. My buttocks were forced down hard against the seat, my ears roared, and I again missed throwing up on our host only by iron will. The machine leveled off, and suddenly the ride was almost comfortable, aside from the racket and the vibration. Airships are ever so much nicer. The rugged hills behind the shoreline, so hard to see from our raft, were clearly in sight once we were in the air, and so was the shore. A series of beautiful beaches, and a town where we were headed. The sergeant looked around, pointed down at the town, and spoke.
"What did he say?" "Sergeant Roberto says that we are home just in time for lunch. Almuerzo, he said, but notes that it's breakfast. Dice uno for us."
My stomach suddenly decided to stay a while. I don't care what he calls it. Tell him not to bother to cook the horse. I'll eat it raw. Margreta translated. Both our hosts laughed. Then the lieutenant proceeded to swoop down and place his machine on the water, while looking back over his shoulder to talk to Margreta, who continued to smile while she drove her nails through the palm of my right hand. We got down. No one was killed. But airships are much better. Lunch. Everything was coming up roses. "10. In the sweat of thy face thou shalt eat bread, till thou return unto the ground." Genesis chapter 3, verse 19. A half hour after the flying machine splashed down in the harbor of Mazatlan, Margreta and I were seated with Sergeant Dominguez in the enlisted men's mess of the Coast Guard. We were late for the midday meal, but we were served, and I was clothed. Some, at least, a pair of dungaree trousers. But the difference between bare naked and a pair of pants is far greater than the difference between cheap work trousers and the finest ermine. Try it and you'll see. A small boat had come out to the flying machine's mooring. Then I had to walk across the dock where we had landed and into the headquarters building. There to wait until these pants could be found for me, with strangers staring at me the whole time, some of them women. I know now how it feels to be exposed in stocks. Dreadful. I haven't been so embarrassed since an unfortunate accident in Sunday school when I was 5. But now it was done with, and there was food and drink in front of us, and, for the time being, I was abundantly happy. The food was not what I was used to. Who said that hunger was the best sauce? Whoever he was right. Our lunch was delicious. Thin cornmeal pancakes soaked with gravy, fried beans, a scorching hot stew, a bowl of little yellow tomatoes, and coffee strong, black, and bitter. What more could a man want? No gourmet ever savored a meal as much as I enjoyed that one. At first I had been a bit miffed that we ate in the enlisted men's mess rather than going with Lieutenant Sands to wherever the officers ate. Much later, I had it pointed out to me that I suffered from a very common civilian syndrome, i.e., a civilian with no military experience unconsciously equates his social position to that of officers, never to that of enlisted men. On examination, this notion is obviously ridiculous, but it is almost universal. Oh, perhaps not universal, but it obtains throughout America, where every man is as good as anyone else and better than most. Sergeant Dominguez now had his shirt back. While pants were being found for me, a woman, a charwoman I believe, the Mexican Coast Guard, did not seem to have female ratings. A woman at headquarters had been sent to fetch something for Margreta, and that something turned out to be a blouse and a full skirt, each of cotton and in bright colors. A simple and obviously cheap costume, but Margareta looked beautiful in it. As yet, neither of us had shoes. No matter, the weather was warm and dry. Shoes could wait. We were fed, we were dressed, we were safe, and all with a warm hospitality that caused me to feel that Mexicans were the finest people on earth. After my second cup of coffee, I said, "Sweetheart, how do we excuse ourselves and leave without being rude? I think we should find the American consul as early as possible." "We have to go back to the headquarters building." "More red tape?" "I suppose you could call it that. I think they want to question us in more detail as to how we came to be where we were found. One must admit that our story is odd." "I suppose so." Our initial interview with the commandant had been less than satisfactory. Had I been alone, I think he simply would have called me a liar. But it is difficult for a male man, bursting with masculine ego, to talk that way to Margareta. Trouble was the good ship Knut. She had not sunk. She had not come into port. She had never existed. I was only moderately surprised. Had she turned into a full-rigged ship or a quinquereme, I would not have been surprised. But I had expected some sort of vessel of that same name. I thought the rules required it. But now it was becoming clear that I did not understand the rules, if there were any. Margareta had pointed out to me a confirming factor. This Mazatlan was not the town she had visited before. This one was much smaller, and was not a tourist town. Indeed, the long dock where the Knut should have tied up did not exist in this world. I think that this convinced her quite as much as the flying machines in proving to her that my paranoia was in fact the least hypothesis. She had been here before. That dock was big and solid. It was gone. It shook her. The commandant had not been impressed. He spent more time questioning Lieutenant Sands than he spent questioning us. He did not seem pleased with Sands. There was another factor that I did not understand at the time and have never fully understood. Sands's boss was captain or capitan. The commandant also was captain, but they were not the same rank. The Coast Guard used Navy ranks. However, that small part of it that operated flying machines used Army ranks. I think this trivial difference had an historical origin. As may be, there was friction at the interface. The Four Stripes or seagoing captain was not disposed to accept as gospel anything reported by a flying machine officer. Lieutenant Sands had fetched in 2 naked survivors with a preposterous story. The four-striper seemed inclined to blame Sands himself for the unbelievable aspects of our story. Sands was not intimidated. I think he had no real respect for an officer who had never been higher off the water than a crow's nest. Having ridden in his death trap, I understood why he was not inclined to genuflect to a sea-level type. Even among dirigible balloon pilots I have encountered this tendency to divide the world into those who fly and those who do not. After a bit, finding himself unable to shake Sands, unable to shake Margareta, and unable to communicate with me except through Margareta, the commandant shrugged and gave instructions that resulted in us all going to lunch. I thought that ended it, but now we were going back for more, whatever it was. Our second session with the commandant was short. He told us that we would see the immigration judge at 4 that afternoon, the court with that jurisdiction. There was no separate immigration court. In the meantime, here was a list of what we owed. Arrange payment with the judge. Margareta looked startled as she accepted a piece of paper from him. I demanded to know what he had said. She translated. I looked at that billing. More than 8,000 pesos. It did not take a deep knowledge of Spanish to read that bill. almost all the words were cognates. 3 horas is 3 hours, and we were charged for 3 hours' use of aeroplano, a word I had heard earlier from Margreta. It meant their flying machine. We were charged also for the time of Lieutenant Sands and Sergeant Dominguez, plus a multiplying factor that I decided must mean applied overhead, or near enough. And there was fuel for the aeroplano, and service for it. Trousers are pantalones, and here was a bill for the pair I was wearing. A falda was a skirt, and a camisa was a blouse, and Margreta's outfit was decidedly not cheap. One item surprised me not by its price, but by being included. I had thought we were guests. 2 lunches, each at 12 pesos. There was even a separate charge for the commandant's time. I started to ask how much 8,000 pesos came to in dollars, then shut up, realizing that I had not the slightest idea of the buying power of a dollar in this new world we had been dumped into. Margreta discussed the billing with Lieutenant Sands, who looked embarrassed. There was much expostulation and waving of hands. She listened, then told me, "Alec, it isn't Annibal's idea, and it is not even the fault of the commandant. The tariffs on these services, rescue at sea, use of the aeroplano, and so forth, are set from El Distrito Real, the Royal District. That's the same as Mexico City, I believe. Lieutenant Sands tells me that there is an economy drive on, at the top level, with great pressure on everyone to make all public services self-supporting. He says that if the commandant did not charge us for our rescue and the Inspector Royal ever found out about it, it would be deducted from the commandant's pay, plus whatever punitive measures a royal commission found appropriate. And Annibal wants you to know that he is devastated at this embarrassing situation. If he owned the aeroplano himself, we would simply be his guests. He will always look on you as his brother and me as his sister. Tell him I feel the same way about him, and please make it at least as flowery as he made it." "I will, and Roberto wants to be included." "And the same goes for the sergeant. But find out where and how to get to the American consul. We've got troubles." Lieutenant Anibal Sanz was told to see to it that we appeared in court at 4 o'clock. With that, we were dismissed. Sands delegated Sergeant Roberto to escort us to the consul and back, expressed regret that his duty status kept him from escorting us personally, clicked his heels, bowed over Margreta's hand, and kissed it. He got a lot of mileage out of that simple gesture. I could see that Margreta was pleased, but they don't teach that grace in Kansas. My loss. Mazatlan is on a peninsula. The Coast Guard station is on the south shore, not far from the lighthouse, tallest in the world. Impressive. The American consulate is about a mile away across town at the north shore. Straight down Avenida Miguel Alemán its entire length, a pleasant walk, graced about halfway by a lovely fountain. But Margreta and I were barefooted. Sergeant Dominguez did not suggest a taxi, and I could not. At first, being barefooted did not seem important. There were other bare feet on that boulevard, and by no means all of them on children, nor did I have the only bare chest. As a youngster, I had regarded bare feet as a luxury, a privilege. I went barefooted all summer, and put on shoes most reluctantly when school opened. After the first block, I was wondering why, as a kid, I had always looked forward to going barefooted. Shortly thereafter, I asked Margreta to ask Sergeant Roberto, please, to slow down and let me pick my way for maximum shade. This pesky sidewalk is frying my feet. Margreta had not complained, and did not, and I was a bit vexed with her that she had not. I benefited constantly from Margreta's angelic fortitude, and found it hard to live up to. From there on, I gave my full attention to pampering my poor, abused, tender pink feet. I felt sorry for myself and wondered why I had ever left God's country. I wept that I had no shoes until I met a man who had no feet. I don't know who said that first, but it is part of our cultural heritage and should be. It happened to me. Not quite halfway, where Miguel Alemán crosses Calle Aquiles Cerdan, at the fountain, we encountered a street beggar. He looked up at us and grinned, held up a handful of pencils. Looked up because he was riding a little wheeled dolly. He had no feet. Sergeant Roberto called him by name and flipped him a coin. The beggar caught it in his teeth, flipped it into his pocket, called out, "Gracias," and turned his attention to me. I said quickly, "Margreta, will you please explain to him that I have no money whatever?" "Yes, Alec." She squatted down, spoke with him, eye to eye. Then she straightened up. "Pepe says to tell you that's all right. He'll catch you some day when you are rich. Please tell him that I will be back, I promise." She did so. Pepe grinned at me, threw Margreta a kiss, and saluted the sergeant and me. We went on. And I stopped being so finicky careful to coddle my feet. Pepe had forced me to reassess my situation. Ever since I had learned that the Mexican government did not regard rescuing me as a privilege, but expected me to pay for it, I had been feeling sorry for myself, abused, put upon. I had been muttering to myself that my compatriots who complained that all Mexicans were bloodsuckers, living on gringo tourists, were dead right. Not Roberto and the lieutenant, of course, but the others, lazy parasites, all of them, with their hands out for the Yankee dollar. Like Pepe. I reviewed in my mind all the Mexicans I had met that day, each one I could remember, and asked forgiveness for my snide thoughts. Mexicans were simply fellow travelers on that long journey from dark to eternal darkness. Some carried their burdens well, some did not, and some carried very heavy burdens with gallantry and grace, like Pepe. Yesterday I had been living in luxury. Today I was broke and in debt. But I have my health, I have my brain, I have my 2 hands, and I have Margreta. My burdens were light. I should carry them joyfully. Thank you, Pepe. The door of the consulate had a small American flag over it, and the great seal in bronze on it. I pulled the bell wire beside it. After a considerable wait, the door opened a crack, and a female voice told us to go away. I needed no translation. Her meaning was clear. The door started to close. Sergeant Roberto whistled loudly and called out. The crack widened. A dialogue ensued. Margreta said, "He's telling her to tell Don Ambrosio that 2 American citizens are here who must see him at once, because they must appear in court at 4 this afternoon." Again we waited. After about 20 minutes, the maid let us in and ushered us into a dark office. The consul came in, fixed my eye with his, and demanded to know how I dared to interrupt his siesta. Then he caught sight of Margreta and slowed down. To her it was, "How can I serve you? In the meantime, will you honor my poor house by accepting a glass of wine or a cup of coffee?"
Barefooted and in a garish dress, Margreta was a lady. I was riffraff.
Don't ask me why this was so, it just was. The effect was most marked with men, but it worked with women too. Try to rationalize it, and you find yourself using words like royal, noble, gentry, and to the manner born, all involving concepts anathema to the American democratic ideal. Whether this proves something about Margreta or something about the democratic ideal, I will leave as an exercise for the student. Don Ambrosio was a pompous 0, but nevertheless he was a relief because he spoke American, real American, Not English. He had been born in Brownsville, Texas.
I feel certain that the backs of his parents were wet.
He had parlayed a talent for politics among his fellow Chicanos into a cushy sinecure, telling gringo travelers in the land of Montezuma why they could not have what they desperately needed, which he eventually told us. I let Margreta do most of the talking because she was obviously so much more successful at it than I was. She called us Mr. and Mrs. Graham. We had agreed on that name during the walk here. When we were rescued, she had used Graham Hergensheimer and had explained to me later that this let me choose. I could select Hergensheimer simply by asserting that the listener's memory had had a minor bobble. The name had been offered as Hergensheimer Graham. No? Well, then I must have miscalled it. Sorry. I let it stay, Graham Hergensheimer, and thereby used the name Graham, in order to keep things simple. To her, I had always been Graham, and I had been using the name myself for almost 2 weeks. Before I got out of the consulate, I had told a dozen more lies, trying to keep our story believable. I did not want unnecessary complication. Mr. and Mrs. Alec Graham was easiest. Minor theological note. Many people seem to believe that the 10 Commandments forbid lying. Not at all. The prohibition is against bearing false witness against your neighbor, a specific, limited, and despicable sort of lie. But there is no biblical rule forbidding simple untruth. Many theologians believe that no human social organization could stand up under the strain of absolute honesty. If you think their misgivings are unfounded, try telling your friends the ungarnished truth about what you think of their offspring, if you dare risk it. After endless repetitions, in which the Kongnut shrank and became our private cruiser, Don Ambrosio said to me, "It's no use, Mr. Graham. I cannot issue you even a temporary document to substitute for your lost passport, because you have offered me not one shred of proof that you are an American citizen." I answered, "Don Ambrosio, I am astonished. I know that Mrs. Graham has a slight accent. We told you that she was born in Denmark. But do you honestly think that anyone not born amidst the tall corn could possibly have my accent?" He gave a most Latin shrug. "I'm not an expert in Midwest accents. To my ear, you could have been born to one of the harsher British accents, then have gone on the stage, and everybody knows that a competent actor can acquire the accent for any role. The People's Republic of England goes to any length these days to plant their sleepers in the States. You might be from Lincoln, England, rather than from somewhere near Lincoln, Nebraska." "Do you really believe that?" "What I believe is not the question. The fact is that I will not sign a piece of paper saying that you are an American citizen when I don't know that you are. I'm sorry. Is there anything more that I can do for you?" "How can you do more for me when you haven't done anything yet?" "Possibly you can advise us." "Possibly. I am not a lawyer." I offered him our copy of the billing against us, explained it. "Is this in order, and are these charges appropriate?" He looked it over. "These charges are certainly legal, both by their laws and ours. Appropriate? Didn't you tell me that they saved your lives?" "No question about it. Oh, there's an outside chance that a fishing boat might have picked us up if the Coast Guard had not found us. But the Coast Guard did find us and did save us." "Is your life, your 2 lives, worth less than 8,000 pesos? Mine is worth considerably more, I assure you." "It isn't that, sir. We have no money, not a cent. It all went down with the boat." "So send for money. You can have it sent care of the consulate. I'll go that far." "Thank you. It will take time. In the meantime, how can I get them off my neck?" "I was told that this judge will want cash and immediately." Oh, it's not that bad. It's true that they don't permit bankruptcy the way we do, and they do have a rather old-fashioned debtor's prison law. But they don't use it, just the threat of it. Instead, the court will see that you get a job that will let you settle your indebtedness. Don Clemente is a humane judge. He will take care of you. Aside from flowery nonsense directed at Margareta, that ended it. We picked up Sergeant Roberto, who had been enjoying backstairs hospitality from the maid and the cook, and headed for the courthouse. Don Clemente, Judge Ibanez, was as pleasant as Don Ambrosio had said he would be. Since we informed the clerk at once that we stipulated the debt, but did not have the cash to pay it, there was no trial. We were simply seated in the uncrowded courtroom and told to wait while the judge disposed of cases on his docket. He handled several quickly. Some were minor offenses, drawing fines, some were debt cases, some were hearings for later trial. I could not tell much about what was going on, and whispering was frowned on, so Margareta could not tell me much. But he was certainly no hanging judge. The cases at hand were finished. At a word from the clerk, we went out back with the miscreants, peasants mostly, who owed fines or debts. We found ourselves lined up on a low platform facing a group of men. Margareta asked what this was, and was answered, "La subasta." "What's that?" I asked her.
"Alec, I'm not sure. It's not a word I know."
Settlements were made quickly on the others. I gathered that most of them had been there before. Then there was just one man left of the group off the platform, just us on the platform. The man remaining looked sleekly prosperous. He smiled and spoke to me. Margareta answered. "What is he saying?" I asked.
"He asked if you can wash dishes. I told him that you do not speak Spanish."
"Tell him that of course I can wash dishes, but that's hardly a job I want." 5 minutes later, our debt had been paid, in cash, to the clerk of the court, and we had acquired a patron, Señor Jaime Valera Guzman. He paid 60 pesos a day for Margareta, 30 for me, plus our found. Court costs were 2,500 pesos, plus fees for 2 non-resident work permits, plus war tax stamps. The clerk figured our total indebtedness, then divided it out for us. In only 121 days, 4 months, our obligation to our patron would be discharged, unless, of course, we spent some money during that time. He also directed us to our patron's place of business, Restaurante Pancho Villa. Our patron had already left in his private car. Patrons ride, peones walk. "11. And Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed unto him but a few days, for the love he had to her." Genesis chapter 29, verse 20. Sometimes, while washing dishes, I would amuse myself by calculating how high a stack of dishes I had washed since going to work for our patron, Don Jaime. The ordinary plate used in Pancho Villa Cafe stacked 20 plates to a foot. I arbitrarily decided that a cup and saucer, or 2 glasses, would count as 1 plate, since these items did not stack well, and so forth. The great Mazatlan lighthouse is 515 feet tall, only 40 feet shorter than the Washington Monument. I remember the day I completed my first lighthouse stack. I had told Margareta earlier that week that I was approaching my goal and expected to reach it by Thursday or early Friday, and did so Thursday evening, and left the scullery, stood in the door between the kitchen and the dining room, caught Margareta's eye, raised my hands high, and shook hands with myself like a pugilist. Margareta stopped what she was doing, taking orders from a family party, and applauded.
This caused her to have to explain to her guests what was going on, and that resulted in her stopping by the scullery a few minutes later to pass to me a 10-peso note, a congratulatory gift from the father of that family. I asked her to thank him for me, and please tell him that I had just started my second lighthouse stack, which I was dedicating to him and his family. Which in turn resulted in Senora Valera sending her husband, Don Jaime, to find out why Margreta was wasting time and making a scene, instead of paying attention to her work. Which resulted in Don Jaime inquiring how much the diners had tipped me, and then matching it. The Senora had no reason to complain. Margreta was not only her best waitress, she was her only bilingual waitress. The day we started to work for Senor y Senora Valera, a sign painter was called in to paint a conspicuous sign. Inglés spoke here. Thereafter, in addition to being available for any English-speaking guests, Margreta prepared menus in English. And the prices on the menus in English were about 40% higher than the prices on the all-Spanish menus. Don Jaime was not a bad boss. He was cheerful and, on the whole, kindly to his employees. When we had been there about a month, he told me that he would not have bid in my debt had it not been that the judge would not permit my contract to be separated from Margreta's contract, we being a married couple. Else I could have found myself a field hand able to see my wife only on rare occasions. As Don Ambrosio had told me, Don Clemente was a humane judge. I told him that I was happy that the package included me, but it simply showed his good judgment to want to hire Margreta. He agreed that that was true. He had attended the Wednesday labor auction several weeks on end in search of a bilingual woman or girl who could be trained as a waitress, then had bid me in as well to obtain Margreta, but he wished to tell me that he had not regretted it, as he had never seen the scullery so clean, the dishes so immaculate, the silverware so shiny. I assured him that it was my happy privilege to help uphold the honor and prestige of Restaurante Pancho Villa and its distinguished patron, El Don Jaime. In fact, it would have been difficult for me not to improve that scullery. When I took over, I thought at first that the floor was dirt. And so it was. You could have planted potatoes, but under the filth, about a half-inch down, was sound concrete. I cleaned and then kept it clean. My feet were still bare. Then I demanded roach powder. Each morning I killed roaches and cleaned the floor. Each evening, just before quitting for the day, I sprinkled roach powder. It is impossible, I think, to conquer roaches, but it is possible to fight them to a draw, force them back, and maintain a holding action. As to the quality of my dishwashing, it could not be otherwise. My mother had a severe dirt phobia, and because of my placement in a large family, I washed or wiped dishes under her eye from age 7 through 13, at which time I graduated through taking on a newspaper route that left me no time for dishwashing. But just because I did it well, do not think I was enamored of dishwashing. It had bored me as a child, it bored me as a man. Then why did I do it? Why didn't I run away? Isn't that evident? Dishwashing kept me with Margreta. Running away might be feasible for some debtors. I don't think much effort went into trying to track down and bring back debtors who disappeared some dark night, but running away was not feasible for a married couple, one of whom was a conspicuous blonde in a country in which any blonde is always conspicuous, and the other was a man who could not speak Spanish. While we both worked hard, 11 to 11 each day except Tuesday, with a nominal 2 hours off for siesta and a half-hour each for lunch and dinner, we had the other 12 hours each day to ourselves, plus all day Tuesday. Niagara Falls never supplied a finer honeymoon. We had a tiny attic room at the back of the restaurant building. It was hot, but we weren't there much in the heat of the day. By 11 at night, it was comfortable no matter how hot the day had been. In Mazatlan, most residents of our social class
0, did not have inside plumbing. But we worked and lived in a restaurant building. There was a flush toilet we shared with other employees during working hours, and shared with no one the other 12 hours of each day. There was also a Ma Jones out back, which I sometimes used during working hours. I don't think Margreta ever used it. We had the use of a shower on the ground floor, back to back with the employees' toilet, and the needs of the scullery were such that the building had a large water heater. Senora Valera scolded us regularly for using too much hot water. Gas costs money. We listened in silence and went right on using whatever amount of hot water we needed. Our patron's contract with the state required him to supply us with food and shelter and clothing under the law, but I did not learn this until too late to matter. Which is why we slept there, and of course we ate there. Not the chef's specialties, but quite good food. Better is a dinner of herbs where love is, than a stalled ox and hatred therewith. We had only ourselves. It was enough. Margreta, because she sometimes received tips, especially from gringos, was slowly accumulating cash money. We spent as little of this as possible. She bought shoes for each of us, and she saved against the day when we would be free of our peonage and able to go north. I had no illusions that the nation north of us was the land of my birth, but it was this world's analog of it. English was spoken there, and I was sure that its culture would have to be closer to what we had been used to. Tips to Margreta brought us into friction with Senora Valera the very first week. While Don Jaime was legally our patron, she owned the restaurant, or so we were told by Amanda the cook. Jaime Valera had once been head waiter there, and had married the owner's daughter. This made him permanent maître d'hôtel. When his father-in-law died, he became the owner in the eyes of the public. But his wife retained the purse strings and presided over the cash register. Perhaps I should add that he was Don Jaime to us because he was our patron. He was not a don to the public. The honorific don will not translate into English, but owning a restaurant does not make a man a don. But, for example, being a judge does. The first time Margreta was seen to receive a tip, the Senora told her to turn it over. At the end of each week she would receive her percentage. Margreta came straight to me in the scullery.
"Alec, what shall I do? Tips were my main income in the cognute, and no one ever asked me to share them. Can she do this to me?"
I told her not to turn her tips over to the Senora, but to tell her that we would discuss it with her at the end of the day. There is one advantage to being a peón. You don't get fired over a disagreement with your boss. Certainly we could be fired, but that would simply lose the Valeras some 10,000 pesos they had invested in us. By the end of the day I knew exactly what to say and how to say it, how Margreta must say it, as it was another month before I soaked up enough Spanish to maintain a minimum conversation. "Sir and Madam, we do not understand this ruling about gifts to me. We want to see the judge and ask him what our contract requires." As I had suspected, they were not willing to see the judge about it. They were legally entitled to Margreta's service, but they had no claim on money given to her by a third party. This did not end it. Senora Valera was so angry at being balked by a mere waitress that she had a sign posted. No propinas, no tips, and the same notice was placed in the menus. Peones can't strike, but there were 5 other waitresses, 2 of them Amanda's daughters. The day Senora Valera ordered no tipping, she found that she had just 1 waitress, Margreta, and no one in the kitchen. She gave up. But I am sure she never forgave us. Don Jaime treated us as employees. His wife treated us as slaves. Despite that old cliché about wage slaves, there is a world of difference. Since we both tried hard to be faithful employees while paying off our debt, but flatly refused to be slaves, we were bound to tangle with Signora Valera. Shortly after the disagreement over tips, Margareta became convinced that the Signora was snooping in our bedroom. If true, there was no way to stop her. There was no lock for the door, and she could enter our room without fear of being caught any day while we were working. I gave some thought to booby traps until Margareta vetoed the idea. She simply thereafter kept her money on her person. But it was a measure of what we thought of our patroness that Margareta considered it necessary to take precautions against her stealing from us. We did not let Signora Valera spoil our happiness, and we did not let our dubious status as a married couple spoil our somewhat irregular honeymoon. Oh, I would have spoiled it, because I always have had this unholy itch to analyze matters I really do not know how to analyze. But Margareta is much more practical than I am, and simply did not permit it. I tried to rationalize our relationship to her by pointing out that polygamy was not forbidden by Holy Writ, but solely by modern law and custom, and she chopped me off briskly by saying that she had no interest in how many wives or concubines King Solomon had, and did not regard him or any Old Testament character as a model for her own behavior. If I did not want to live with her, speak up. Say so. I shut up. Some problems are best let be, not chewed over with words. This modern compulsion to talk it out is a mistake at least as often as it is a solution. But her disdain for biblical authority concerning the legality of one man having two wives was so sharp that I asked her about it later, not about polygamy. I stayed away from that touchy subject. I asked her how she felt about the authority of Holy Writ in general. I explained that the church I was brought up in believed in strict interpretation. A whole Bible, not a Bible full of holes. Scripture was the literal word of God. But that I knew that other churches felt that the Spirit rather than the letter ruled, some being so liberal that they hardly bothered with the Bible. Yet all of them called themselves Christian. Margareta, my love, as Deputy Executive Secretary of Churches United for Decency, I was in daily contact with members of every Protestant sect in the country, and in liaison association with many Roman Catholic clerics on matters where we could join in a united front. I learned that my own church did not have a monopoly on virtue. A man could be awfully mixed up in religious fundamentals and still be a fine citizen and a devout Christian. I chuckled as I recalled something and went on. Or, to put it in reverse, one of my Catholic friends, Father Mahaffey, told me that even I could squeeze into heaven because the good Lord, in his infinite wisdom, made allowances for the ignorance and wrong-headedness of Protestants. This conversation took place on a Tuesday, our day off, the one day a week the restaurant did not open. And in consequence we were on top of El Cerro de la Neveria, Icebox Hill, but it sounds better in Spanish, and just finishing a picnic lunch. This hill was downtown, close to Pancho Villa Cafe, but was a bucolic oasis. The citizens had followed the Spanish habit of turning hills into parks, rather than building on them. A happy place. My dear, I would never try to proselytize you into my church, but I do want to know as much about you as possible. I find that I don't know much about churches in Denmark, mostly Lutheran, I think, but does Denmark have its own established state church like some other European nations? Either way, which church is yours? And is it strict interpretationist or liberal? And again, either way, how do you feel about it? And remember what Father Mahaffey said. I agree with him. I don't think that my church has the only door into heaven. I was lying stretched out. Margareta was seated with her knees drawn up and holding them, and was faced west, staring out to sea. this placed her with her face turned away from me. She did not answer my query. Presently I said gently, "My dear, did you hear me?" "I heard you." Again I waited, then added, "If I have been prying where I should not pry, I'm sorry, and I withdraw the question." "No. I knew that I would have to answer it some day. Alec, I am not a Christian." She let go her knees, swung around, and looked me in the eye. "You can have a divorce as simply as we married, just by telling me so. I won't fight it. I will go quietly away. But, Alec, when you told me that you loved me, then later when you told me that we were married in the eyes of God, you did not ask me my religion." "Margaretta." "Yes, Alec?" "First, wash out your mouth. Then ask my pardon." "There may be enough wine left in the bottle to rinse out my mouth, but I cannot ask pardon for not telling you this. I would have answered truthfully at any time. You did not ask. Wash out your mouth for talking about divorce. Ask my pardon for daring to think that I would ever divorce you under any circumstances whatever. If you are ever naughty enough, I may beat you, but I would never put you away. For richer, for poorer, in sickness and health, now and forever. Woman, I love you. Get that through your head." Suddenly she was in my arms, weeping for only the second time, and I was doing the only thing possible, namely, kissing her. I heard a cheer behind me and turned my head. We had had the top of the hill to ourselves, it being a work day for most people, but I found that we had an audience of 2 streetwise urchins, so young that sex was unclear. Catching my eye, one of them cheered again, then made loud kissing noises. "Beat it!" I called out. "Scram! Vaya con Dios!" Is that what I wanted to say, Marga? She spoke to them, and they did go away, after more high giggles. I needed the interruption. I had said to Margaretta what had to be said because she needed immediate reassurance after her silly, gallant speech, but nevertheless I was shaken to my depths. I started to speak, then decided that I had said enough for one day. But Margaretta said nothing, too. The silence grew painful. I felt that matters could not be left so balanced uncertainly on edge. "What is your faith, dear one?" "Judaism." I do remember now that there are Jews in Denmark. Not all Danes are Lutheran. "Some Jews, yes, but barely 1 in 1,000. No, Alec. There are older gods." "Older than Jehovah? Impossible." Margaretta said nothing, characteristically. If she disagreed, she usually said nothing. She seemed to have no interest in winning arguments, in which she must differ from 99% of the human race, many of whom appear willing to suffer any disaster rather than lose an argument. So I found myself having to conduct both sides to keep the argument from dying through lack of nourishment. I retract that. I should not have said impossible. I was speaking from the accepted chronology as given by Bishop Ussur. If one accepts his dating, then the world was created 5,998 years ago, this coming October. Of course, that dating is not itself a matter of Holy Writ. Hales arrived at a different figure, 7,405, I think. I do better when I write figures down. And other scholars get slightly different answers, but they all agree that some 4,000 or 5,000 years before Christ occurred the unique event, creation. At that point, Jehovah created the world and, in so doing, created time. Time cannot exist alone. As a corollary, nothing and no one and no God can be older than Jehovah, since Jehovah created time. You see? I wish I'd kept quiet.
My dear, I am simply trying to have an intellectual discussion. I did not, and do not, and never do, and never will intend to hurt you. I said that was the case by the orthodox way of dating. Clearly you are using another way. Will you explain it to me, and not jump all over poor old Alex every time he opens his mouth? I was schooled as a minister in a church that emphasizes preaching. Discussion comes as naturally to me as swimming does to fish. But now you preach, and I'll listen. Tell me about these older gods. You know of them. The oldest and greatest we celebrate tomorrow. The middle day of each week is his. Today is Tuesday. Tomorrow, Wednesday. Wotan, he is your god? Odin. Wotan is a German distortion of Old Norse. Father Odin and his two brothers created the world. In the beginning there was void, nothing. Then the rest of it reads much like Genesis, even to Adam and Eve, but called Asker and Embla, rather than Adam and Eve. Perhaps it is Genesis, Margreta. What do you mean, Alec? The Bible is the Word of God, in particular the English translation known as the King James Version, because every word of that translation was sustained by prayer and the best efforts of the world's greatest scholars. Any difference in opinion was taken directly to the Lord in prayer, so the King James Bible is the Word of God. But nowhere is it written that this can be the only Word of God. A sacred writing of another race, at another time, in another language, can also be inspired history, if it is compatible with the Bible. And that is what you have just described, is it not? Ah, just on creation and on Adam and Eve, Alec. The chronology does not match at all. You said that the world was created about 6,000 years ago? About? Hales makes it longer. The Bible does not give dates. Dating is a modern invention. Even that longer time, Hales, is much too short. 100,000 years would be more like it. I started to expostulate. After all, some things are just too much to be swallowed, then remembered that I had warned myself not to say anything that could cause Margreta to shut up. Go on, dear. Do your religious writings tell what happened during all those millennia? Almost all of it happened before writing was invented. Some was preserved in epic poems sung by skalds, but even that did not start until men learned to live in tribes, and Odin taught them to sing. The longest period was ruled by the frost giants before mankind was more than wild animals, hunted for sport. But the real difference in the chronology is this, Alec. The Bible runs from creation to judgment day, then millennium, the kingdom on earth, then the war in heaven, and the end of the world. After that is the heavenly city and eternity. Time has stopped. Is that correct? Well, yes. A professional eschatologist would find that overly simplified, but you have correctly described the main outlines. The details are given in Revelations, the revelation of St. John the Divine, I should say. Many prophets have witnessed the final things, but St. John is the only one with the complete story, because Christ himself delivered the revelation to John to stop the elect from being deceived by false prophets. Creation, the fall from grace, the long centuries of struggle and trial, then the final battle, followed by judgment and the kingdom. What does your faith say, my love? The final battle we call Ragnarok rather than Armageddon. I can't see that terminology matters. Please, dear, the name does not matter, but what happens does. In your judgment day, the goats are separated from the sheep. The saved go to eternal bliss. The damned go to eternal punishment. Correct? Correct. While noting for purposes of scientific accuracy
that some authorities assert that while bliss is eternal, God so loves the world that even the damned may eventually be saved. No soul is utterly beyond redemption. Other theologians regard this as heresy, but it appeals to me. I have never liked the idea of eternal damnation. I'm a sentimentalist, my dear.
I know you are, Alec, and I love you for it. You should find the old religion appealing, as it does not have eternal damnation.
It does not?
No. At Ragnarok, the world as we know it will be destroyed. But that is not the end. After a long time, a time of healing, a new universe will be created, one better and cleaner and free from the evils of this world. It too will last for countless millennia, until again the forces of evil and cold contend against the forces of goodness and light, and again there is a time of rest, followed by a new creation and another chance for men. Nothing is ever finished. Nothing is ever perfect, but over and over again the race of men gets another chance to do better than last time, ever and again, without end.
And this you believe, Margreta?
I find it easier to believe than the smugness of the saved and the desperate plight of the damned in the Christian faith. Jehovah is said to be all-powerful. If this is true, then the poor damned souls in hell are there because Jehovah planned it that way in every minute detail. Is that not so?
I hesitated. The logical reconciliation of omnipotence, omniscience, and omnibenevolence is the thorniest problem in theology, one causing even Jesuits to break their teeth.
Margreta, some of the mysteries of the Almighty are not easily explained. We mortals must accept our Father's benevolent intention toward us, whether or not we always understand His works. Must a baby understand God's benevolent intention when his brains are dashed out against a rock? Does he then go straight to hell, praising the Lord for His infinite wisdom and goodness?
Margreta, what in the world are you talking about?
I am talking about places in the Old Testament in which Jehovah gives direct orders to kill babies, sometimes ordering that they be killed by dashing them against rocks. See that psalm that starts, "By the rivers of Babylon"? And see the word of the Lord Jehovah in Hosea? "Their infants shall be dashed in pieces, and their women with child shall be ripped up." And there is the case of Elisha and the bears. Alec, do you believe in your heart that your God caused bears to tear up little children merely because they made fun of an old man's bald head?
She waited, and I waited.
Presently she said,
Is that story of the she-bears and the 42 children the literal word of God?
Certainly it's the word of God, but I don't pretend to understand it fully. Margreta, if you want detailed explanations of everything the Lord has done, pray to Him for enlightenment, but don't crowd me about it.
I did not intend to crowd you, Alec. I'm sorry.
No need to be. I've never understood about those bears, but I don't let it shake my faith. Perhaps it's a parable. But look, dear, doesn't your father Odin have a pretty bloody history himself?
Not on the same scale. Jehovah destroyed city after city, every man, woman, and child, down to the youngest baby. Odin killed only in combat against opponents his own size. But most important difference of all, Father Odin is not all-powerful and does not claim to be all-wise.
A theology that avoids the thorniest problem. But how can you call Him God if He is not omnipotent? She went on.
Alec, my only love, I don't want to attack your faith. I don't enjoy it and never intended to, and hope that nothing like it will ever happen again. But you did ask me point-blank whether or not I accepted the authority of Holy Writ, by which you mean your Bible. I must answer just as point blank. I do not. The Jehovah or Yahweh of the Old Testament seems to me to be a sadistic, bloodthirsty, genocidal villain. I cannot understand how he can be identified with the gentle Christ of the New Testament, even through a mystic trinity. I started to answer, but she hurried on. Dear heart, before we leave this subject, I must tell you something I have been thinking about. Does your religion offer an explanation of the weird thing that has happened to us? Once to me, twice to you, this changed world? It had been endlessly on my mind, too. No, I must confess it. I wish I had a Bible to search for an explanation, but I have been searching in my mind. I haven't been able to find anything that should have prepared me for this. I sighed. It's a bleak feeling, but I smiled at her. Divine Providence placed you with me. No land is strange to me that has Margareta in it. Dear Alec, I asked because the old religion does offer an explanation. What? Not a cheerful one. At the beginning of this cycle, Loki was overcome. Do you know Loki? Some. The mischief maker. Mischief is too mild a word. He works evil. For thousands of years he has been a prisoner, chained to a great rock. Alec, the end of every cycle in the story of man begins the same way. Loki manages to escape his bonds, and chaos results. She looked at me with great sadness. Alec, I am sorry, but I do believe that Loki is loose. The signs show it. Now anything can happen. We enter the twilight of the gods. Ragnarok comes. Our world ends.
XII. And in the same hour was there a great earthquake, and the 10th part of the city fell, and in the earthquake were slain of men 7,000. And the remnant were affrighted, and gave glory to the God of heaven. Revelation, chapter 11, verse 13. I washed another lighthouse stack of dishes while I pondered the things Margareta had said to me that beautiful afternoon on Icebox Hill. But I never again mentioned the subject to Margareta, and she did not speak of it to me, as Margareta never argued about anything if she could reasonably keep silent. Did I believe her theory about Loki and Ragnarok? Of course not. Oh, I had no objection to calling Armageddon by the name Ragnarok. Jesus or Joshua or Jesu, Mary or Miriam or Mariam or Maria, Jehovah or Yahweh. Any verbal symbol will do as long as speaker and listener agree on meaning. But Loki? Ask me to believe that a mythical demigod of an ignorant, barbarian race has wrought changes in the whole universe? Now really. I am a modern man, with an open mind, but not so empty that the wind blows through it. Somewhere in Holy Writ lay a rational explanation for the upsets that had happened to us. I need not look to ghost stories of long-dead pagans for explanation. I missed not having a Bible at hand. Oh, no doubt there were Catholic Bibles at the Basilica 3 blocks away, in Latin or in Spanish. I wanted the King James Version. Again, no doubt there were copies of it somewhere in this city, but I did not know where. For the first time in my life, I envied the perfect memory of Preachin' Paul, Reverend Paul Bolognius, who tramped up and down the Central States the middle of last century, preaching the Word without carrying the book with him. Brother Paul was reputed to be able to quote from memory any verse cited by book, chapter, and number of verse, or conversely, correctly place by book, chapter, and number any verse read to him. I was born too late to meet Preachin' Paul, so I never saw him do this, but perfect memory is a special gift God bestows not too infrequently. I have no reason to doubt that Brother Paul had it. Paul died suddenly, somewhat mysteriously, and possibly sinfully. In the words of my mission studies professor, one should exercise great prudence in praying alone with a married woman. I don't have Paul's gift. I can quote the first few chapters of Genesis and several of the Psalms, and the Christmas story according to Luke, and some other passages. But for today's problem, I needed to study in exact detail all the prophets, especially the prophecy known as the Revelation of St. John the Divine. Was Armageddon approaching? Was the second coming at hand? Would I myself still be alive in the flesh when the great trump sounds? A thrilling thought, and not one to be discarded too quickly. Many millions will be alive on that great day. That mighty host could include Alexander Hergensheimer. Would I hear his shout and see the dead rise up, and then myself be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air, and then ever be with the Lord, as promised? The most thrilling passage in the great book. Not that I had any assurance that I myself would be among those saved on that great day, even if I lived in the flesh to that day. Being an ordained minister of the gospel does not necessarily improve one's chances. Clergymen are aware of this cold truth, if they are honest with themselves, but laymen sometimes think that men of the cloth have an inside track. Not true. For a clergyman, there are no excuses. He can never claim that he didn't know it was loaded, or cite youth and inexperience as a reason to ask for mercy, or claim ignorance of the law, or any of the other many excuses by which a layman might show a touch less than moral perfection, but still be saved. Knowing this, I was forced to admit that my own record lately did not suggest that I was among the saved. Certainly I was born again. Some people seem to think that this is a permanent condition, like a college degree. Brother, don't count on it. I was only too aware that I had racked up quite a number of sins lately. Sinful pride, intemperance, greed, lechery, adultery, doubt, and others. Worse yet, I felt no contrition for the very worst of these. If the record did not show that Margreta was saved and listed for heaven, then I had no interest in going there myself. God help me, that was the truth. I worried about Margreta's immortal soul. She could not claim the second chance of all pre-Christian era souls. She had been born into the Lutheran Church, not my church, but ancestor to my church, ancestor to all Protestant churches, the first fruit of the diet of worms. When I was a lad in Sunday school, diet of worms inspired mind pictures quite foreign to theology. The only way Margreta could be saved would be by renouncing her heresy and seeking to be born again. But she must do this herself. I could not do it for her. The most I could possibly do would be to urge her to seek salvation, but I would have to do it most carefully. One does not persuade a butterfly to light on one's hand by brandishing a sword. Margreta was not a heathen, ignorant of Christ and needing only to be instructed. No, she had been born into Christianity and had rejected it, eyes open. She could cite Scripture as readily as I could. At some time she had studied the book most diligently, far more than most laymen. When and why I never asked, but I think it must have been at the time when she began to contemplate leaving the Christian faith. Margreta was so serious and so good that I felt certain that she would never take such a drastic step without long, hard study. How urgent was the problem of Margreta? Did I have 30 years or so to learn her mind and feel out the best approach? Or was Armageddon so close upon us that even a day's delay could doom her for eternity? The pagan Ragnarok and the Christian Armageddon have this in common. The final battle will be preceded by great signs and portents. Were we experiencing such omens? Margreta thought so. Myself, I found the idea that this world changing presaged Armageddon more attractive than the alternative, i.e., paranoia on my part. Could a ship be wrecked and a world changed just to keep me from checking a thumbprint? I had thought so at the time, but... Oh, come now, Alex. You are not that important. Or was I? I have never been a millenarianist. I am aware how often the number 1000 appears in the Bible, especially in prophecy, but I have never believed that the Almighty was constrained to work in even millennia, or any other numbering patterns, just to please numerologists. On the other hand, I know that many thousands of sensible and devout people place enormous importance on the forthcoming end of the second millennium, with Judgment Day and Armageddon and all that must follow, expected at that time. They find their proofs in the Bible, and claim confirmation in the lines in the Great Pyramid and in a variety of apocrypha. But they differ among themselves as to the end of the millennium, 2000 AD or 2001 AD, or is the correct dating 3 p.m., Jerusalem, local time April 7th, 2030 AD. If indeed scholars have the time and date of the crucifixion and the earthquake at the moment of his death correctly figured against mundane time reckoning, or should it be Good Friday, 2030 AD, as calculated by the lunar calendar? This is no trivial matter in view of what we are attempting to date. But if we take the birth of Christ rather than the date of the crucifixion as the starting point from which to count the millennia, it is evident at once that neither the naive date of 2000 AD nor the slightly less naive date of 2001 can be the bimillenarian date, because Jesus was born in Bethlehem on Christmas Day, year 5 BC. Every educated person knows this, and almost no one ever thinks about it. How could the greatest event in all history, the birth of our Lord incarnate, have been misdated by 5 years? Incredible! Very easily. A 6th century monk made a mistake in arithmetic. Our present dating, Anno Domini, was not used until centuries after Christ was born. Anyone who has ever tried to decipher on a cornerstone a date written in Roman numerals can sympathize with the error of Brother Dionysius Exiguus. In the 6th century, there were so few who could read at all that the error went undetected for many years, and by then it was too late to change all the records. So we have the ludicrous situation that Christ was born 5 years before Christ was born. An Irishism that can be resolved only by noting that one clause refers to fact and the other clause refers to a false-to-fact calendar. For 2,000 years the good monk's error was of little importance, but now it becomes of supreme importance. If the millenarianists are correct, the end of the world can be expected Christmas Day this year. Please note that I did not say December 25th. The day and month of Christ's birth are unknown. Matthew notes that Herod was king. Luke states that Augustus was Caesar, and that Cyrenius was governor of Syria, and we all know that Joseph and Mary had traveled from Nazareth to Bethlehem to be counted and taxed. There are no other data, neither of Holy Writ nor of Roman civil records. So there you have it. By millenarianist theory, the final judgment can be expected about 35 years from now, or later this afternoon. Were it not for Margareta, this uncertainty would not keep me awake nights. But how can I sleep if my beloved is in immediate danger of being cast down into the bottomless pit, there to suffer throughout eternity? What would you do? Envision me standing barefooted on a greasy floor, washing dishes to pay off my indenture, while thinking deep thoughts of last and first things. A laughable sight, but dishwashing does not occupy all the mind. I was better off with hard bread for the mind to chew on. Sometimes I contrasted my sorry state with what I had so recently been, while wondering if I would ever find my way back through the maze into the place I had built for myself. Would I want to go back? Abigail was there, and while polygamy was acceptable in the Old Testament, it was not accepted in the 46 states. That had been settled once and for all when the Union Army's artillery had destroyed the temple of the Antichrist in Salt Lake City, and the Army had supervised the breaking up and diaspora of those immoral families. Giving up Margareta for Abigail would be far too high a price to pay to resume the position of power and importance I had until recently held. Yet I had enjoyed my work and the deep satisfaction over worthwhile accomplishment that went with it. We had achieved our best year since the foundation was formed. I refer to the non-profit corporation Churches United for Decency. Non-profit does not mean that such an organization cannot pay appropriate salaries and even bonuses, and I had been taking a well-earned vacation after the best fundraising year of our history, primarily my accomplishment because, as deputy director, my first duty was to see that our coffers were kept filled. But I took even greater satisfaction in our labors in the vineyards, as fundraising means nothing if our programs of spiritual welfare do not meet their goals. The past year had seen the following positive accomplishments. A federal law making abortion a capital offense. B. A federal law making the manufacture, sale, possession, importation, transportation, and or use of any contraceptive drug or device a felony, carrying a mandatory prison sentence of not less than a year and a day, but not more than 20 years for each offense, and eliminating the hypocritical subterfuge of "for prevention of disease only." C. A federal law that, while it did not abolish gambling, did make the control and licensing of it a federal jurisdiction. One step at a time, having built this foundation, we could tackle those twin pits, Nevada and New Jersey, piece by piece, divide and conquer. D. A Supreme Court decision in which we had appeared as amicus curiae, under which community standards of the typical or median population community applied to all cities of each state. Tompkins versus Allied News Distributors. E. Real progress in our drive to get tobacco defined as a prescription drug through the tactical device of separating snuff and chewing tobacco from the problem by inaugurating the definition substances intended for burning and inhaling. F. Progress at our annual national prayer meeting on several subjects in which I was interested. One was the matter of how to remove the tax-free status of any private school not affiliated with a Christian sect. Policy on this was not yet complete because of the thorny matter of Roman Catholic schools. Should our umbrella cover them? Or was it time to strike? Whether the Catholics were allies or enemies was always a deep problem to those of us out on the firing line. At least as difficult was the Jewish problem. Was a humane solution possible? If not, then what? Should we grasp the nettle? This was debated only in camera. Another matter was a pet project of my own, the frustrating of astronomers. Few laymen realize what mischief astronomers are up to. I first noticed it when I was still in engineering school and took a course in descriptive astronomy under the requirements for breadth in each student's program. Give an astronomer a bigger telescope and turn him loose, leave him unsupervised, and the first thing he does is to come down with pestiferous, half-baked guesses denying the ancient truths of Genesis. There is only one way to deal with this sort of nonsense. Hit them in the pocketbook. Redefine educational to exclude those colossal white elephants, astronomical observatories. Make the Naval Observatory the only one tax-free, reduce its staff, and limit their activity to matters clearly related to navigation. Some of the most blasphemous and subversive theories have come from tenured civil servants there, who don't have enough legitimate work to keep them busy. Self-styled scientists are usually up to no good, but astronomers are the worst of the lot. Another matter that comes up regularly at each annual prayer meeting I did not favor spending time or money on: votes for women. These hysterical females styling themselves suffragettes are not a threat, can never win, and it just makes them feel self-important to pay attention to them. They should not be jailed and should not be displayed in stocks. Never let them be martyrs. Ignore them. There were other interesting and worthwhile goals that I kept off the agenda and did not suffer to be brought up from the floor in the sessions I moderated, but instead carried them on my maybe next year list. Separate schools for boys and girls, restoring the death penalty for witchcraft and Satanism, the Alaska option for the Negro problem, federal control of prostitution, homosexuals. What's the answer? Punishment? Surgery? Other? There are endless good causes, commending themselves to guardians of the public morals. The question is always how to pick and choose to the greater glory of God. But all of these issues, fascinating as they are, I might never again pursue. A scullery man who was just learning the local language, ungrammatically, I feel sure, is not able to be a political force. So I did not worry about such matters and concentrated on my real problems. Margaretta's heresy and, more immediate but less important, getting legally free of peonage and going north. We had served more than 100 days when I asked Don Jaime to help me work out the exact date when we would have discharged the terms of our debt contract, a polite way of saying, "Dear boss, come the day we are going to leave here like a scared rabbit. Plan on it." I had figured on a total obligated time of 121 days. And Don Jaime shocked me almost out of my Spanish by getting a result of 158 days. More than 6 weeks to go when I figured that we would be free next week. I protested, pointing out that our total obligation, as listed by the court, divided by the auction value placed on our services, pesos 60 for Margareta, half that for me, for each day, gave 121 days, of which we had served 115. Not 115.99. He handed me a calendar and invited me to count. It was at that point that I discovered that our lovely Tuesdays did not reduce our committed time, or so said our patron. "And besides that, Alejandro," he added, "you have failed to figure the interest on the unpaid balance. You haven't multiplied by the inflation factor. You haven't allowed for taxes or even your contribution for Our Lady of Sorrows. If you fall ill, I should support you, eh? Well, yes. While I had not thought about it, I did think a patron had that duty toward his peones. Don Jaime, the day you bid in our debts, the clerk of the court figured the contract for me. He told me our obligation was 121 days. He told me. Then go talk to the clerk of the court about it. Don Jaime turned his back on me. That chilled me. Don Jaime seemed as willing for me to take it up with the referee authority as he had been unwilling to discuss Margreta's tips with the court. To me, this meant that he had handled enough of these debt contracts to be certain how they worked, and thus had no fear that the judge or his clerk might rule against him. I was not able to speak with Margreta about it in private until that night. Marga, how could I be so mistaken about this? I thought the clerk worked it out for us before he had us countersign the assignment of debt. 121 days. Right? She did not answer me at once. I persisted. Isn't that what you told me? Alec, despite the fact that I now usually think in English, or in Spanish lately, when I must do arithmetic, I work it in Danish. The Danish word for 60 is tres, and that is also the Spanish word for 3. Do you see how easily I could get mixed up? I don't know now whether I said to you 121 or 161, because I remember numbers in Danish, not in English, not in Spanish. I thought you did the division yourself. Oh, I did. Certainly the clerk didn't say 121. He didn't use any English that I recall, and at that time I did not know any Spanish. Senor Munoz explained it to you, and you translated for me, and later I did the arithmetic again, and it seemed to confirm what he had said, or you had said. Oh, shucks, I don't know. Then why don't we forget it until we can ask Senor Munoz? Marga, doesn't it upset you to find that we are going to have to slave away in this dump an extra 5 weeks? Yes, but not very much. Alec, I've always had to work. Working aboard ship was harder work than teaching school, but I got to travel and see strange places. Waiting tables here is a little harder than cleaning rooms in the Kongnut, but I have you with me here, and that more than makes up for it. I want to go with you to your homeland. But it's not my homeland, so I'm not as eager to leave here as you are. To me, today, where you are, is my homeland. Darling, you are so logical and reasonable and civilized that you sometimes drive me right straight up the wall. Alec, I don't mean to do that. I just want us to stop worrying about it until we can see Senor Munoz. But right this minute, I want to rub your back until you relax. Madam, you've convinced me. But only if I have the privilege of rubbing your poor, tired feet before you rub my back. We did both. Ah, wilderness were paradise enow. Beggars can't be choosy. I got up early the next morning, saw the clerk's runner, was told that I could not see the clerk until court adjourned for the day, so I made a semi-appointment for close of court on Tuesday. Semi in that we were committed to show up. Senor Munoz was not, but would be there, Deus volent. So on Tuesday we went to our picnic outing, as usual, as we could not see Senor Munoz earlier than about 4 p.m., but we were Sunday go-to-meeting rather than dressed for a picnic, meaning that we both wore our shoes, both had had baths that morning, and I had shaved, and I wore my best clothes, handed down from Don Jaime, but clean and fresh. rather than the tired Coast Guard work pants I wore in the scullery. Margareta wore the colorful outfit she had acquired our first day in Mazatlan. Then we both endeavored not to get too sweaty or dusty. Why we thought it mattered, I cannot say. But somehow each of us felt that propriety called for one's best appearance in visiting a court. As usual, we walked over to the fountain to see our friend Pepe, before swinging back to climb our hill. He greeted us in the intimate mode of friends, and we exchanged graceful amenities of the sort that fit so well in Spanish and are almost never encountered in English. Our weekly visit with Pepe had become an important part of our social life. We knew more about him now, from Amanda, not from him, and I respected him more than ever. Pepe had not been born without legs, as I had once thought. He had formerly been a teamster, driving lorries over the mountains to Durango and beyond. Then there had been an accident, and Pepe had been pinned under his rig for 2 days before he was rescued. He was brought into Our Lady of Sorrows, apparently DOA. Pepe was tougher than that. 4 months later, he was released from hospital. Someone passed the hat to buy him his little cart. He received his mendicant's license, and he took up his pitch by the fountain. Friend to streetwalkers, friend to dons, and a merry grin for the worst that fate could hand him. When, after a decent interval for conversation and inquiries as to health and welfare, and that of mutual acquaintances, we turned to leave, I offered our friend a 1 peso note. He handed it back.
25 centavos, my friend. Do you not have change? Or did you wish me to make change?
Pepe, our friend, it was our intention and our wish that you keep this trivial gift.
No. From tourists, I take their teeth and ask for more. From you, my friend, 25 centavos.
I did not argue. In Mexico, a man has his dignity, or he is dead. El Cerro de la Neveria is 100 meters high. We climbed it very slowly, with me hanging back because I wanted to be certain not to place any strain on Margareta. From signs, I was almost certain that she was in a family way, but she had not seen fit to discuss it with me, and of course I could not raise the subject if she did not. We found our favorite place, where we enjoyed shade from a small tree, but nevertheless had a full view all around, 360 degrees, northwest into the Gulf of California, west into the Pacific, and what might or might not be clouds on the horizon, capping a peak at the tip of Baja California, 200 miles away, southwest along our own peninsula to Cerro Vigía, Lookout Hill, with beautiful Playa de las Olas Altas between us and Cerro Vigía. Then beyond it, Cerro Creston, the site of the giant lighthouse, the Faro itself commanding the tip of the peninsula, south right across town to the Coast Guard landing. On the east and northeast were the mountains that concealed Durango, 150 miles away. But today the air was so clear that it felt as if we could reach out and touch those peaks. Mazatlan was spread out below like a toy village. Even the basilica looked like an architect's scale model from up here. Rather than a most imposing church, for the umpteenth time I wondered how the Catholics, with their usually poverty-stricken congregations, could build such fine churches, while their Protestant opposite numbers had such a time raising the mortgages on more modest structures.
"Look, Alec," said Margareta. "Anibal and Roberto have their new aeroplano."
She pointed. Sure enough, there were now 2 aeroplanos at the Coast Guard mooring. One was the grotesque giant dragonfly that had rescued us. The new one was quite different. At first I thought it had sunk at its moorings. The floats on which the older craft landed on the water were missing from this structure. Then I realized that this new craft was literally a flying boat. The body of the aeroplano itself was afloat, or a boat, a watertight structure. The propelling engines of this craft were mounted above the wings. I was not sure that I trusted these radical changes. The homely certainties of the craft we had ridden in were more to my taste.
"Alec, let's go call on them next Tuesday."
"All right."
"Do you suppose that Anibal would possibly offer us a ride in his new aeroplano?"
"Not if the commandant knows about it." I did not say that the new-fangled rig did not look safe to me. Margareta was always fearless. "But we'll call on them and ask to see it. Lieutenant Anibal will like that. Roberto, too. Let's eat."
"Piggy, piggy,"
she answered, and spread out a servilleta, started covering it with food from a basket I had carried. Tuesdays gave Margareta an opportunity to vary Amanda's excellent Mexican cooking with her own Danish and international cooking. Today she had elected to make Danish open-faced sandwiches so much enjoyed by all Danes, and by anyone else who has ever had a chance to enjoy them. Amanda allowed Margareta to do what she liked in the kitchen, and Senora Valera did not interfere. She never came into the kitchen under some armed truce arrived at before we joined the staff. Amanda was a woman of firm character. Today's sandwiches featured heavily the tender, tasty shrimp for which Mazatlan is famous, but the shrimp were just a starter. I remember ham, turkey, crumbled crisp bacon, mayonnaise, 3 sorts of cheese, several sorts of pickle, little peppers, unidentified fish, thin slices of beef, fresh tomato, tomato paste, 3 sorts of lettuce, what I think was deep-fried eggplant. But thank goodness it is not necessary to understand food in order to enjoy it. Margareta placed it in front of me. I happily chomped away, whether I knew what I was eating or not. An hour later I was belching and pretending not to. "Margareta, have I told you today that I love you?"
"Yes, but not lately."
"I do. You are not only beautiful, fair to see, and of gainly proportions, you are also a fine cook."
"Thank you, sir."
"Do you wish to be admired for your intellectual excellence as well?"
"Not necessarily, no."
"As you wish. If you change your mind, let me know. Quit fiddling with the remnants. I'll tidy up later. Lie down here beside me and explain to me why you continue to live with me." "It can't be for my cooking." "Is it because I'm the best dishwasher on the west coast of Mexico?"
"Yes."
She went right on tidying things, did not stop until our picnic site was perfectly back in order, with all that was left back in the basket, ready to be returned to Amanda. Then she lay down beside me, slid her arm under my neck, then raised her head.
"What's that?"
Then I heard it. A distant rumble, increasing in volume, like a freight train coming round the bend. But the nearest railway, the line north to Chihuahua and south to Guadalajara, was distant, beyond the peninsula of Mazatlan. The rumble grew louder. The ground started to sway. Margareta sat up. "Alec, I'm frightened." "Don't be afraid, dear. I'm here." I reached up and pulled her down to me, held her tight while the solid ground bounced up and down under us, and the roaring rumble increased to unbelievable volume. If you've ever been in an earthquake, even a small one, you know what we were feeling better than my words can say. If you have never been in one, you won't believe me, and the more accurately I describe it, the more certain you are not to believe me. The worst part about a quake is that there is nothing solid to cling to anywhere. But the most startling thing is the noise, the infernal racket of every sort, the crash of rock grinding together under you, the ripping, rending sounds of buildings being torn apart, the screams of the frightened, the cries of the hurt and the lost, the howling and wailing of animals caught by disaster beyond their comprehension. And none of it will stop. This went on for an endless time. Then the main earthquake hit us, and the city fell down. I could hear it. The noise that could not increase suddenly doubled. I managed to get up on one elbow and look. The dome of the basilica broke like a soap bubble. "Oh, Margot, look! No, don't! This is terrible!" She half sat up, said nothing, and her face was blank. I kept my arm around her and looked down the peninsula past Cerro Vigía and at the lighthouse. It was leaning. While I watched, it broke about halfway up, then slowly and with dignity collapsed to the ground. Past the city I caught sight of the moored aeroplanos of the Coast Guard. They were dancing around in a frenzy. The new one dipped one wing, the water caught it, then I lost sight of it as a cloud rose up from the city, a cloud of dust from thousands and thousands of tons of shattered masonry. I looked for the restaurant and found it. El Restaurante Pancho Villa. Then, while I watched, the wall on which the sign was painted crumpled and fell into the street. Dust rose up and concealed where it had been. "Margreta, it's gone! The restaurant! El Pancho Villa!" I pointed. "I don't see anything. It's gone, I tell you, destroyed. Oh, thank the Lord that Amanda and the girls were not there today." "Yes. Alec, won't it ever stop?" Suddenly it did stop. Much more suddenly than it started. Miraculously the dust was gone. There was no racket, no screams of the hurt and dying, no howls of animals. The lighthouse was back where it belonged. I looked to the left of it, checking on the moored aeroplanos. Nothing. Not even the driven piles to which they should be tied. I looked back at the city, all serene. The basilica was unhurt, beautiful. I looked for the Pancho Villa sign. I could not find it. There was a building on what seemed the proper corner, but its shape was not quite right, and it had different windows. "Marg, where's the restaurant?" "I don't know. Alec, what is happening?" "They're at it again," I said bitterly. "The world changers. The earthquake is over, but this is not the city we were in. It looks a lot like it, but it's not the same." I was only half right. Before we could make up our minds to start down the hill, the rumble started up again, then the swaying. Then the greatly increased noise and violent movement of the land, and this city was destroyed. Again I saw our towering lighthouse crack and fall. Again the church fell in on itself. Again the dust clouds rose, and with it the screams and howls. I raised my clenched fist and shook it at the sky. "God damn it! Stop! Twice is too much!" I was not blasted. "13. I have seen all the works that are done under the sun, and behold, all is vanity and vexation of the spirit." Ecclesiastes chapter 1, verse 14. I am going to skip over the next 3 days, for there was nothing good about them. There was blood in the streets and dust. Survivors, those of us who were not hurt, not prostrate with grief, not dazed or hysterical beyond action, few of us in short, worked at the rubble here and there trying to find living creatures under the bricks and stones and plaster. But how much can you do with your naked fingers against endless tons of rock? And how much can you do when you do dig down and discover that you were too late. That indeed it was too late before you started. We heard this mewling, something like a kitten, so we dug most carefully, trying not to put any pressure on whatever was underneath, trying not to let the stones we shifted dislodge anything that would cause more grief underneath, and found the source. An infant, freshly dead, pelvis broken, one side of its head bashed. Happy shall he be that taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stones. I turned my head away and threw up. Never will I read Psalm 137 again. That night we spent on the lower slopes of Icebox Hill. When the sun went down, we perforce stopped trying. Not only did the darkness make it impossible to work, but there was looting going on. I had a deep conviction that any looter was a potential rapist and murderer. I was prepared to die for Margareta should it become necessary, but I had no wish to die gallantly, but futilely, in a confrontation that could have been avoided. Early the following afternoon the Mexican army arrived. We had accomplished nothing useful in the meantime, more of the same, picking away at rubble. Never mind what we found. The soldiers put a stop even to that. All civilians were herded back up the peninsula, away from the ruined city, to the railroad station across the river. There we waited. New widows, husbands freshly bereaved, lost children, injured on make-do stretchers, walking wounded, some with no marks on them but with empty eyes and no speech. Margareta and I were of the lucky ones. We were merely hungry, thirsty, dirty, and covered with bruises from head to foot, from lying on the ground during the earthquake. Correction, during 2 earthquakes. Had anyone else experienced 2 earthquakes? I hesitated to ask. I seemed to be the unique observer to this world changing, save that twice Margareta had come with me because I was holding her at the instant. Were there other victims around? Had there been others incognito who had kept their mouths shut about it as carefully as I had? How do you ask? Excuse me, amigo, but is this the same city it was yesterday? When we had waited at the railroad station about 2 hours, an army water cart came through. A tin cup of water to each refugee, and a soldier with a bayonet to enforce order in the queues. Just before sundown, the cart came back with more water and with loaves of bread. Margareta and I were rationed a quarter of a loaf between us. A train backed into the station about then, and the army people started loading it even as supplies were being unloaded. Marga and I were lucky. We were pushed into a passenger car. Most rode in freight cars. The train started north. We weren't asked whether or not we wanted to go north. We weren't asked for money, for fares. All of Mazatlan was being evacuated. Until its water system could be restored, Mazatlan belonged to the rats and the dead. No point in describing the journey. The train moved, we endured. The railway line leaves the coast at Guaymas and goes straight north across Sonora to Arizona. Beautiful country, but we were in no shape to appreciate it. We slept as much as we could and pretended to sleep the rest of the time. Every time the train stopped, some left it, unless the police herded them back on. By the time we reached Nogales, Sonora, the train was less than half full. The rest seemed headed for Nogales, Arizona, and, of course, we were. We reached the International Gate early afternoon 3 days after the quake. We were herded into a detention building just over the line, and a man in a uniform made a speech in Spanish. Welcome, amigos. The United States is happy to help its neighbors in their time of trial and the U.S. Immigration Service has streamlined its procedures so that we can take care of all of you quickly. First, we must ask you all to go through delousing. Then you'll be issued green cards outside of quota so that you can work at any job anywhere in the States. But you will find labor agents to help you as you leave the compound. And a soup kitchen. If you are hungry, stop and have your first meal here as guests of Uncle Sam. Welcome to Los Estados Unidos. Several people had questions to ask, but Margreta and I headed for the door that led to the delousing setup. I resented the name assigned to this sanitary routine. A requirement that you take delousing is a way of saying that you are lousy. Dirty and mussed we certainly were, and I had a 3-day beard, but lousy? Well, perhaps we were. After a day of picking through the ruins and 2 days crowded in with other unwashed in a railroad car that was not too clean when we boarded it, could I honestly assert that I was completely free of vermin? Delousing wasn't too bad. It was mostly a supervised shower bath, with exhortations in Spanish to scrub the hairy places thoroughly with a medicated soft soap. In the meantime, my clothes went through some sort of sterilization or fumigation, autoclave, I think. Then I had to wait, bare naked, for 20 minutes to reclaim them, while I grew more and more angry with each passing minute. But once I was dressed again, I got over my anger, realizing that no one was intentionally pushing me around. It was simply that any improvised procedure for handling crowds of people in an emergency is almost certain to be destructive of human dignity. The Mexican refugees seemed to find it offensive. I heard mutterings. Then again I had to wait for Margreta. She came out the exit door from the distaff side, caught my eye and smiled, and suddenly everything was all right. How could she come out of a delousing chamber and look as if she had just stepped out of a bandbox? She came up to me and said, "Did I keep you waiting, dear? I'm sorry. There was an ironing board in there, and I seized the chance to touch up my dress. It looked a sorry sight when it came out of the washer." I didn't mind waiting. I fibbed. "You're beautiful." No fib. "Shall we go to dinner? Soup kitchen dinner, I'm afraid." "Isn't there some paperwork we have to go through?" "Oh, I think we can hit the soup kitchen first." "We don't want green cards. They are for Mexican nationals." Instead, I must explain about our lost passports. I had worked this out in my head and had explained it to Margreta on the train. This is what I would say had happened to us. We were tourists, staying in Hotel de las Olas Altas on the beach. When the earthquake hit, we were on the beach, so we lost our clothes, our money, our passports, everything, as our hotel had been destroyed. We were lucky to be alive, and the clothes we were wearing had been given to us by a Mexican Red Cross. This story had 2 advantages. Hotel de las Olas Altas had indeed been destroyed, and the rest of the story had no easy way to be checked. I found that we had to go through the green card queue in order to reach the soup kitchen. Eventually, we got as far as the table. A man there shoved a file card in front of me, saying in Spanish, "Print your name, last name first, list your address. If it was destroyed in the quake, say so and give some other address, cousin, father, priest, somebody whose home was not destroyed." I started my spiel. The functionary looked up and said, "Amigo, you're holding up the line." "But," I said, "I don't need a green card. I don't want a green card. I'm an American citizen returning from abroad, and I'm trying to explain why I don't have my passport. And the same for my wife." He drummed on the table. "Look," he said, "your accent says that you're Native American, but I can't do anything about your lost passport, and I've got 350 refugees still to process, and another trainload just pulling in. I won't get to bed before 2. Why don't you do us both a favor and accept a green card? It won't poison you, and it'll get you in. Tomorrow, You can fight with the State Department about your passport, but not with me, okay? I'm stupid, but not stubborn. Okay. For my Mexican accommodation address I listed Don Jaime. I figured he owed me that much. His address had the advantage of being in another universe. The soup kitchen was what you would expect from a charity operation. But it was gringo cooking, the first I had had in months, and we were hungry. The Starks' delicious apple I had for dessert was indeed delicious. It was still short of sundown when we were out on the streets of Nogales, free, bathed, fed, and inside the United States legally, or almost. We were at least 1,000% better off than those two naked survivors who had been picked up out of the ocean 17 weeks ago. But we were still orphans of fate, no money at all, no place to rest, no clothes but those we were wearing, and my 3-day beard, and the shape my clothes were in after going through an autoclave or whatever made me look like a Skid Row derelict. The no-money situation was particularly annoying because we did have money, Margreta's hoarded tips. But the paper money said Reno, where it should have read Repubblica, and the coins did not have the right faces. Some of the coins may have contained enough silver to have some minor intrinsic value, but if so, there was no easy way to cash it in at once. And any attempt to spend any of this money would simply get us into major trouble. How much had we lost? There are no inter-universal exchange rates. One might make a guess in terms of equivalent purchasing power, so many dozens of eggs or so many kilos of sugar, but why bother? Whatever it was, we had lost it. This paralleled a futility I had run into in Mazatlan. I had attempted, while Lord of the Scullery, to write to A. Alexander Hergensheimer's boss, the Reverend Dr. Dandy Danny Dover, D.D., Director of Churches United for Decency, and B. Alec Graham's lawyers in Dallas. Neither letter was answered, neither came back, which was what I had expected, as neither Alec nor Alexander came from a world having flying machines, aeroplanos. I would try both again, but with small hope. I already knew that this world would feel strange both to Graham and to Hergensheimer. How? Nothing that I had noticed until we reached Nogales. But here, in that detention hall, was, hold tight to your chair, television. A handsome big box with a window in one side, and in that window living pictures of people, and sounds coming out of it of those self-same people talking. Either you have this invention and are used to it and take it for granted, or you live in a world that does not have it, and you don't believe me. Learn from me, as I have been forced to believe unbelievable things. There is such an invention. There is a world where it is as common as bicycles, and its name is television, or sometimes TV, or telly, or video, or even idiot box. And if you were to hear some of the purposes for which this great wonder is used, you would understand the last tag. If you ever find yourself flat broke in a strange city, and no one to turn to, and you do not want to turn yourself in at a police station and don't want to be mugged, there is just one best answer for emergency help. You will usually find it in the city's Tenderloin, near Skid Row. The Salvation Army. Once I laid hands on a telephone book, it took me no time at all to get the address of the Salvation Army mission, although it did take me a bit of time to recognize a telephone when I saw one. Warning to interworld travelers. Minor changes can be even more confusing than major changes. 20 minutes and one wrong turn later, Margreta and I were at the mission. Outside on the sidewalk, 4 of them, French horn, big drum, 2 tambourines, were gathering a crowd. They were working on Rock of Ages and doing well, but they needed a baritone and I was tempted to join them. But a couple of storefronts before we reached the mission, Margreta stopped and plucked at my sleeve. "Alec, must we do this?" "Eh? What's the trouble, dear? I thought we had agreed." "No, sir. You simply told me." Perhaps I did. You don't want to go to the Salvation Army?" She took a deep breath and sighed it out. "Alec, I have not been inside a church since I left the Lutheran church. To go to one now, I think it would be sinful." "Dear Lord, what can I do with this child? She is apostate not because she is heathen, but because her rules are even more strict than yours. Guidance, please, and do hurry it up." "Sweetheart, if it feels sinful to you, we won't do it. But tell me what we are to do now. I've run out of ideas." Alec, are there not other institutions to which a person in distress may turn?" "Oh, certainly. In a city this size, the Roman Catholic Church is bound to have more than one refuge, and there will be other Protestant ones, probably a Jewish one, and—" "I meant not connected with a church." So. Margreta, we both know that this is not really my home country. You probably know as much about how it works as I do. There may be refuges for the homeless here that are totally unconnected with a church. I'm not sure. As churches tend to monopolize the field, nobody else wants it. If it were early in the day instead of getting dark, I would try to find something called United Charities or Community Chest, or the equivalent, and look over the menu. There might be something. But now, finding a policeman and asking for help is the only other thing I can think of, this time of day. And I can tell you ahead of time what a cop in this part of town would do if you told him you had nowhere to sleep. He would point you toward the mission right there. Old Sal. In København or Stockholm or Oslo, I would go straight to the main police station. You just ask for a place to sleep. They give it to you. I have to point out that this is not Denmark or Sweden or Norway. Here, they might let us stay by locking me in the drunk tank and locking you up in the holding pen for prostitutes. Then tomorrow morning, we might or might not be charged with vagrancy. I don't know. Is America really so evil? I don't know. Dear, this isn't my America, but I don't want to find out the hard way. Sweetheart, if I worked for whatever they give us, could we spend a night with the Salvation Army without your feeling sinful about it? She considered it solemnly. Margreta's greatest lack was a total absence of sense of humor. Good nature, loads. A child's delight in play, yes. Sense of humor? Life is real and life is earnest. Alec, if that can be arranged, I would not feel wrong in entering. I will work too. Not necessary, dear. It will be my profession that is involved. When they finish feeding the derelicts tonight, there will be a high stack of dirty dishes, and you are looking at the heavyweight champion dishwasher in all of Mexico and Los Estados Unidos. So I washed dishes. I also helped spread out hymn books and set up the evening services, and I borrowed a safety razor and a blade from Brother Eddie McCaw, the adjutant. I told him how we happened to be there, vacationing on the Mexican Riviera, sunbathing on the beach when the big one hit. All the string of lies I had prepared for the immigration service and hadn't been able to use. Lost it all. Cash, traveler's checks, passports, clothes, ticket home, the works. But just the same, we were lucky. We're alive. The Lord had his arms around you. You tell me that you are born again? Years back. It will do our lost sheep good to rub shoulders with you. When it comes time for witnessing, will you tell them all about it? You're the first eyewitness. Oh, we felt it here, but it just rattled the dishes. Glad to. Good. Let me get you that razor." So I witnessed and gave them a truthful and horrendous description of the quake, but not as horrid as it really was. I never want to see another rat or another dead baby. And I thanked the Lord publicly that Margreta and I had not been hurt, and found that it was the most sincere prayer I had said in years. The Reverend Eddie asked that roomful of odorous outcasts to join him in a prayer of thanks that Brother and Sister Graham had been spared, and he made it a good rousing prayer that covered everything from Jonah to the 100th sheep, and drew shouts of "Amen" from around the room. One old wino came forward and said that he had at last seen God's grace and God's mercy, and he was now ready to give his life to Christ. Brother Eddie prayed over him and invited others to come forward, and 2 more did. A natural evangelist, he saw in our story a theme for his night's sermon, and used it, hanging it on Luke 15:10 and Matthew 6:19. I don't know that he had prepared from those 2 verses. Probably not, as any preacher worth his salt can preach endlessly from either one of them. Either way, he could think on his feet, and he made good use of our unplanned presence. He was pleased with us, and I am sure that is why he told me, as we were cleaning up for the night, after the supper that followed the service, that while of course they didn't have separate rooms for married couples, they didn't often get married couples, still it looked like Sister Graham would be the only one in the sisters' dormitory tonight, so why didn't I doss down in there instead of in the men's dormitory? No double bed, just stacked bunks. Sorry, but at least we could be in the same room. I thanked him, and we happily went to bed. 2 people can share a very narrow bed if they really want to sleep together. The next morning, Margreta cooked breakfast for the derelicts. She went into the kitchen and volunteered, and soon was doing it all, as the regular cook did not cook breakfast. It was the job of whoever had the duty. Breakfast did not require a graduate chef. Oatmeal porridge, bread, margarine, little Valencia oranges, culls, coffee. I left her there to wash dishes and to wait until I came back. I went out and found a job. I knew from listening to wireless, called radio here, while washing dishes the night before, that there was unemployment in the United States, enough to be a political and social problem. There is always work in the Southwest for agricultural labor, but I had dodged that sort of work yesterday. I'm not too proud for that work. I had followed the harvest for several years, from the time I was big enough to handle a pitchfork, but I could not take Margreta into the fields. I did not expect to find a job as a clergyman. I hadn't even told Brother Eddie that I was ordained. There is always an unemployment problem for preachers. Oh, there are always empty pulpits, true, but ones in which a church mouse would starve. But I had a second profession, dishwasher. No matter how many people are out of work, there are always dishwashing jobs going begging. Yesterday, in walking from the border gate to the Salvation Army mission, I had noticed 3 restaurants with "dishwasher wanted" signs in their windows. Noticed them because I had had plenty of time on the long ride from Mazatlan to admit to myself that I had no other saleable skill. No saleable skill. I was not ordained in this world. I would not be ordained in this world, as I could not show graduation from seminary or divinity school, or even the backing of a primitive sect that takes no mind of schools but depends on inspiration by the Holy Ghost. I was certainly not an engineer. I could not get a job teaching even those subjects I knew well because I no longer could show any formal preparation. I couldn't even show that I had graduated from middle school. In general, I was no salesman. True, I had shown an unexpected talent for the complex skills that make up a professional money-raiser, but here I had no record, no reputation. I might someday do this again, but we needed cash today. What did that leave? I had looked at the help wanted ads in a copy of the Nogales Times someone had left in the mission. I was not a tax accountant. I was not any sort of a mechanic. I did not know what a software designer was, but I was not one, nor was I a computer anything. I was not a nurse or any sort of healthcare professional. I could go on indefinitely listing the things I was not and could not learn overnight. But that is pointless. What I could do, what would feed Margreta and me while we sized up this new world and learned the angles, was what I had been forced to do as a peon. A competent and reliable dishwasher never starves. He's more likely to die of boredom. The first place did not smell good, and its kitchen looked dirty. I did not linger. The second place was a major chain hotel, with several people in the scullery. The boss looked me over and said,
"This is a Chicano job. You wouldn't be happy here."
I tried to argue. He shut me off. But the third was okay, a restaurant only a little bigger than the Pancho Villa, with a clean kitchen and a manager no more than normally jaundiced. He warned me. "This job pays minimum wage and there are no raises. 1 meal a day on the house. I catch you sneaking anything, even a toothpick, and out you go that instant. No second chance. You work the hours I set and I change them to suit me. Right now, I need you for noon to 4, 6 to 10, 5 days a week. Or you can work 6 days, but no overtime scale for it. Overtime scale if I require you to work more than 8 hours in one day, or more than 48 hours in 1 week." "Okay." "All right, let's see your Social Security card." I handed him my green card. He handed it back. "You expect me to pay you $12.50 an hour on the basis of a green card? You're no Chicano. You trying to get me in trouble with the government? Where did you get that card?" So I gave him the song and dance I had prepared for the immigration service. Lost everything. I can't even phone and tell somebody to send me money. I have to get home first before I can shake any assets loose. "You could get public assistance." "Mister, I'm too stinking proud. I don't know how, and I can't prove I'm me. Just don't quiz me and let me wash dishes." "Glad to hear it. Stinking proud, I mean. This country could use more like you. Go over to the Social Security office and get them to issue you a new one. They will, even if you can't recall the number of your old one. Then come back here and go to work." "I'll start you on payroll right now, but you must come back and put in a full day to collect." "More than fair. Where is the Social Security office?" So I went to the Federal Building and told my lies over again, embroidering only as necessary. The serious young lady who issued the card insisted on giving me a lecture on Social Security and how it worked, a lecture she had apparently memorized. I'll bet you she never had a client, that's what she called me, who listened so carefully. It was all new to me. I gave the name Alec L. Graham. This was not a conscious decision. I had been using that name for weeks, answered with it by reflex, then was not in a good position to say, "Sorry, miss, my name is actually Hergensheimer." I started work. During my 4 to 6 break, I went back to the mission and learned that Margreta had a job too. It was temporary, 3 weeks, but 3 weeks at just the right time. The mission cook had not had a vacation in over a year and wanted to go to Flagstaff to visit her daughter, who had just had a baby, so Margreta had her job for the time being, and her bedroom also for the time being. So Brother and Sister Graham were in awfully good shape for the time being. 14. I returned and saw under the sun that the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, neither yet bread to the wise, nor yet riches to men of understanding, nor yet favor to men of skill, but time and chance happeneth to them all. Ecclesiastes chapter 9, verse 11. Pray tell me why there is not a dishwashing school of philosophy. The conditions would seem ideal for indulging in the dear delights of attempting to unscrew the inscrutable. The work keeps the body busy while demanding almost nothing of the brain. I had 8 hours every day in which to try to find answers to questions. What questions? All questions. 5 months earlier, I had been a prosperous and respected professional in the most respected of professions in a world I understood thoroughly, or so I thought. Today I was sure of nothing and had nothing. Correction. I had Margreta. Wealth enough for any man. I would not trade her for all the riches of Cathay. But even Margreta represented a solemn contract I could not yet fulfill. In the eyes of the Lord I had taken her to wife, but I was not supporting her. Yes, I had a job, but in truth she was supporting herself. When Mr. Cowgirl hired me, I had not been daunted by minimum wage and no raises. $12.50 per hour struck me as a dazzling sum. Why, many a married man in Wichita, my Wichita in another universe, supported a family on $12.50 per week. What I did not realize was that here $12.50 would not buy a tuna sandwich in that same restaurant. Not a fancy restaurant either. Cheap, in fact. I would have had less trouble adjusting to the economy in this strange but familiar world if its money had been described in unfamiliar terms. Shillings, shekels, soles, anything but dollars. I had been brought up to think of a dollar as a substantial piece of wealth. The idea that $100 a day was a poverty-level minimum wage was not one I could grasp easily. $12.50 an hour, $100 a day, $500 a week, $26,000 a year. Poverty level? Listen carefully. In the world in which I grew up, that was riches beyond dreams of avarice. Getting used to price and wage levels in dollars that weren't really dollars was simply the most ubiquitous aspect of a strange economy. The main problem was how to cope, how to stay afloat, how to make a living for me and my wife and our children, with one expected all too soon, if I had guessed right, in a world in which I had no diplomas, no training, no friends, no references, no track record of any sort. Alex, what in God's truth are you good for? Other than dishwashing. I could easily wash a lighthouse stack of dishes while worrying that problem alone. It had to be solved. Today I washed dishes cheerfully, but soon I must do better for my beloved. Minimum wage was not enough. Now at last we come to the prime question. Dear Lord God Jehovah, what mean these signs and portents thou hast placed on me, thy servant? There comes a time when a faithful worshipper must get up off his knees and deal with his Lord God in blunt and practical terms. Lord, tell me what to believe. Are these the deceitful great signs and wonders of which you warned, sent by Antichrist to seduce the very elect? Or are these true signs of the final days? Will we hear your shout? Or am I as mad as Nebuchadnezzar, and all of these appearances merely vapors in my disordered mind? If one of these be true, then the other two are false. How am I to choose? Lord God of hosts, how have I offended thee? In walking back to the mission one night, I saw a sign that could be construed as a direct answer to my prayers. Millions now living will never die. The sign was carried by a man, and with him was a small child handing out leaflets. I contrived not to accept one. I had seen that sign many times throughout my life, but I had long tended to avoid Jehovah's Witnesses. They are so stiff-necked and stubborn that it is impossible to work with them, whereas Churches United for Decency is necessarily an ecumenical association. In fundraising and in political action, one must, while of course shunning heresy, avoid arguments on fiddling points of doctrine. Word-splitting theologians are the death of efficient organizations. How can you include a sect in practical labor in the vineyards of the Lord if that sect asserts that they alone know the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And all who disagree are heretics, destined for the fires of hell. Impossible, so we left them out of CUD. Still, perhaps this time they were right. Which brings me to the most urgent of all questions. How to lead Margreta back to the Lord before the trump and the shout. But how depends on when. Premillenarian theologians differ greatly among themselves as to the date of the last trump. I rely on the scientific method. On any disputed point there is always one sure answer. Look it up in the book. And so I did, now that I was living at the Salvation Army mission and could borrow a copy of the Holy Bible. I looked it up again and again and again, and learned why premillenarians differed so on their dates. The Bible is the literal Word of God. Let there be no mistake about that. But nowhere did the Lord promise us that it would be easy to read. Again and again our Lord and His incarnation as the Son, Jesus of Nazareth, the Messiah, promises His disciples that their generation, i.e., 1st century A.D., will see His return. Elsewhere, and again many times, He promises that He will return after 1,000 years have passed. Or is it 2,000 years? Or is it some other period after the gospel has been preached to all mankind in every country? Which is true? All are true if you read them right. Jesus did indeed return in the generation of His 12 disciples. He did so at the first Easter, His resurrection. That was His first return. The utterly necessary one, the one that proved to all that He was indeed the Son of God, and God Himself. He returned again after 1,000 years, and in His infinite mercy ruled that His children be given yet another grant of grace, a further period of trial, rather than let sinners be consigned forthwith to the fiery depths of hell. His mercy is infinite. These dates are hard to read, and understandably so, as it was never His intention to encourage sinners to go on sinning because the day of reckoning had been postponed. What is precise, exact, and unmistakable, repeated again and again, is that He expects every one of His children to live every day, every hour, every heartbeat, as if this one were the last. When is the end of this age? When is the shout and the trump? When is the day of judgment? Now. You will be given no warning whatever, no time for deathbed contrition. You must live in a state of grace. Or, when the instant comes, you will be cast down into the lake of fire, there to burn in agony throughout all eternity. So reads the Word of God. And to me, so sounds the voice of doom. I had no period of grace in which to lead Margreta back into the fold, as the shout may come this very day. What to do, what to do? For mortal man, with any problem too great, there is only one thing to do. Take it to the Lord in prayer. And so I did, again and again and again. Prayer is always answered, but it is necessary to recognize the answer. And it may not be the answer you want. In the meantime, one must render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's. Of course, I elected to work 6 days a week rather than 5, $31,200 a year, as I needed every shekel I could garner. Margareta needed everything, and so did I. Especially, we needed shoes. The shoes we had been wearing when disaster struck in Mazatlan had been quite good shoes, for peasants in Mazatlan. But they had been worn during 2 days of digging through rubble after the quake, then had been worn continuously since then. They were ready for the trash bin, so we needed shoes, at least 2 pairs each, 1 pair for work, 1 for Sunday go-to-meeting. And many other things. I don't know what all a woman needs, but it is more complex than what a man needs. I had to put money into Margareta's hands and encourage her to buy what she needed. I could pig it with nothing much more than shoes and a pair of dungarees, to spare my one good outfit, although I did buy a razor. And got a haircut at a barber's college near the mission, one where a haircut was only $2 if one was willing to accept the greenest apprentice, and I was. Margareta looked at it and said gently that she thought she could do as well herself and save us that $2. Later she took scissors and straightened out what that untalented apprentice had done to me. And thereafter I never again spent money on barbers. But saving $2 did not offset a greater damage. I had honestly thought when Mr. Cowgirl hired me that I was going to be paid $100 every day I worked. He didn't pay me that much, and he didn't cheat me. Let me explain. I finished that first day of work tired but happy, happier than I had been since the earthquake struck. I mean, happiness is relative. I stopped at the cashier's stand where Mr. Cowgirl was working on his accounts, Ron's Grill having closed for the day. He looked up. "How did it go, Alec?" "Just fine, sir." "Luke tells me that you are doing okay." Luke was a giant blackamoor, head cook, and my nominal boss. In fact, he had not supervised me other than to show me where things were and make sure that I knew what to do. "That's pleasant to hear. Luke's a good cook." That 1 meal a day bonus over minimum wage I had eaten at 4 o'clock as breakfast was ancient history by then. Luke had explained to me that the help could order anything on the menu but steaks or chops, and that today I could have all the seconds I wanted if I chose either the stew or the meatloaf. I chose the meatloaf because his kitchen smelled and looked clean. You can tell far more about a cook by his meatloaf than you can from the way he grills a steak. I took seconds on the meatloaf, with no ketchup. Luke was generous in the slab of cherry pie he cut for me. Then he added a scoop of vanilla ice cream, which I did not rate, as it was an either-or, not both. "Luke seldom says a good word about white boys," my employer went on, "and never about a Chicano. So you must be doing okay." "I hope so." I was growing a mite impatient. We are all the Lord's children, but it was the first time in my life that a blackamoor's opinion of my work had mattered. I simply wanted to be paid so that I could hurry home to Margareta. To the Salvation Army mission, that is. Mr. Cowgirl folded his hands and twiddled his thumbs. "You want to be paid, don't you?" I controlled my annoyance. "Yes, sir." "Alec, with dishwashers I prefer to pay by the week." I felt dismay, and I am sure my face showed it. "Don't misunderstand me," he added. "You're an hourly rate employee, so you are paid at the end of each day if that's what you choose." "Then I do choose. I need the money." "Let me finish. The reason I prefer to pay dishwashers weekly instead of daily is that all too often, if I hire one and pay him at the end of the day, he goes straight out and buys a jug of muscatel. Then doesn't show up for a couple of days. When he does, he wants his job back. Angry at me, ready to complain to the labor board. Funny part about it is that I may even be able to give him his job back, for another one-day shot at it because the bum I've hired in his place has gone and done the same thing. This isn't likely to happen with Chicanos, as they usually want to save money to send back to Mexico. But I've yet to see the Chicano who could handle the scullery to suit Luke, and I need Luke more than I need a particular dishwasher. Negras, Luke can usually tell me whether a spade is going to work out, and the good ones are better than a white boy any time, but the good ones are always trying to improve themselves. And if I don't promote them to pantry boy or assistant cook or whatever, soon they go across the street to somebody who will. So it's always a problem. If I can get a week's work out of a dishwasher, I figure I've won. If I get 2 weeks, I'm jubilant. Once, I got a full month. But that's once in a lifetime.
You're going to get 3 full weeks out of me, I said. Now can I have my pay?
Don't rush me. If you elect to be paid once a week, I go for $1 more on your hourly rate. That's $40 more at the end of the week. What do you say?
No, that's 48 more per week, I told myself. Almost $34,000 per year just for washing dishes.
Whew.
That's $48 more each week, I answered, not 40, as I'm going for that 6 days a week option. I do need the money.
Okay, then I pay you once a week.
Just a moment. Can't we start it tomorrow? I need some cash today. My wife and I haven't anything at all. I've got the clothes I'm standing in, nothing else. The same for my wife. I can sweat it out a few more days, but there are things a woman just has to have.
He shrugged. Suit yourself, but you don't get the $1 an hour bonus for today's work. And if you are 1 minute late tomorrow, I'll assume you're sleeping it off, and I put the sign back in the window.
I'm no wino, Mr. Cowgirl.
We'll see.
He turned to his bookkeeping machine and did something to its keyboard. I don't know what, because I never understood it. It was an arithmetic machine, but nothing like a Babbage numerator. It had keys on it, somewhat like a typewriting machine, but there was a window above that where numbers and letters appeared by some sort of magic. The machine whirred and tinkled, and he reached into it and brought out a card, handed it to me.
There you are.
I took it and examined it, and again felt dismay. It was a piece of pasteboard about 3 inches wide and 7 long, with numerous little holes punched in it, and with printing on it that stated that it was a draft on Nogales Commercial and Savings Bank, by which Ron's Grill directed them to pay to Alec L. Graham, no, not $100, $51.27.
Something wrong?
He asked. I had expected $12.50 an hour.
That's what I paid you. 8 hours at minimum wage. You can check the deductions yourself. That's not my arithmetic. This is an IBM 1990, and it's instructed by IBM Software, Paymaster Plus. And IBM has a standing offer of $10,000 to any employee who can show that this model IBM and this mark of their software fouled up a paycheck. Look at it. Gross pay, $100. Deductions all listed. Add them up. Subtract them. Check your answer against IBM's answer. But don't blame me. I didn't write those laws, and I like them even less than you do. Do you realize that almost every dishwasher that comes in here, whether wetback or citizen, wants me to pay him in cash and forget the deductions? Do you know what the fine is if they catch me doing it just once? What happens if they catch me a second time? Don't look sour at me. Go talk to the government.
I just don't understand it. It's new to me, all of it. Can you tell me what these deductions mean? This one that says admin, for example?
That stands for administration fee, but don't ask me why you have to pay it, as I am the one who has to do the bookkeeping, and I certainly don't get paid to do it. I tried to check the other deductions against the fine print explanations. Soc-sec turned out to be Social Security. The young lady had explained that to me this morning. But I had told her at the time that while it was certainly an excellent idea, I felt that I would have to wait until later before subscribing to it. I could not afford it just yet. Med-ins and hosp-ins and dent-ins were simple enough, but I could not afford them now either. But what was PL 217? The fine print simply referred to a date and page in pub reg. What about Dep Educ and UNESCO? And what in the world was income tax? I still don't understand it. It's all new to me. Alec, you're not the only one who doesn't understand it, but why do you say it is new to you? It has been going on all your life. And your daddies and your granddaddies, at least. I'm sorry. What is income tax? He blinked at me. Are you sure you don't need to see a shrink? What is a shrink? He sighed. Now I need to see one. Look, Alec, just take it. Discuss the deductions with the government, not with me. You sound sincere, so maybe you were hit on the head when you got caught in the Mazatlan quake. I just want to go home and take a Milltown. So, take it. Please. All right, I guess. But I don't know anyone who would cash this for me. No problem. Endorse it back to me and I'll pay you cash, but keep the stub, as the IRS will insist on seeing all your deduction stubs before paying you back any overpayment. I didn't understand that either, but I kept the stub. Despite the shock of learning that almost half my pay was gone before I touched it, we were better off each day, as between us, Margareta and I had over $400 a week that did not have to be spent just to stay alive, but could be converted into clothing and other necessities. Theoretically, she was being paid the same wages as had been the cook she replaced, or $22 an hour for 24 hours a week, or $528 a week. In fact, she had the same sort of deductions I had, which caused her net pay to come to just under $290 a week. Again, theoretically. But $54 a week was checked off for lodging. Fair enough, I decided, when I found out what rooming houses were charging. More than fair, in fact. Then we were assessed $105 a week for meals. Brother McCaw at first had put us down for $140 a week for meals, and had offered to show by his books that Mrs. Owens, the regular cook, had always paid by check-off, $10 each day for her meals. So the two of us should be assessed $140 a week. I agreed that that was fair, having seen the prices on the menu at Ron's Grill. Fair in theory. But I was going to have my heaviest meal of the day where I worked. We compromised on 10 a day for Marga, half that for me. So Margareta wound up with $131 a week out of a gross of $528. If she could collect it. Like most churches, the Salvation Army lives from hand to mouth, and sometimes the hand doesn't quite reach the mouth. Nevertheless, we were well off and better off each week. At the end of the first week, we bought new shoes for Margareta, first quality and quite smart, for only $279.90 on sale at J.C. Penney's, marked down from $350. Of course, she fussed at getting new shoes for her before buying shoes for me. I pointed out that we still had over $100 toward shoes for me next week, and would she please hold it for us so that I would not be tempted to spend it. Solemnly, she agreed. So the following Monday we got shoes for me even cheaper, Army surplus, good, stout, comfortable shoes that would outlast anything bought from a regular shoe store. I would worry about dress shoes for me after I had other matters under control. There is nothing like being barefoot broke to adjust one's mundane values. Then we went to the Goodwill retail store and bought a dress and a summer suit for her, and dungaree pants for me. Margreta wanted to get more clothes for me. We still had almost $60. I objected.
Why not, Alec? You need clothes every bit as badly as I do. Yet we have spent almost all that you have saved on me. It's not fair.
I answered, we've spent it where it was needed. Next week, if Mrs. Owens comes back on time, you'll be out of a job, and we'll have to move. I think we should move on. So let's save what we can for bus fare.
Move on where, dear?
To Kansas. This is a world strange to each of us, yet it is familiar too. Same language, same geography, some of the same history. Here, I'm just a dishwasher, not earning enough to support you, but I have a strong feeling that Kansas in this world, will be so much like the Kansas I was born in that I'll be able to cope better.
Whither thou goest, beloved.
The mission was almost a mile from Ron's Grill. Instead of trying to go home at my 4 to 6 break, I usually spent my free time after eating at the downtown branch library, getting myself oriented. That, and newspapers that customers sometimes left in the restaurant, constituted my principal means of re-education. In this world, Mr. William Jennings Bryan had indeed been president, and his benign influence had kept us out of the great European War. He then had offered his services for a negotiated peace. The Treaty of Philadelphia had more or less restored Europe to what it had been before 1913. I didn't recognize any of the presidents after Bryan, either from my own world or from Margreta's world. Then I became utterly bemused when I first ran across the name of the current president, His Most Christian Majesty John Edward II, Hereditary President of the United States and Canada, Duke of Hyannisport, Comte de Quebec, Defender of the Faith, Protector of the Poor, Marshal-in-Chief of the Peace Force. I looked at a picture of him laying a cornerstone in Alberta. He was tall and broad-shouldered and blandly handsome, and was wearing a fancy uniform with enough medals on his chest to ward off pneumonia. I studied his face and asked myself, would you buy a used car from this man? But the more I thought about it, the more logical it seemed. Americans, all during their 2 1/4 centuries as a separate nation, had missed the royalty they had shucked off. They slobbered over European royalty whenever they got the chance. Their wealthiest citizens married their daughters to royalty whenever possible, even to Georgian princes, a prince in Georgia being a farmer with the biggest manure pile in the neighborhood. I did not know where they had hired this royal dude. Perhaps they had sent to Estoril for him, or even had him shipped in from the Balkans. As one of my history profs had pointed out, there are always out-of-work royalty around, looking for jobs. When a man is out of work, he can't be fussy, as I knew too well. Laying cornerstones is probably no more boring than washing dishes, but the hours are longer, I think. I've never been a king. I'm not sure that I would take a job in the kinging business if it were offered to me. There are obvious drawbacks, and not just the long hours. On the other hand, refusing a crown that you know will never be offered to you is sour grapes by definition. I searched my heart and concluded that I probably would be able to persuade myself that it was a sacrifice I should make for my fellow men. I would pray over it until I was convinced that the Lord wanted me to accept this burden. Truly, I am not being cynical. I know how frail men can be in persuading themselves that the Lord wants them to do something they wanted to do all along, and I am no better than my brethren in this. But the thing that stonkered me was the idea of Canada united with us. Most Americans do not know why Canadians dislike us. I do not, but they do. The idea that Canadians would ever vote to unite with us boggles the mind. I went to the library desk and asked for a recent general history of the United States. I had just started to study it when I noted by the wall clock that it was almost 4 o'clock, so I had to check it back in and hustle to get back to my scullery on time. I did not have library loan privileges, as I could not as yet afford the deposit required of non-residents. More important than the political changes were technical and cultural changes. I realized almost at once that this world was more advanced in physical science and technology than my own. In fact, I realized it almost as quickly as I saw a television display device. I never did understand how televising takes place. I tried to learn about it in the public library and at once bumped into a subject called electronics. Not electrics, but electronics. So I tried to study up about electronics and encountered the most amazing mathematical gibberish. Not since thermodynamics had caused me to decide that I had a call for the ministry have I seen such confusing and turgid equations. I don't think Rolotech could ever cope with such amphigary. At least not Rolotech when I was an undergraduate there. But the superior technology of this world was evident in many more things than television. Consider traffic lights. No doubt you have seen cities so choked with traffic that it is almost impossible to cross major streets other than through intervention by police officers. Also, no doubt you have sometimes been annoyed when a policeman charged with controlling traffic has stopped the flow in your direction to accommodate some very important person from City Hall or such. Can you imagine a situation in which traffic could be controlled in great volume with no police officers whatever at hand, just an impersonal, colored light? Believe me, that is exactly what they had in Nogales. Here is how it works. At every busy intersection, you place a minimum of 12 lights, 4 groups of 3, a group facing each of the cardinal directions, and so screened that each group can be seen only from its direction. Each group has 1 red light, 1 green light, 1 amber light. These lights are served by electrical power, and each shines brightly enough to be seen at a distance of a mile, more or less, even in bright sunlight. These are not arc lights. These are very powerful Edison lamps. This is important because these lights must be turned on and off every few moments and must function without fail hours on end, even days on end, 24 hours a day. These lights are placed up high on telegraph poles or suspended over intersections so that they may be seen by teamsters or drivers or cyclists from a distance. When the green lights shine, let us say, north and south, the red lights shine east and west. Traffic may flow north and south, while east and west traffic is required to stand and wait exactly as if a police officer had blown his whistle and held up his hands, motioning traffic to move north and south while restraining traffic from moving east and west. Is that clear? The lights replace the policeman's hand signals. The amber lights replace the policeman's whistle. They warn of an imminent change in the situation. But what is the advantage? Since someone, presumably a policeman, must switch the lights on and off as needed, simply this. The switching is done automatically from a distance, even miles, at a central switchboard. There are many other marvels about this system, such as electrical counting devices to decide how long each light burns for best handling of the traffic. Special lights for controlling left turns or to accommodate people on foot. But the truly great marvel is this. People obey these lights. Think about it. With no policemen anywhere around, people obey these blind and dumb bits of machinery as if they were policemen. Are people here so sheep-like and peaceful that they can be controlled this easily? No. I wondered about it and found some statistics in the library. This world has a higher rate of violent crime than does the world in which I was born. Caused by these strange lights? I don't think so. I think that the people here, although disposed to violence against each other, accept obeying traffic lights as a logical thing to do. Perhaps. As may be, it is passing strange. Another conspicuous difference in technology lies in air traffic. Not the decent, cleanly safe and silent dirigible airships of my home world. No. These are more like the aeroplanos of the Mexicano world in which Margreta and I sweated out our indentures before the great quake that destroyed Mazatlan. But they are so much bigger, faster, noisier, and fly so much higher than the aeroplanos, we knew that they are almost another breed. Or are indeed another breed, perhaps, as they are called jet planes. Can you imagine a vehicle that flies 8 miles above the ground? Can you imagine a giant car that moves faster than sound? Can you imagine a screaming whine so loud that it makes your teeth ache? They call this progress. I long for the comfort and graciousness of LTA Count von Zeppelin, because you can't get away from these behemoths. Several times a day, one of these things goes screaming over the mission, fairly low down, as it approaches a grounding at the flying field north of the city. The noise bothers me and makes Margreta very nervous. Still, most of the enhancements in technology really are progress. Better plumbing, better lighting indoors and out, better roads, better buildings, many sorts of machinery that make human labor less onerous and more productive. I am never one of those back-to-nature freaks who sneer at engineering. I have more reason than most people to respect engineering. Most people who sneer at technology would starve to death if the engineering infrastructure were removed. We had been in Nogales just short of 3 weeks when I was able to carry out a plan that I had dreamed of for nearly 5 months, and had actively plotted since our arrival in Nogales, but had to delay until I could afford it. I picked Monday to carry it out, that being my day off. I told Margreta to dress up in her new clothes as I was taking my best girl out for a treat, and I dressed up too, my one suit, my new shoes, and a clean shirt, and shaved and bathed and nails clean and trimmed. It was a lovely day, sunny and not too hot. We both felt cheerful because, first, Mrs. Owens had written to Brother Macaw saying that she was staying on another week if she could be spared, and second, we now had enough money for bus fares for both of us to Wichita, Kansas, although just barely. But the word from Mrs. Owens meant that we could squirrel away another $400 for eating money on the way and still arrive not quite broke. I took Margreta to a place I had spotted the day I looked for a job as a dishwasher, a nice little place outside the Tenderloin, an old-fashioned ice cream parlor. We stopped outside it. "Best girl, see this place? Do you remember a conversation we had when we were floating on the broad Pacific on a sunbathing mat and not really expecting to live much longer? At least, I was not." "Beloved, how could I forget?" "I asked you what you would have if you could have anything in the world that you wanted. Do you remember what you answered?" "Of course I do. It was a hot fudge sundae." "Right. Today is your unbirthday, dear. You are about to have that hot fudge sundae." "Oh, Alec." "Don't blubber. Can't stand a woman who cries. Or you can have a chocolate malt, or a sawdust sundae, whatever your heart desires, but I did make sure that this place always has hot fudge sundaes before I brought you here. We can't afford it. We should save for the trip. We can afford it. A hot fudge sundae is $5, 2 for $10, and I'm going to be a dead game sport and tip the waitress $1. Man does not live by bread alone, nor does woman. Come along. We were shown to a table by a pretty waitress, but not as pretty as my bride. I seated Margareta with her back to the street, holding the chair for her, and then sat down opposite her. "I'm Tammy," the waitress said as she offered us a menu. "What would you folks like this lovely day?" "We won't need the menu," I said. 2 hot fudge sundaes, please." Tammy looked thoughtful. "All right. If you don't mind waiting a few minutes, we may have to make up the hot sauce." "A few minutes? Who cares? We've waited much longer than that." She smiled and went away. I looked at Marga. "We've waited much longer, haven't we?" "Alec, you're a sentimentalist, and that's part of why I love you." I'm a sentimental slob, and right now I'm slavering at the thought of a hot fudge sundae. But I wanted you to see this place for another reason, too. Marga, how would you like to run such a place as this? Us, that is, together? You'd be boss, I'd be dishwasher, janitor, handyman, bouncer, and whatever was needed. She looked very thoughtful. You are serious? Quite. Of course, we couldn't go into business for ourselves right away. We will have to save some money first, but not much the way I plan it. A dinky little place, but bright and cheerful after I paint it. A soda fountain plus a very limited menu, hot dogs, hamburgers, Danish open-face sandwiches, nothing else. Soup, maybe, but canned soups are no problem and not much inventory. Margareta looked shocked. Not canned soups. I can serve a real soup, cheaper and better than anything out of a tin. I defer to your professional judgment, ma'am. Kansas has 6 little college towns. Any of them would welcome such a place. Maybe we pick a shop already existing, a mom-and-pop place, work for them a year, then buy them out. Change the name to the Hot Fudge Sundae, or maybe Marga's Sandwiches. The Hot Fudge Sundae. Alec, do you really think we can do this? I leaned toward her and took her hand. I'm sure we can, darling, and without working ourselves to death, too. I moved my head. That traffic light is staring me right in the eye. I know, I can see it reflected in your eye every time it changes. Want to swap seats? It won't bother me. It doesn't bother me. It just has a somewhat hypnotic effect. I looked down at the table, looked back at the light. Hey, it's gone out. Margareta twisted her neck to look. I don't see it. Where? Pesky thing has disappeared. Looks like. I heard a male voice at my elbow. What'll it be for you two? Beer or wine? We're not licensed for the hard stuff. I looked around, saw a waiter. Where's Tammy? Who's Tammy? I took a deep breath, tried to slow my heart, then said, Sorry, brother. I shouldn't have come in here. I find I've left my wallet at home. I stood up. Come, dear. Wide-eyed and silent, Margareta came with me. As we walked out, I looked around, noting changes. I suppose it was a decent enough place as beer joints go, but it was not our cheerful ice cream parlor, and not our world. 15. Boast not thyself of tomorrow, for thou knowest not what a day may bring forth. Proverbs chapter 27, verse 1. Outside, without planning it, I headed us toward the Salvation Army mission. Margreta kept quiet and held tight to my arm. I should have been frightened. Instead, I was boiling angry. Presently I muttered, "Damn them! Damn them!"
Damn who, Alec?
I don't know. That's the worst of it. Whoever is doing this to us, your friend Loki, maybe?
He is not my friend, any more than Satan is your friend. I dread and fear what Loki is doing to our world.
I'm not afraid. I'm angry. Loki or Satan or whoever, this last is too much. No sense to it. Why couldn't they wait 30 minutes? That hot fudge sundae was practically under our nose, and they snatched it away. Marga, that's not right. That's not fair. That's sheer, unadulterated cruelty. Senseless, on a par with pulling wings off flies. I despise them. Whoever. Instead of continuing with useless talk about matters we could not settle, Margreta said,
"Dear, where are we going?"
"Eh?" I stopped short. "Why, to the mission, I suppose."
"Is this the right way?"
"Why, yes, sir." I paused to look around. I don't know. I had been walking automatically, my attention fully on my anger. Now I found that I was unsure of any landmarks. I guess I'm lost.
I know I am.
It took us another half-hour to get straightened out. The neighborhood was vaguely familiar, but nothing was quite right. I found the block where Ron's Grill should be, could not find Ron's Grill. Eventually, a policeman directed us to the mission, which was now in a different building. To my surprise, Brother McCaw was there, but he did not recognize us, and his name was now McNabb. We left as gracefully as possible. Not very, that is. I walked us back the way we had come, slowly, as I wasn't going anywhere. "Marga, we're right back where we were 3 weeks ago. Better shoes, that's all. A pocket full of money, but money we can't spend, as it is certain to be funny money here. Good for a quiet rest behind bars if I tried to pass any of it."
"You're probably right, dear one."
"There is a bank on that corner just ahead. Instead of trying to spend any of it, I could walk in and simply ask whether or not it was worth anything."
"There couldn't be any harm in that, could there?"
"There shouldn't be, but our friend Loki could have another practical joke up his sleeve. We've got to know. Here, you take everything but one bill. If they arrest me, you pretend not to know me." "No! What do you mean, no? There's no point in both of us being in jail." She looked stubborn and said nothing. "How can you argue with a woman who won't talk?" I sighed. "Look, dear, the only other thing I can think of is to look for another job washing dishes. Maybe Brother McNabb will let us sleep in the mission tonight." "I'll look for a job, too. I can wash dishes, or cook, or something." "We'll see. Come inside with me, Marga. We'll go to jail together. But I think I've figured out how to handle this without going to jail." I took out one treasury note, crumpled it, and tore one corner. Then we went into the bank together, me holding it in my hand as if I had just picked it up. I did not go to a teller's window. Instead, I went to that railing behind which bank officials sit at their desks. I leaned on the railing and spoke to the man nearest to it. His desk sign marked him as assistant manager. "Excuse me, sir? Can you answer a question for me?" He looked annoyed, but his reply did not show it. "I'll try. What's on your mind?" "Is this really money? Or is it stage money or something?" He looked at it, then looked more closely.
Interesting. Where did you get this?
My wife found it on a sidewalk.
Is it money? Of course it's not money. Who ever heard of a $20 note? Stage money, probably, or an advertising promotion.
Then it's not worth anything?
It's worth the paper it's printed on, that's all. I doubt that it could even be called counterfeit, since there has been no effort to make it look like the real thing. Still, the Treasury inspectors will want to see it.
All right. Can you take care of it?
Yes, but they'll want to talk to you, I'm sure. Let's get your name and address, and your wife's, of course, since she found it.
Okay. I want a receipt for it. I gave our names as Mr. and Mrs. Alexander Hergensheimer, and gave the address, but not the name, of Ron's Grill. Then I solemnly accepted a receipt. Once out on the sidewalk, I said, "Well, we're no worse off than we thought we were. Time for me to look for some dirty dishes."
Alec?
"Yes, beloved?"
We were going to Kansas.
"So we were. But our bus fare money is not worth the paper it is printed on. I'll have to earn some more. I can. I did it once. I can do it again."
"Alec, let us now go to Kansas."
A half-hour later, we were walking north on the highway to Tucson. Whenever anyone passed us, I signaled our hope of being picked up. It took us 3 hitches simply to reach Tucson. At Tucson, it would have made equal sense to head east toward El Paso, Texas, as to continue on Route 89, as 89 swings west before it goes north to Phoenix. It was settled for us by the chance that the first lift we were able to beg out of Tucson was with a teamster who was taking a load north. This ride we were able to pick up at a trucker's stop at the intersection of 89 and 80. And I am forced to admit that the teamster listened to our plea because Margreta is the beauty she is. Had I been alone, I might still be standing there. I might as well say right now that this whole trip depended throughout on Margreta's beauty and womanly charm, quite as much as it depended on my willingness to do any honest work whatever, no matter how menial, dirty, or difficult. I found this fact unpleasant to face. I held dark thoughts of Potiphar's wife and of the story of Susanna and the elders. I found myself being vexed with Margreta when her only offense lay in being her usual gracious, warm, and friendly self. I came close to telling her not to smile at strangers and to keep her eyes to herself. That temptation hit me sharpest that first day at sundown, when this same trucker stopped at a roadside oasis centered around a restaurant and a fueling facility.
"I'm going to have a couple of beers and a sirloin steak," he announced. "How about you, Maggie baby? Could you use a rare steak? This is the place where they just chase the cow through the kitchen."
She smiled at him.
"Thank you, Steve, but I'm not hungry."
My darling was telling an untruth. She knew it, I knew it, and I felt sure that Steve knew it. Our last meal had been breakfast at the mission, 11 hours and a universe ago. I had tried to wash dishes for a meal at the trucker's stop outside Tucson, but had been dismissed rather abruptly. So we had had nothing all day but water from a public drinking faucet.
"Don't try to kid your grandmother, Maggie. We've been on the road 4 hours. You're hungry."
I spoke up quickly to keep Margreta from persisting in an untruth, told, I felt certain, on my behalf. What she means, Steve, is that she doesn't accept dinner invitations from other men. She expects me to provide her dinner. I added, "But I thank you on her behalf, and we both thank you for the ride. It's been most pleasant." We were still seated in the cab of his truck, Margreta in the middle. He leaned forward and looked around her.
"Alec, You think I'm trying to get into Maggie's pants, don't you?
I answered stiffly that I did not think anything of the sort, while thinking privately that that was exactly what I thought he had been trying to accomplish all along. And I resented not only his unchivalrous overtures, but also the gross language he had just used. But I had learned the hard way that rules of polite speech in the world in which I had grown up were not necessarily rules in another universe.
Oh yes, you do think so. I wasn't born yesterday, and a lot of my life has been spent on the road, getting my illusions knocked out. You think I'm trying to lay your woman because every stud who comes along tries to put the make on her. But let me clue you in, son. I don't knock when there's nobody at home. And I can always tell. Maggie ain't having any. I checked that out hours ago, and congratulations. A faithful woman is good to find. Isn't that true?
Yes, certainly, I agreed grudgingly.
So get your feathers down. You're about to take your wife to dinner. You've already said thank you to me for the ride, but why don't you really thank me by inviting me to dinner? So I won't have to eat alone.
I hoped that I did not look dismayed, and that my instant of hesitation was not noticeable. Certainly, Steve. We owe you that for your kindness. Will you excuse me while I make some arrangements? I started to get out of the cab.
Alec, you don't lie any better than Maggie does.
Excuse me?
You think I'm blind? You're broke. Or, if you aren't absolutely stony, you are so near flat you can't afford to buy me a sirloin steak, or even the blue plate special.
That is true, I answered with, I hope, dignity. The arrangements I must make are with the restaurant manager. I hope to exchange dishwashing for the price of 3 dinners.
I thought so. If you were just ordinary broke, you'd be riding Greyhound, and you'd have some baggage. If you were broke, but not yet hungry broke, you'd hitchhike to save your money for eating, but you would have some sort of baggage. A keister each, or at least a bindle. But you've got no baggage. And you're both wearing suits. In the desert, for God's sake. The signs all spell disaster.
I remained mute.
Now look, he went on. Possibly the owner of this joint would let you wash dishes. More likely he's got 3 wetbacks pearl diving this very minute, and has turned down at least 3 more already today. This is on the main north-south route of touristas coming through holes in the fence. In any case, I can't wait while you wash dishes. I've got to herd this rig a lot of miles yet tonight, so I'll make you a deal. You take me to dinner, but I lend you the money.
I'm a poor risk.
Nope, you're a good risk. What the bankers call a character loan. The very best risk there is. Sometime this coming year, or maybe 20 years from now, you'll run across another young couple, broke and hungry. You'll buy them dinner on the same terms. That pays me back. Then, when they do the same down the line, that pays you back. Get it?
I'll pay you back 7-fold.
Once is enough. After that, you do it for your own pleasure. Come on, let's eat.
Rimrock Rest Stop restaurant was robust rather than fancy, about on a par with Ron's Grill in another world. It had both counter and tables. Steve led us to a table, and shortly a fairly young and rather pretty waitress came over.
Howdy, Steve. Long time.
Hi, babe. How'd the rabbit test come out?
The rabbit died.
How about your blood test?
She smiled at me and at Margreta.
Hi, folks. What do you have?
I had had time to glance at the menu, first down the right-hand side, of course, and was shocked at the prices. Shocked to find them back on the scale of the world I knew best, I mean. Hamburgers for a dime, coffee at 5 cents, table d'hôte dinners at 75 to 90 cents. These prices I understood. I looked at it and said, "May I have a cheese superburger, medium well?" "Sure thing, Ace. How about you, dear?" Margareta took the same, but medium rare. "Steve?" the waitress inquired. "That'll be 3 beers, Coors, and 3 sirloin steaks, 1 rare, 1 medium rare, 1 medium, with the usual garbage, baked potato, fried promises, whatever. The usual limp salad, hot rolls, all the usual. Dessert later. Coffee." "Gotcha." "Want you to meet my friends. Maggie, this is Hazel. That's Alec, her husband." "You lucky man. Hi, Maggie, glad to know you. Sorry to see you in such company, though. Has Steve tried to sell you anything?" "No." "Good. Don't buy anything, don't sign anything, don't bet with him. And be glad you're safely married. He's got wives in 3 states. 4, Steve corrected. 4 now? Congratulations. Ladies' restroom is through the kitchen, Maggie. Men go around behind." She left, moving fast, with a swish of her skirt. "That's a fine broad," Steve said. "You know what they say about waitresses, especially in truckers' joints. Well, Hazel is probably the only hash slinger on this highway who ain't selling it. Come on, Alec." He got up and led me outdoors and around to the men's room. I followed him. By the time I understood what he had said, it was too late to resent his talking that way in a lady's presence. Then I was forced to admit that Margareta had not resented it, had simply treated it as information. As praise of Hazel, in fact. I think my greatest trouble with all these worrisome world changes had to do not with economics, not with social behavior, not with technology, but simply with language, and the mores and taboos thereto. Beer was waiting for us when we returned, and so was Margareta, looking cool and refreshed. Steve toasted us. "Skål!" We echoed, "Skål!" And I took a sip, and then a lot more. Just what I needed after a long day on a desert highway. My moral downfall in SS Kong Newt had included getting reacquainted with beer, something I had not touched since my days as an engineering student, and very little then. No money for vices. This was excellent beer, it seemed to me, but not as good as the Danish Tuborg, served in the ship. Did you know that there is not one word against beer in the Bible? In fact, the word beer in the Bible means fountain or well. The steaks were delicious. Under the mellowing influence of beer and good food, I found myself trying to explain to Steve how we happened to be down on our luck and accepting the charity of strangers without actually saying anything. Presently, Margareta said to me, "Alec, tell him." "You think I should?" "I think Steve is entitled to know, and I trust him." "Very well. Steve, we are strangers from another world." He neither laughed nor smiled. He just looked interested. Presently he said, "Flying saucer?" "No. I mean another universe, not just another planet. Although it seems like the same planet. I mean, Margareta and I were in a state called Arizona and a city called Nogales just earlier today. Then it changed. Nogales shrank down and nothing was quite the same. Arizona looks about the same, although I don't know this state very well. Territory. Excuse me? Arizona is a territory, not a state. Statehood was voted down." "Oh. That's the way it was in my world, too. something about taxes. But we didn't come from my world, nor from Marga's world. We came from... I stopped. I'm not telling this very well. I looked across at Margreta. Can you explain it? I can't explain it, she answered, because I don't understand it. But, Steve, it's true. I'm from one world, Alec is from another world. We've lived in still another world, and we were in yet again another world this morning, and now we are here. That is why we don't have any money. No, we do have money, but it's not money of this world. Steve said,
Could we take this one world at a time? I'm getting dizzy.
I said, She left out 2 worlds. No, dear, 3. You may have forgotten the iceberg world. No, I counted that. Excuse me, Steve. I'll try to take it 1 world at a time. But it isn't easy. This morning, we went into an ice cream parlor in Nogales because I wanted to buy Margreta a hot fudge sundae. We sat down at a table, across from each other like right now, and that put me facing a set of traffic lights.
Set of what?
A set of traffic signal lights, red, green, and amber. That's how I spotted that we had changed worlds again. This world doesn't have signal lights, or at least I haven't seen any. Just traffic cops. But in the world we got up in this morning, instead of traffic cops, they do it with signal lights.
Sounds like they do it with mirrors. What's this got to do with buying Maggie a hot fudge sundae?
That was because when we were shipwrecked and floating around in the ocean, Margreta wanted a hot fudge sundae. This morning was my first chance to buy one for her. When the traffic lights disappeared, I knew we had changed worlds again, and that meant that my money wasn't any good, so I could not buy her a hot fudge sundae, and could not buy her dinner tonight. No money. No spendable money, I mean. You see?
I think I fell off 3 turns back. What happened to your money?
Oh, I dug into my pocket, hauled out our carefully hoarded bus fare money, picked out a $20 bill, handed it to Steve. Nothing happened to it. Look at this. He looked at it carefully.
Lawful money for all debts public and private. That sounds okay. But who's this joker with his picture on it? And when did they start printing $20 treasury notes?
Never in your world, I guess. The picture is of William Jennings Bryan, President of the United States from 1913 to 1921.
Not at Horace Mann's school in Akron, he wasn't. Never heard of him.
In my school, he was elected in 1896, not 16 years later. And in Margreta's world, Mr. Bryan was never president at all. Say, Margreta, this just might be your world. Why do you think so, dear? Maybe not. As we came north out of Nogales, I didn't notice a flying field, or any signs concerning one, and I just remembered that I haven't heard or seen a jet plane all day long. Or any sort of flying machine. Have you? No, I haven't, but I haven't been thinking about them. She added, I'm almost certain there haven't been any near us. There you have it. Or maybe this is my world. Steve, what's the situation on aeronautics here?
Aero what?
Flying machines, jet planes, aeroplanes of any sort, and dirigibles. Do you have dirigibles?
None of those things rings any bells with me. You're talking about flying. Real flying. Up in the air like a bird?
Yes.
No, of course not. Or do you mean balloons? I've seen a balloon.
Not balloons. Oh, a dirigible is a sort of a balloon. But it's long instead of round, sort of cigar-shaped, and it's propelled by engines, something like your truck, and goes 100 miles an hour and more, and usually fairly high, 1,000 or 2,000 feet, higher over mountains. For the first time, Steve showed surprise rather than interest.
God almighty, you've actually seen something like that?
I've ridden in them, many times, first when I was only 12 years old. You went to school in Akron? In my world, Akron is world famous as the place where they build the biggest, fastest, and best dirigible airships in all the world. Steve shook his head.
When the parade goes by, I'm out for a short beer. That's the story of my life. Maggie, you've seen airships, ridden in them.
No, they are not in my world, but I've ridden in a flying machine, an aeroplano, once. It was terribly exciting, frightening too, but I would like to do it again.
I bet you would. Me? I reckon it would scare the tar out of me. But I would take a ride in one, even if it killed me. Folks, I'm beginning to believe you. You tell it so straight. That and this money, if it is money.
It is money, I insisted. From another world. Look at it closely, Steve. Obviously, it's not money of your world, but it's not play money or stage money either. Would anybody bother to make steel engravings that perfect just for stage money? The engraver who made the plates expected that note to be accepted as money. Yet, it isn't even a correct denomination. That's the first thing you noticed. Wait a moment. I dug into another pocket. Yep, still here. I took out a 10-peso note from the Kingdom of Mexico. I had burned most of the useless money we had accumulated before the quake, Margreta's tips at El Pancho Villa, but I had saved a few souvenirs. Look at this, too. Do you know Spanish?
Not really. Tex-Mex. Cantina Spanish.
He looked at the Mexican money.
This looks okay.
Look more closely, Margreta urged him. Where it says Reino. Shouldn't that read Republica? Or is Mexico a kingdom in this world?
It's a republic, partly because I helped keep it that way. I was an election judge there when I was in the Marines. It's amazing what a few Marines armed to their eyebrows can do to keep an election honest. Okay, pals, you've sold me. Mexico is not a kingdom, and hitchhikers who don't have the price of dinner on them ought not to be carrying around Mexicano money that says it is a kingdom. Maybe I'm crazy, but I'm inclined to throw in with you. What's the explanation?
Steve, I said soberly, I wish I knew. The simplest explanation is that I've gone crazy and that it's all imaginary. You, me, Marga, this restaurant, this world, all products of my brain fever.
You can be imaginary if you want to, but leave Maggie and me out of it. Do you have any other explanations?
That depends. Do you read the Bible, Steve?
Well, yes and no. Being on the road, lots of times I find myself wide awake in bed with nothing around to read but a Gideon Bible. So sometimes I do.
Do you recall Matthew 24:24?
Huh? Should I?
I quoted it for him. That's one possibility, Steve. These world changes may be signs sent by the devil himself intended to deceive us. On the other hand, they may be portents of the end of world and the coming of Christ into his kingdom. Hear the word. Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven, and then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. That's what it adds up to, Steve. Maybe these are the false signs of the tribulations before the end. Or maybe these wonders foretell the parousia, the coming of Christ. But either way, we are coming to the end of the world. Are you born again?
I can't rightly say that I am. I was baptized a long time ago, when I was too young to have much say in the matter. I'm not a churchgoer except sometimes to see my friends married or buried. If I was washed clean once, I guess I'm a little dusty by now. I don't suppose I qualify.
No, I'm certain that you do not. Steve, the end of the world is coming, and Christ is returning soon. The most urgent business you have, that anyone has, is to take your troubles to Jesus, be washed in his blood, and be born again in him, because you will receive no warning. The trump will sound, and you will either be caught up into the arms of Jesus, safe and happy forevermore, or you will be cast down into the fire and brimstone, there to suffer agonies through all eternity. You must be ready.
Cripes! Alec, have you ever thought about becoming a preacher?
I've thought about it.
You should do more than think about it. You should be one. You said all that just like you believed every word of it.
I do.
Thought maybe. Well, I'll pay you the respect of giving it some hard thought. But in the meantime, I hope they don't hold Kingdom Come tonight, because I've still got this load to deliver. Hazel, let me have the check, dear. I've got to get the show on the road.
3 steak dinners came to $3.90. 6 beers was another 60 cents, for a total of $4.50. Steve paid with a half-eagle, a coin I had never seen outside a coin collection. I wanted to look at this one, but had no excuse. Hazel picked it up, looked at it. "Don't get much gold round here," she remarked. "Cartwheels are the usual thing, and some paper, although the boss doesn't like paper money. Sure you can spare this, Steve?"
I found the lost Dutchman.
"Go along with you. I'm not going to be your 5th wife."
I had in mind just a temporary arrangement.
"Not that either. Not for a $5 gold piece." She dug into an apron pocket, took out a silver $half. "Your change, dear?" He pushed it back toward her.
"What'll you do for 50 cents?
She picked it up, pocketed it. "Spit in your eye." "Thanks. Night, folks. Glad you came in." During the 35 miles or so on into Flagstaff, Steve asked questions of us about the worlds we had seen, but made no comments. He talked just enough to keep us talking. He was especially interested in my descriptions of airships, jet planes, and aeroplanos, but anything technical fascinated him. Television he found much harder to believe than flying machines. Well, so did I. But Margreta assured him that she had seen television herself, and Margreta is hard to disbelieve. Me, I might be mistaken for a con man, but not Margreta. Her voice and manner carry conviction. In Flagstaff, just short of Route 66, Steve pulled over to the side and stopped, left his engine running.
"All out," he said, "if you insist on heading east. If you want to go north, you're welcome."
I said, "We've got to get to Kansas, Steve."
"Yes, I know. While you can get there either way, 66 is your best bet. Though why anyone should want to go to Kansas beats me." "It's that intersection ahead there. Keep right and keep going. You can't miss it. Watch out for the Santa Fe tracks." "Where are you planning to sleep tonight?" "I don't have any plans. We'll walk until we get another ride, if we don't get an all-night ride,
and we get too sleepy, we can sleep by the side of the road. It's warm. Alec, you listen to your Uncle Dudley. You're not going to sleep on the desert tonight. It's warm now. It'll be freezing cold by morning. Maybe you haven't noticed, but we've been climbing all the way from Phoenix. And if the Gila monsters don't get you, the sand fleas will. You've got to rent a cabin. Steve, I can't rent a cabin. The Lord will provide. You believe that, don't you? Yes, I answered stiffly. I believe that. But he also helps those who help themselves. So let the Lord provide. Maggie, about this end-of-the-world business, do you agree with Alec? I certainly don't disagree. Alec, I'm going to give it a lot of thought, starting tonight, by reading a Gideon Bible. This time, I don't want to miss the parade. You go on down 66. Look for a place saying cabins, not motel, not roadside inn, not a word about Simmons mattresses or private baths, just cabins. If they ask more than $2, walk away. Keep dickering, and you might get it for $1. I wasn't listening very hard as I was growing quite angry. Dicker with what? He knew that I was utterly without funds. Didn't he believe me? So I'll say goodbye, Steve went on. Alec, can you get that door? I don't want to get out. I can get it. I opened it, stepped down, then remembered my manners. Steve, I want to thank you for everything, dinner and beer and a long ride. May the Lord watch over you and keep you. Thank you, and don't mention it. Here. He reached into a pocket, pulled out a card. That's my business card. Actually, it's my daughter's address. When you get to Kansas, drop me a card. Let me know how you made out. I'll do that. I took the card, then started to hand Margreta down. Steve stopped her. Maggie, aren't you going to kiss old Steve goodbye? Why, certainly, Steve. She turned back and half faced him on the seat. That's better. Alec, you'd better turn your back. I did not turn my back, but I tried to ignore it while watching out the corner of my eye. If it had gone on 1/2 second longer, I would have dragged her out of that cab bodily. Yet I am forced to admit that Margreta was not having attentions forced on her. She was cooperating fully, kissing him in a fashion no married woman should ever kiss another man. I endured it. At last it ended. I handed her down and closed the door. Steve called out, "Bye, kids," and his truck moved forward. As it picked up speed, he tooted his horn twice. Margreta said, "Alec, you are angry with me." No. Surprised, yes. Even shocked. Disappointed. Saddened. Don't sniff at me. Hey? Steve drove us 250 miles and bought us a fine dinner and didn't laugh when we told him a preposterous story. And now you get hoity-toity and holier-than-thou because I kissed him hard enough to show that I appreciated what he had done for me and my husband. I won't stand for it. Do you hear? I just meant that. Stop it! I won't listen to explanations, because you're wrong. And now I am angry, and I shall stay angry until you realize you are wrong. So think it over. She turned and started walking rapidly toward the intersection of 66 with 89. I hurried to catch up. Margreta! She did not answer and increased her pace. Margreta! Eyes straight ahead. Margreta, darling, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I apologize. She stopped abruptly, turned and threw her arms around my neck, started to cry. Oh, Alec, I love you so, and you're such a fub. I did not answer at once as my mouth was busy. At last I said, I love you too. And what is a fub? You are. Well, in that case, I'm your fub, and you're stuck with me. Don't walk away from me again. I won't. Not ever. We resumed what we had been doing. After a while, I pulled my face back just far enough to whisper, "We don't have a bed to our name, and I've never wanted one more." Alec, check your pockets.
Huh?
While he was kissing me, Steve whispered to me to tell you to check your pockets, and to say, "The Lord will provide." I found it in my left-hand coat pocket, a gold eagle. Never before had I held one in my hand. It felt warm and heavy.